A cloaked figure, draped in the robes of a mage, steps into the heart of a ruined sanctuary. From the shadows within, a colossal beast begins to emerge. It had the form of a monstrous buffalo-gorilla hybrid, yet the mage stood his ground, completely unfazed. The beast let out a furious roar, and in an instant, the mage summoned a massive magic circle, so vast it seemed to blot out the very sky. His voice rang out, clear and powerful, "I pray that," as he dropped to one knee. Simultaneously, a glowing magical sigil materialized beneath him. A powerful surge of energy erupted from the earth, whipping his white cloak around him. The mage began his incantation, declaring that this frost would encase the very land in ice. He held out a single snowflake, and the sigil at his feet instantly flared to life, enveloping it in light. He continued his chant, and sent it into an eternal slumber. Upon being summoned, the spectral form of the ice goddess materialized behind him. The mage magically flung the snowflake into the air, and in the next moment, the entire sanctuary was flash frozen as a blizzard of ice slammed into the beast, forcing it to snarl and stumble back. The Ice Queen unleashed a torrent of frigid breath down upon the monster, instantly freezing it solid in its tracks as it tried to ascend. She was being controlled by the mage through the very same magic circle as the sigil beneath his feet began to glow with blinding intensity. Finally, the mage released the spell, and an eerie calm fell over the scene. He stared into the sanctuary, his expression grim. The story begins with my own account. The Shin family is the most prominent magical clan in all of South Korea. And though my family was filled with countless geniuses, I was known as a talent that surpassed them all. That is, until the incident. Inside a high-rise building, a middle-aged man stood in a room with his son. He asked, "Heon, do you understand?" The son's name was Shin Hun, the third son of the prestigious Shin family. He smiled and replied, "Yes, father." He continued, "I will produce results worthy of the Shin family name. I will graduate at the top of my class at Oberek Academy, become the greatest mage, and lead our family into a new era." His father gazed out the window, remarking that his son's talent far surpassed that of his brothers, and perhaps even everyone else's. He said, "I'm counting on you, my son. Reach the very pinnacle of magic, stand at the apex of all mages, and prove your worth." He replied confidently with two simple words, "Yes, father." But in his heart, he thought, "I will do more than just prove it. To become the greatest mage in the world, I swear I'll surpass not only my brothers, but you as well, father. The strongest mage in the entire country." 2 years have passed since that day, here at the prestigious Oberek Magic Academy. Inside a lecture hall, the instructor announced, "All second-year students, assemble. Today is your practical exam. First up, Baek Sahyuk. Just do what you always do, and don't worry." But Sahyuk, the student about to be tested, scoffed. "A reason to be worried, Professor?" He continued. "The bottom rank is already a done deal. It's Shin Hun, the failure who can't even cast a single spell." He then muttered, "How did that loser even make it to the second year?" All Heun could do in response was let out a quiet sigh. Sahyuk let out a contemptuous laugh, taunting the useless piece of trash who couldn't even use magic. Shin Hun remained silent. In this world, mages have always been a rare and revered class of individuals. Inside the practical examination room, a pack of technologically engineered hounds powered to life. At the same moment, an announcement blared over the speakers, "Prepare for combat. The exam begins now." The second the command was given, he instantly summoned fireballs to attack the robot hounds. The announcer declared that the monster suppression test was completed within the time limit. "Pass," Sahyuk smugly repeated. "Easy." He thought about how modern magic had advanced by leaps and bounds with the introduction of AI. All modern mages have AI chips implanted in their bodies, allowing them to cast spells effortlessly without complex incantations. But our protagonist, Ha-un, wasn't compatible with this. Just then, the speakers crackled to life again. "Next up, Ha-un, you may begin." The monsters started to respawn. Ha-un stood his ground, closed his eyes, and began to focus magical energy between his hands. He thought to himself, "First, concentrate the mana, the source of magic, from the heart through the 8 stages to form the magic formula." But before he could do anything, the monsters charged forward to attack, forcing Ha-un to halt his casting. Sahyuk and his buddies immediately turned the situation into a joke, mocking Ha-un. "You call that magic?" Ha-un gritted his teeth, enduring their taunts. He told himself, "Come on, Ha-un, you're a washed-up mage who can't use the AI of this era. Just know your place. Magic isn't for someone like you." Suddenly, with a loud cry, Hayunon. In a single moment, his spell erupted with power, instantly obliterating both monsters at once, while also leaving a massive crack on the testing room floor. The announcer immediately chimed in, The time limit for the monster suppression test has been exceeded. Fail. And this, once again, became a joke for the other students. Ha-un slammed his fist on the floor, thinking, I failed. Yet, as he looked down at his own hand, a brilliant smile spread across his face. But at least my casting speed is faster than before. He remembered, when I was deemed incompatible with AI, my father gave up all his expectations for me. He even gave me a potion to destroy the mana circle in my heart. However, I have no intention of giving up on my dream. He continued to think, the path I chose is traditional magic, an obsolete art. The downside is that I can only learn ancient magic through books. Back at home, in his bedroom, which was overflowing with books, Ha-un was once again rummaging around for something. He muttered, damn it, wouldn't it be great if these ancient tomes came as ebooks? I'm out of shelf space. Suddenly, his eyes landed on a particular book. The book had a rather strange appearance, making him curious. Did I even buy a book like this? In the end, Ha-un was driven by curiosity and quickly opened the book. Flipping through a few pages, he read and remarked, it's quite old, but it looks strange and expensive. Strange letters that looked like special characters were written on a page, leaving him baffled. What does this even say? The handwriting is so hard to read. After a moment of struggle, Ha-un managed to read them. Gel Beneo. Whoa. Now that's a name I haven't heard in a while. He remembered Gel Beneo, humanity's first archmage, the first emperor of the Magus Beneo Empire, and the founder of magic itself. Ha-un reminisced. When I was a kid, I studied so many biographies about him. Back in the present, the page suddenly began to glow, forcing him to pull his head back. As the light reached its peak, it instantly shot out strange halos of light that dazzled Ha-un. The light grew more and more intense, forcing him to shield his eyes and wonder, what is this? A moment later, as the light subsided, Ha-un realized this light was a summons. The original text might be missing some context here, or maybe it's just a wonky translation, but apparently, everyone had to go to the night market. All of a sudden, a mystical voice echoed from within the pages of the book. Hear me, descendant. You who share my unique constitution and can perceive my voice. The voice continued, I, Beneo, leave this tome to you. This only made Ha-un more curious. Is that voice coming from the book? He wondered. He thought back. Little did I know at the time, being a total outcast was actually the biggest stroke of luck I could have asked for. Flashing back to the training grounds on a rainy day, the instructor announced, all right, listen up. Anyone who bombs the practical test today has to stay for remedial lessons. The students immediately started buzzing with surprise. What? Someone actually failed the practical? One whispered. Another one snickered. It's that loser who got rejected. Ha-un thought to himself. For a guy like me, who could only grit his teeth and powerlessly endure everything, I never imagined I'd get a do-over like this. This whole regression thing seems to have come out of nowhere, but we're just gonna roll with it. So, the next day at the academy, inside the massive cafeteria, students were chowing down in their usual cliques. Ha-un, however, was sitting alone by a window, still scribbling away in his notebook. Seeing how he was a total loner, another guy walked up to his table. Flying solo again today? He asked. Ha-un glanced up. Oh, hey, you made it. The guy plunked his tray down, pulled out a chair, and Saturday, whoa, that actually looks edible, he commented. Just as he was about to dig in, we learn that this is Sun-chan, who's a bit of a lovable doofus. However, he's also ranked in the top 10 of the entire academy and mastered 3 magic circles by the age of 18, a seriously talented mage. While Ha-un was lost in thought, Sun-chan was already eyeing his food. Hey, you gonna finish that? Or can I? Ha-un started sweating bullets and shot back, hands off, it's mine, Ha-un thought. And this guy is the only person I can even remotely call a friend in this whole stupid academy. Noticing how dead serious Ha-un looked, Sun-chan got concerned. Hey man, if anyone's giving you a hard time, you just let me know. I'll rough 'em up for you. Ha-un just looked away. It's fine, don't worry about it. Then, changing the subject, he said, so, I found this really weird book yesterday. Sun-chan's interest was piqued. A book? What about it? Ha-un explained. It's a strange one. After the 3rd page, every single sheet is completely blank. Finally, Ha-un dropped the big detail. It's a book about the Belbanio lineage, but it looks like somebody messed with it. He went on, explaining that when he opened it, a bright light flashed and a voice actually spoke to him. Sun-chan was immediately impressed, commenting on how much effort must have gone into a prank with that level of magic. He then asked what the book was about. Ha-un replied, it talks about passing down magic to your descendants. Yeah, something like that. But here's the catch. You can't even open the book unless you have the same unique constitution. Hearing this, Sun-chan's jaw practically hit the floor. Whoa, That sounds awesome, can I give it a try? Then Hyun, with a deadpan serious face, added the final detail he found on the last page. It says, "You have to experience death once to unlock it." This, understandably, made Sun Chan do a double take. Come again? Hyun elaborated. It's not about your heart stopping. You have to form a magic circle in your brain. Sun Chan's face scrunched up in a mix of disbelief and irritation. That's a messed up joke, man. A magic circle in your brain? You might as well tell someone to just check out permanently. Come on, let me see that book for myself. Later that night, long after classes had ended, a light was still burning in a room at the Obelisk Academy student dorms. Hyun had brought Sun Chan back to his room to check out this so-called treasure. Sun Chan picked up the book. So, this is it, huh? And you said you can't open it unless you have the same constitution as the Bel Benio lineage, right? Hyun didn't look too confident. Yeah, give it a shot, I guess. Sun Chan used all his strength trying to pry the book open, but it wouldn't even budge. Defeated, he handed it back to Hyun, admitting he couldn't get it open. It didn't move a single inch. You think it's sealed with some kind of magic? Sun Chan wondered, before saying his goodbyes for the night. Whatever, forget about it. I'm heading out. Sleep well. Hyun watched the door slam shut behind his friend, then picked up the mysterious book again. With just a simple touch, the pages parted as easily as any normal book. Hyun thought to himself, it opened for me without any trouble at all. Suddenly, the text on the page began to glow with a mystical golden light, leaving him completely stunned. Wait a minute. This page was blank before. In his mind's eye, the hazy silhouette of the book's original master, Beneo, began to form. The figure raised a hand and spoke, its voice echoing in his thoughts. My successor, if my assumptions are correct. You are currently casting magic by forming a magic circle in your heart, are you not? The voice continued. For an ordinary person, this would be perfectly normal. But for the two of us, Beneo's voice resonated deep within Hyun's consciousness. That is not the correct path. The book suddenly levitated into the air, bathing Hyun in a divine magical light, forcing him to shield his eyes as he yelled, "What the heck is happening?" Beneo's voice spoke once more. If you accept my will and are ready to become my disciple, you must destroy the magic circle in your heart. In that instant, a surge of energy from the tome shot directly into Hyun's mind. The voice from the book continued its instruction, guiding him to first obliterate the old circle, and then forge a new one within his brain. After you have done so, the voice commanded, open this book again. As it spoke, the cover began to radiate with light once more. Hyun's expression darkened as he thought, this has to be some kind of sick joke, telling me to form a magic circle in my brain. He knew all too well that mana, the very source of all magic, was a potent toxin to the brain. If he allowed it to invade his mind, his consciousness would shatter, and in the worst-case scenario, it would lead to complete brain death. A wave of anxiety washed over Hyun as he gritted his teeth, deep in thought. Yeah, no matter how you slice it, this book is basically telling me to end my own life. Hyun decisively shut the book, muttering, who in their right mind would do something that insane? From that day on, he didn't touch the book again. Then one morning at the academy, his instructor noticed his troubled expression and asked, Hyun, is everything all right? Hyun presented the mysterious book to his teacher. Excuse me, instructor, could you please take a look at this book for me? The instructor looked surprised. A book? He examined the cover for a moment, remarking, is this written in an ancient script? The teacher touched the cover lightly, pondering, it certainly looks ancient. He then asked, so, what exactly do you want me to check for? Well, Hyun replied, I was just hoping you could try to open it for me. He then added, and, could you also check to see if it's magically sealed in any way? The instructor looked puzzled. Magically sealed? Hyun nodded. Yes, sir. There's been a strange rumor going around the academy lately. The instructor placed a hand on the book, advising, getting caught up in rumors isn't going to help your studies, you know. I'll take a look. But you really should be focusing on your schoolwork. Now, let me concentrate for a moment. But after several moments of intense concentration, the book remained stubbornly shut. The instructor handed it back to Hyun. There's no trace of magic on this book whatsoever, he said. Forget about those silly rumors and get back to your training. All Hyun could do was stammer, thank you, sir. He thought to himself, I was really hoping for a different outcome, even a small one. Not even Sun Chan, with his immense magical power, or his own experienced instructor could open this book. Hyun looked down at the tome, and a small smile crept across his face. In that case, he started pinning all his hopes on the book. Maybe, just maybe, it was the real deal. That night, Hyun sat in his room, his mind a complete chaotic mess, his eyes glued to the book lying on the floor. Hyun pulled out the pack of pills his father had sent him, thinking about how his dad's medicine was designed to completely obliterate the magic circle in his heart. He remembered his father's warning, to just throw magic aside and focus on the boring study of magical theory. Hei-un gritted his teeth, determined. Asterisk. Yeah, but I have zero intention of giving up on magic. Asterisk. He stared at the pills in his palm, but his hand wouldn't stop shaking. Hei-un tried to force it still, muttering to himself, "Don't you dare tremble." He summoned every last bit of his courage. My life's already hit rock bottom anyway. What's the worst that could happen? He swallowed all the pills at once. He thought, asterisk, well, I guess today's the day I check out. Asterisk, the medicine worked horrifyingly fast. Hei-un gasped for breath, his eyes bulging from the sheer agony. He collapsed onto the floor, clutching his chest desperately. This hurts so bad. The magic circle bound to his heart was shattering into pieces. For a mage, this kind of excruciating pain was a fate worse than death. The raw energy from the ruptured magic circle began to surge toward Hei-un's brain. Sweat was pouring off him in sheets. From this point on, he knew he was attempting a forbidden trial, circulating mana directly through the brain. He told himself, asterisk, this is it. This is the moment I'm reborn as a true mage. Asterisk. Hei-un's body began to convulse violently. The very instant he forced the mana to circulate through his brain, he realized the pain had vanished, only to be replaced by a new, soul-crushing agony. The sensation hammered him like a relentless, never-ending downpour. He was losing it. Ah, so this is what dying feels like. I'm dead. But right at that moment, a voice whispered directly into his ear. An invisible hand brushed against Hei-un's ear, and a voice resonated. Can you hear me? Child of the future, it was a voice carried on pure mana. Hei-un's entire body felt as if it were being lifted off the ground. Audacious thoughts flooded his consciousness of light and shadow, of heaven and earth. Whispering mana spirits danced around him, existing in perfect harmony with the flow. Even though Hei-un's eyes were shut tight, he was more awake than ever. He could hear a voice, someone laughing, someone singing, as if they were bestowing a great blessing upon him. The long night finally came to an end. The next morning, Hei-un opened his eyes, feeling as if the whole ordeal had just been a bad dream. He bolted upright, frantically checking his body. I'm alive! Hei-un's gaze shot over to the magic book, which had somehow opened itself during the night. He immediately snatched it up and froze when he saw a letter had appeared on a page that was previously blank. The voice from before was crystal clear now. It was the voice of Beneo. Congratulations. You have completed the first step. The voice continued. That is the name of this book from this day forward. Your legend will begin through this grimoire, Idris. Through the grimoire Idris, I shall transfer the entirety of my magic to you. Beneo paused for a beat, then continued. To my successor? No, I should call you my disciple, my very own disciple. Upon hearing those words, Hei-un was completely overwhelmed, bursting into tears of joy. A few days later, in a morning lecture at the academy, the instructor was droning on and on. Hei-un, however, was at his desk, gleefully flipping through the pages of Idris, his heart practically bursting with joy. He thought, asterisk, a whole new section unlocked. Who knew learning actual, real magic could be this awesome? Asterisk. Idris was truly a treasure trove of knowledge. Tucked within its pages were special languages meant only for mages, accompanied by stunningly detailed, hand-drawn illustrations. Hei-un reviewed what he'd learned. All right, let's do this. Mana has a will of its own. He figured that for most people, when mana enters the brain, two wills, the will of the mana and the will of the brain, end up clashing, which leads to the brain's complete destruction. So for a normal brain, mana is straight up poison. But I'm different. My brains will manage to block the mana's will from invading. In other words, my brain didn't get fried. So my brain rejects the will of mana, Hei-un thought. He clutched the back of his neck, realizing that must be why his body has a natural resistance to AI chips that mess with brain functions. Just then, while Hei-un was deep in his book, the instructor suddenly spoke up. All right, class. You all know the midterm evaluation for second years is just around the corner, right? This year's exam comes with a new rule. The entire class looked stunned. Even Hei-un was a bit on edge. A new rule? The instructor smirked. Starting this year, any student who fails to meet the standard in the evaluation will be expelled. The instructor's eyes narrowed into a gleeful squint. He added, his voice dripping with insinuation. This rule was proposed by the head of the Shin family himself. This only made Hei-un even more suspicious. While most students were panicking about the new rule, Sahayuk looked absolutely thrilled. About time we weeded out the defective products. The instructor hinted again. It seems we have a student in this very class who's at risk, don't we? Hei-un's brow furrowed in thought. Later that afternoon, on a quiet city street corner, A sign with a logo and the words Training Center came into view. Hyun walked past the sign, then stopped in his tracks. Man, these rental simulation training centers in the city are ridiculously expensive. He pulled out his phone to check the prices and was pretty shocked. This place cost 200,000 an hour. Ugh, you've got to be kidding me. Right now, even that's way too steep for me. As Hyun walked inside, a friendly receptionist greeted him. Welcome, he said. I'll take 1 hour. The receptionist asked. Just you? Hyun replied curtly. Yep. The staffer handed him a key card. This is for room 14. Instructions for the 3D imaging equipment are inside the room. Hyun took the card and nodded. I know how it works. After Hyun had left, the receptionist wondered and mumbled to himself. Wait, wasn't that Shin Hyun from the Shin family? The son of a noble who's considered incompatible with AI. Talk about bad luck. Inside testing room number 14. An announcement boomed from the speakers. Commencing training simulation. Mission. Wolf challenge. Hyun cracked his knuckles, getting ready for a fight. In just a few seconds, a pack of holographic wolves materialized. They snarled menacingly. Hyun held out a hand, assessing the situation. They're just low-level monsters, but dealing with 10 of them at once is still no walk in the park. He also recalled, the average completion time at the academy for this wolf exercise is 12 minutes and 33 seconds. He told himself, time to practice what I learned from the Idris grimoire. With daily practice like this, there's no better way to test my speed. Hyun made a quick calculation, preparing to activate his new magic circle. Then he threw his hands up high and shouted, Infinite Circle! Instantly, magical power surged out, forming a glowing figure eight of light that encircled Hyun's body. The pack of holographic wolves immediately charged, bearing sharp claws and fangs. Hyun yelled, Aqua, while performing a series of complex hand gestures. In a flash, he summoned a massive amount of magical water. He stared at the result of his creation. A satisfied smile crept across his face. This is incredible. Is this my real power? I can't believe it. He contemplated the difference. While other mages could only channel their magic circles through their hearts to utilize magic via an AI, he could circulate his magic circle through his entire body, using just his brain. Thanks to the infinite circle, the magical power I've had suppressed for so long has finally been unleashed. Hyun immediately conjured another, more complex magic circle, with multiple layers of sigils forming a star. A powerful blast of fire erupted from it. He was slightly taken aback by the unexpected force. Just then, Beneo's voice echoed in his mind, reassuring his disciple. Don't be surprised by something of this level. You still have a long way to go. The infinite circle is merely the foundation of Beneo-style magic. Hyun could almost feel his master's presence right behind him, even feeling as if he were patting his head. He began to teach the core principle. Controlling magic through mental imagery. Beneo stopped the imaginary pat. He continued. This is the first step of Beneo-style mind magic. Hearing this, Hyun's confidence was restored. After finishing his training session, Hyun left. The receptionist said cheerfully, Thank you. See you again. After Hyun was gone, the employee entered testing room number 14, carrying a broom to clean up, muttering non-stop about how badly he wanted to go home. A contemptuous look began to form on his face as he walked over to check the results machine. He thought to himself, come to think of it, I wonder how that fallen genius did. But the result displayed on the screen left him absolutely stunned. Hyun, wolf exercise. 6 minutes and 37 seconds. He exclaimed in disbelief. This is a time that could compete on the international level. Then, he angrily kicked the machine. How could someone with no AI compatibility set a record like this? This damn piece of junk must be broken again. Meanwhile, Hyun walked along, holding the address book and humming a cheerful tune, his spirit resolute. He knew this was just the beginning of his own legend. Hyun recalled the arduous process of forming his first circle. Zeeming might be the name of the circle or the technique itself. It had been a truly grueling struggle. He had carefully studied the writings in the address book, realizing it was completely different from any magic he had learned so far. Beneo's voice echoed as he read the pages. Mana is your hands and feet, your heart and your mind. Learn to wield them as you will. He read the book, wondering what those words truly meant. Trying to find enlightenment in such vague phrases was like trying to see a secret hidden behind a transparent veil. You could sense something was close, but you could never quite grasp it. In the world of magic research, this is known as the Wall of Enlightenment. When a mage reaches their magical limit, they are said to have hit this wall of enlightenment. This is held true for all ages. Hyun decided to focus his training on circulating mana, telling himself, I've made up my mind. From now on, I'll focus on circulating mana throughout my entire body, just like it's written in the Idris book. Still, A nagging worry crept in. Was this really going to be enough? By the time Hae-un snapped back to reality, he realized he'd been circulating his mana for a solid 10 hours straight. Normally, that would have left him utterly exhausted and unconscious. But the strange thing was, this time he didn't feel the least bit tired. The next morning, back at the academy, Hae-un was still in a daze, not quite recovered from his marathon training session. He let out a sigh. Ugh, is it morning already? Just then, Sun-chan waved cheerfully from a distance. Morning, Hae-un. Noticing Hae-un's unusually ragged appearance, Sun-chan immediately rushed over, bombarding him with questions. Whoa, dude, you look completely wiped out. Are you okay? Being swarmed by his friend was a little annoying, even though Hae-un knew Sun-chan was just worried. That guy was always a boundless ball of energy. Hae-un thought to himself, man, consciously circulating mana non-stop is no joke. I've got to get the hang of this new magic circle and master it as fast as I possibly can. He thought back to when he formed his second magic circle at just 12 years old. Everyone had called him a prodigy back then. Father had such high hopes for me. Hae-un focused inward, sensing the mana in his body. Right now, I've only managed to form the first circle in my mind. So what's the best path forward from here? He remembered his father's words from his childhood, back when he still had faith in him. Breaking through the wall of enlightenment is essential for any real progress in magic. Hae-un muttered the words aloud. Perfection is nothing but a chain. He continued to ponder the idea. Perfection is a lie, born from human arrogance. And then, suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. He shot up, his eyes wide with realization. That's it. Perfection is a lie. Back in his dorm room, Hae-un sat on his bed, resuming his mana control practice. Reference books and magical tomes were scattered all around him as he closed his eyes, slowly reaching a deeper state of concentration. I can feel it. He recited a lesson from the Book of Eater. Mana is like your arms and legs. Your heart and mind can command it at will. Finally, a small flame flickered to life in the palm of his hand. Seeing the result, Hae-un felt a new surge of motivation. Imperfection, a liberated imagination, instantaneous, chantless magic. He compared it to AI magic, which relies on short command spells to activate. That method of casting was certainly consistent, but the approach Beneo recorded in the Book of Idris was about completely unshackling one's thoughts. Hae-un realized this was a type of magic that could freely change its shape, formless magic that didn't need a rigid, preset formula. With that thought, he quickly morphed the flame in his hand into a flock of tiny firebirds. The firebirds took wing, soaring freely around the room. Hae-un watched them with a smile, continuing to guide them with his thoughts alone. He clenched his fist, assessing his own condition. Even though I'm still only at the first magic circle and this is physically draining, I can't believe I'm actually able to use a type of magic that was thought to be impossible. He could clearly feel himself starting to break through that wall of enlightenment, reaching for a higher plane. Back at the academy on a bright, sunny morning, a teacher walked into the classroom and called out, Hae-un, you have a visitor, please come with me. Hae-un was completely taken aback. A visitor for me? He quietly followed the teacher out. As they walked down the hall, the man said, Yes, it's your father. He's here to see you. This revelation caught Hae-un even more off guard than his father. Inside the academy's private meeting room, Hae-un's father, a man in a crisp white coat, stood gazing out the window. Hearing a knock, he called out, Enter. The instructor stepped inside and announced, I've brought student Shin Hae-un, sir. Hae-un's father slowly turned around. Hae-un met his gaze head-on, his voice calm as he offered a greeting. It's been a while, father. After Hae-un's father gave a signal with his eyes, the instructor bowed respectfully and quietly exited. Well then, I'll be on my way. Hae-un sat on the sofa across from his father, who began the conversation. Still attending this school, are you? He continued. It seems you haven't taken the potion I sent you. Hae-un replied instantly. That's right, but my magic has shown significant progress lately. Hearing this, his father's expression remained one of bored disdain. Progress? Are you still chasing that ridiculous pipe dream? Hae-un's response was firm and serious. Yes, I am determined to become an archmage, the one who will lead this era. This ambitious declaration seemed to stun his father for a moment. Hae-un's eyes were locked on his, showing not a shred of fear or submission. At last, his father sighed. Hae-un, you've already wasted 1 full year. His tone grew sterner. It's time you faced reality. No matter how hard you work now or what you might accomplish in the future, as long as you continue to reject proper magic, you will never become a true mage. He went on, his voice softening just a fraction. But you do possess a truly unique talent. If you would just give up on this meaningless notion and dedicate yourself to studying legitimate magical theory, then even if you're seen as an outcast, you could still put that talent of yours to use in another way. Hae-un immediately shot back. I've told you before. I will not give up on my magic, he insisted. I don't want to live some ordinary life. He then rose to his feet, his voice ringing with fierce defiance, a clear display of his opposition and his thirst for independence. I will not live a normal life, dependent on the family name or your reputation. What I want is to become the next head of the Shin clan. Editor's note: the clan mentioned is the Shin clan, not Maidosin. We're assuming Maidosin was a mistake and are correcting it to Shin for consistency. His father still saw this as nothing but empty words, and immediately moved to crush his son's hope of becoming an archmage. Becoming the head of the Shin clan isn't something you can achieve with ambition alone. Haeyun smirked confidently in return. I'll prove it. His father looked surprised. Prove it? You're not talking about just barely meeting the academy's standards to avoid expulsion, are you? Haeyun bluntly laid out his conditions. In the upcoming placement exam, I will rank within the top 10. And if I fail, I will voluntarily leave the academy and dedicate myself to the study of magical theory, just as you wish. But if I succeed, I want you to acknowledge me as a talented mage and promise to give me your full support on this path. This proposal made his father think long and hard. So, this recent achievement you spoke of is the source of this baseless confidence of yours? Finally, he draped his cloak over his shoulders, preparing to leave, but not without one last remark. Perhaps it wasn't an entirely meaningless achievement after all. Haeyun silently watched his father's retreating back as he walked away. A few days later at the academy, the instructor stood on the podium to get everyone's attention, announcing, "Listen up. I'm about to lay out the details for this next evaluation test." The students below immediately started buzzing. One-on-one duels? Man, I was hoping for some good old monster-slaying action. The professor continued. This time, the test format will be a single elimination tournament, which means one-on-one duels between you students. The test will officially kick off in 3 days. Haeyun hung on his every word. Meanwhile, in a corner of the classroom, Sahyuk and his cronies were shooting glances at Haeyun, snickering and jeering endlessly. The instructor kept going, and get this, starting from the round of 16, we'll have outside corporations and even members of the Magic Tower attending as spectators. He wrapped it up. So, give it everything you've got. That's all for now. Haeyun steeled himself, thinking, asterisk, it's time to show everyone what I'm really made of. Asterisk, out in the academy's hallways, students were huddled up, buzzing about the test. One-on-one duels? Dude, I heard the Magic Tower is gonna be there. That's insane. Hearing them, Haeyun thought to himself, asterisk, the whole school is going nuts over this midterm exam. Asterisk, asterisk. If the Magic Tower is really coming, this is my chance to get noticed by the big leagues. Asterisk. He knew all about the Magic Tower. It was a powerhouse organization, home to the world's top 12 archmages. They wielded enough power to rival an entire nation. Joining the Magic Tower was the dream of every magic student. Suddenly, a taunting voice cut through the air, blocking Haeyun's path. Hey, look what we have here, a defective model. It was none other than Sahyuk, a smug grin plastered on his face. Have you been holding up? He asked, his voice dripping with fake concern. Haeyun's face tightened, his irritation obvious. He knew this jerk. Sahyuk, a snot-nosed second year from the elite class, infamous for his arrogant and downright nasty personality. Sahyuk closed the distance between them and kept talking. So, I hear I'm your first opponent in the upcoming midterm evaluation match, he said, his voice laced with hostility. He leaned in, practically spitting the words. You know you're toast, right? Then Sahyuk got right in Haeyun's face, his eyes narrowing into a threatening glare. I'm going to settle the score from last year. Hearing that, Haeyun could only let out a weary sigh. His mind flashed back 5 years, to the finals of the Interdepartmental Magic Tournament. This same Sahyuk had been utterly crushed by him, left bawling like a baby on the arena floor. The announcer's voice had echoed, the winner is Shin Hun. After that match, the world had dubbed him the solitary sorcerer. Haeyun thought, asterisk, and he's been on my case ever since he found out I'm an AI incompatible. Asterisk. Back in the present, Sahyuk kept prodding. Didn't the professor say that anyone who flunks this midterm exam gets the boot? Haeyun stayed quiet, but a thought crossed his mind. Asterisk. You've been harassing me relentlessly this whole time. Asterisk. Sahyuk put on a smug, provocative look. Maybe I should just beat you to a pulp, until you beg to drop out yourself? He sneered. What are you gonna do? Go cry to your mommy? Sahyuk's whole posse erupted in laughter. Haeyun thought to himself, asterisk. So this clown is my first opponent. Asterisk. Asterisk. I can't let this golden opportunity slip away. This is the perfect stage to show everyone what I can really do. Asterisk. With that, a scornful smirk spread across his face as he shot back. Funny. I was about to say the same thing to you, Sahayuk. He thought, asterisk. Oh, I'm going to make the most of this, Sahayuk. You have no idea. Asterisk. Getting such a dismissive comeback from an opponent he thought was a pushover, Sahayuk was furious. What? A crowd started to gather around, curious about the argument brewing between the two students, curious to watch the showdown between the two male students. Sahayuk raised his voice, his tone dripping with venom. Is this moron completely insane? He kept laying into him verbally. Have you lost your damn mind? Do you have any idea what kind of mess you're in? What's a worthless defect like you even hoping to achieve? Haeun just let out a soft sigh, looking completely unbothered. Then, he arched an eyebrow and continued his calm counterattack. You know, 5 years ago you were making just as much noise, and you ended up losing to me spectacularly. Looks like you haven't improved one bit, have you? The jab hit a nerve, dredging up a past humiliation, and Sahayuk started trembling with rage. He sputtered, unable to get the words out. You son of a… Seriously. Meanwhile, Hae-un flashed a deceptively innocent-looking smile, but his words were pure venom. Oh, my apologies, really. Did losing to me really hurt your feelings that much? You pathetic little mage, bitch Sahi-uk. Being called pathetic to his face was the last straw. Sahi-uk absolutely snapped, veins bulging on his forehead. You son of a… And just like that, he lost all control, grabbing Hae-un by the collar and screaming, You goddamn defect. Hae-un sharply smacked Sahi-uk's hand away from his shirt. His voice dripped with disdain. I guess you wouldn't know this, having spent your whole life wallowing in the mud, but only those at the very top have the right to look down on others. He nonchalantly straightened his tie and added, and once a genius, always a genius. Hae-un smirked, full of confidence. Don't worry, you'll be remembering that soon enough. Having taught the guy a lesson he wouldn't soon forget, Hae-un turned and walked off. He left Big Sahayuk stewing in his own rage, but he was also clearly rattled, biting his nails and muttering to himself, that worthless defect. I'm going to crush you and burn you to a crisp. The very next day, the online news outlets were blowing up with stories about Shin Hae-un's return. Shin Hae-un, the former prodigy, is set to make his grand return, and all eyes are on him. The articles recounted his past, how he was Korea's magical wonderkind, having mastered the first magic circle at the tender age of 5. Right then, Hae-un himself was looking at the news on his device. He mused over the headlines about the magnificent return of a genius, the fallen genius of the Shin clan. Shin Hae-un rises again against all odds. He read on while toweling his hair dry, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He knew damn well that this kind of front-page news had the bitch family's fingerprints all over it. It's not like it's hard to find a reporter willing to write a hit piece for him. Hae-un had seen this coming a mile away. He thought to himself, with a personality like his, I knew he'd pull a stunt like this. He continued to think. For this midterm evaluation, they'll all be expecting the triumphant return of the genius. The more eyes on me, the better. This is perfect. As he was deep in thought, his phone suddenly started ringing. It was a call from his father. Hae-un picked up. Yes, father? I've already seen the articles today. His father's voice on the other end was hesitant. Hae-un gave a soft chuckle to reassure him. There's nothing to worry about. On the other end of the line, his father still sounded concerned, pressing for details. Was this your doing? He asked. Hae-un's reply was a simple, yes. He then laid out his plan. I provoked Bik Sahi-uk on purpose to get the public's attention. But his father didn't sound surprised at all. He said, Shin Hae-un, I'll accept that proposal you made earlier. It's not because I have faith in you. It's because this way, the Shin clan has nothing to lose. I still don't expect you to win. That article could bring disgrace upon the Shin family. So why are you asking me to just stand by and do nothing? Hae-un calmly replied. The public already believes I've been cast out of the Shin family, so even if I do bring shame, the impact on our family will be minimal. His hand gently brushed across the book, as his father's steady voice continued from the phone. The impact may be minimal, but it's not zero. He concluded with a warning. You must understand that no matter where you go, the Shin name will always be attached to you. He immediately replied, Of course, father, I understand, but considering the potential gains, I believe it's a worthy gamble. His father sounded perplexed. Gains? If you win, what exactly does the Shin family get out of it? Hae-un stated firmly, 100%. He then declared with absolute confidence, You get me. The greatest mage to ever come from the Shin family, and the most powerful clan head in its history. You will gain the greatest leader the Shin family has ever known. Finally, his father offered his assessment. Your ambition rivals that of the Tower Master himself. Very well, I'll allow this. For now. Hae-un replied cheerfully. Thank you, father. But his father wasn't finished, his tone turning stern. However, if after all this grand talk you bring nothing but shame, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. I'm hanging up. Hyun ended the call, placing the phone face down on the table before settling back into his chair. He clutched the towel in his hand, a confident smirk spreading across his face as he said, "Now, the stage is set." On the day of the midterm evaluation, the stands were packed with spectators. Down in the arena, Hyun was cracking his knuckles, getting loose. Baek Sa-yuk swaggered over, a sneer on his face, and spoke with pure contempt. "Hey, defective product. How'd you like that article I wrote for you? Getting called a prodigy, huh? Making you famous right from day one, wasn't I?" He snickered, mocking him. "I just can't stop laughing, just imagining how pathetic you're going to look when you lose without casting a single spell." Hyun simply smiled back and replied, "Actually, I was just thinking the loser is going to be you." This left Sa-yuk momentarily stunned. "What? Has he lost his mind?" Hyun continued, his voice perfectly calm. "Thanks, by the way, for playing right into my hands. But you really don't like me, do you? I couldn't care less about a nobody like you. So I'll make this quick. Don't you dare hold back on me." That taunt finally got under Sa-yuk's skin. He screamed, You've really lost it, haven't you?" He held up a single finger and declared, "First circle." He then pointed that finger directly at Sa-yuk. "I'm going to beat you using only the first circle." Up in the stands, a shocked murmur rippled through the crowd at his declaration. This only made Sa-yuk more anxious and enraged. He started to sweat, stammering, You worthless piece of trash. You dare to mock me?" He brought a hand to his mouth, nervously biting his nails, his brow furrowed in rage. The referee raised his arm and blew a long whistle. The Oberich Academy second-year midterm evaluation, first match, begins. On the field now stood the silhouettes of 3 magic students, but all eyes were on Hyun and his confident smile. Baek Sa-hyuk seized the initiative, thrusting his hand forward to cast the first spell, screaming, "Die, you piece of garbage." Sa-hyuk's eyes widened as he poured his mana into the attack. As he swiped his hand to the side, a 2-dimensional magic circle instantly materialized, rapidly firing off projectiles of flame toward Hyun. He sidestepped it with ease, already anticipating his opponent's next move. Baek Sa-hyuk's magic, barrage. Right at that moment, the chip on Sa-hyuk's neck started crackling with tiny sparks of electricity. Sa-hyuk instantly roared the name of his third circle magic spell, Bombardment. Hae-un, having already predicted his opponent's move, just smirked victoriously. A massive explosion erupted, aimed straight at Hae-un's position, kicking up a thick cloud of dust and smoke. The crowd went wild once again. A confident smirk spread across Sa-hyuk's face as he sneered, "Ha, that's what you get for acting so high and mighty, you idiot." But his moment of triumph was short-lived. As the smoke began to settle, Sa-hyuk's face contorted in panic. It was Hae-un, standing perfectly still, without a single scratch on him. The sight left Sa-hyuk completely bewildered and stunned. "No. How can that be? You're completely unharmed?" He frantically summoned his spell menu again, screaming, "Then try this on for size." He then launched another 3 fireballs. In response, Hae-un gathered tiny droplets of water at his fingertip. He whispered a single word, "Water." Instantly, the water he controlled coalesced, forming a solid shield right in front of him. Seeing his attacks effortlessly neutralized one after another, the color drained from Sa-hyuk's face. "What? My special magic, Bombardment, was blocked, just like that?" Meanwhile, Hae-un just offered a faint smile, his eyes fixed on the swirling shield of water before him. Outside the arena, a man was observing the match intently from a high vantage point. He murmured to himself, "How peculiar." The man, watching from a glass room overlooking the arena, added, "Yes, even for a first circle spell, to be cast that quickly is something else." The secretary beside him looked puzzled. "Sir, why did you alter your schedule at the Blue Tower? Just to watch this one student's match? Do you know something about Hae-un's magic?" The man, impeccably dressed in a suit with light brown hair and eyes that seemed to see every detail, simply replied, "No." He elaborated, his gaze never leaving Hae-un's form down in the arena. "I just read an article about the return of a prodigy, and my curiosity got the better of me." The secretary seemed confused. "So, you're here just by chance?" He let out a short laugh. "Ha, even so, if word got out that the master of the Blue Tower, an 8-circle mage, came all this way just to watch a student's match, it would cause quite a stir." And that man, smiling with clear amusement, was none other than Kim Kanjin, the master of the Blue Tower and a powerful 8-circle mage. Kanjin let out a hearty laugh. "Ha, I'm well aware. That's precisely why I'm using the VIP room." Suddenly, another figure materialized behind them. With his sharp senses, Kanjin immediately spun around. His face lit up as he opened his arms in a welcoming gesture. "Oh, so you came as well." Meanwhile, down in the arena, as the last of the dust from Sa Hyuk's attack settled, Hae-un simply let out a quiet sigh. Sa Hyuk could only stand there, biting his nails in a frantic daze. What in the world is going on? Did he really just block my 3-circle bombardment spell with a simple 1-circle water spell? He replayed the moment in his head. The instant his fireballs hit the water shield, they dissolved into nothing but steam and a fine mist. Sa Hyuk couldn't believe what he was seeing. On top of that, Hae-un's casting speed was just unnatural. Hae-un chuckled, his voice dripping with condescension, and asked, "What's the matter? Curious about my casting speed?" Sa Hyuk immediately shot back, "Shut your mouth," his mind still burning with the need for revenge. Screaming die! Sa Hyuk raised his hand again, ready to strike. As he swung his arm to the side, 3 more fireballs immediately shot forward. This barrage, however, was far more powerful, creating a much larger explosion than before. Sa Hyuk let out a sigh of relief, thinking he'd finally vaporized his opponent. He let out a sneer. "Ha! What an idiot. I knew you were all talk the second you showed off with just a 1st-circle spell. How pathetic." He was sure Hae-un had been completely incinerated in that blaze. But once again, there he stood in the exact same spot, completely unscathed. He even held up a hand, beckoning him on. Sa Hyuk looked like he was about to lose his mind, screaming in a rage. "You piece of junk! Where the hell do you think you're going?" But instead of answering with words, Hae-un responded with his first attack, a sharp dart composed of pure mana. Instantly, the projectile shot past Sa Hyuk like an invisible blur. He barely managed to dodge in time, stumbling to keep his balance. "What?" Sa Hyuk glared at Hae-un, his brow furrowed in disbelief. Did he just cast a wind spear? Glancing back at Hae-un, who was casually brushing dust off his shoulder, Sa Hyuk wondered in a daze. My attacks didn't even scratch him. How is he totally unaffected? Sa Hyuk stared down at his own palm, a wave of helplessness and frustration washing over him. He yelled out, "Ha, are you serious? You think you can beat me with just 1st-circle magic?" Hae-un smirked, replying with total confidence. "Yeah, of course." And just like that, he summoned another dart. He launched the dart straight at Sa Hyuk. As it slammed into Sa Hyuk's defensive barrier, the guy briefly thought he was a goner. But to his surprise, his shield held firm. Sa Hyuk started to regain his composure, looking for an opening to counter. He growled in frustration. "What the hell do you think you're playing at? Don't get arrogant just because you can cast faster than me." After forcing himself to refocus, he muttered under his breath, "Piece of trash." But just then, the dart that he thought he'd blocked suddenly changed its trajectory, whipping around behind him and slamming into the arena floor. A piece of fabric on Sa Hyuk's sleeve was shredded by the dart's sharp aura. Sa Hyuk froze, his face turning pale as he stammered incoherently. He thought in a panic. When did he cast a wind spear behind me? At the same time, Hae-un simply raised his finger again, clearly preparing to summon yet another dart. Sa Hyuk was completely bewildered, screaming in desperation, "You damn bastard! What did you just do?" This completely one-sided battle unfolded under the watchful, anxious eyes of Kim Kangen and his secretary. They were both glued to the fight, waiting to see the final outcome. Hae-un looked at his opponent's terrified expression and asked with a triumphant grin, "What? You still don't get it? Want me to show you again? Huh?" He chuckled, his voice dripping with sly confidence. Hae-un immediately unleashed a new technique from his fingertip. A wisp of mana converged, quickly taking the shape of a small bird. This mana bird soared through the air, its movements graceful and lifelike. Then, it shot towards Sa Hyuk at an incredible speed. The sudden acceleration made Sa Hyuk panic, scrambling to react. He thought in astonishment, "What? Is that really a wind spear? Wind spears don't have a homing property." Hae-un just smirked and replied, "You're right. They're not supposed to." And he just kept summoning more of those wind birds. But me? I can do this. Take a taste of this barrage. This time, it was 4 of them. 4 windbirds instantly shot towards Sa Hyuk in unison. Sa Hyuk hastily threw up a defensive shield. TSK. The 4 windbirds slammed into the shield and vanished. Sa Hyuk thought to himself, even if it's just 1st-circle magic, as long as I can block it, I'm good. But things didn't go as he expected. Another windbird launched a surprise attack from behind. Sa Hyuk realized in agony that a wind spear was flying in a curved trajectory. Hae-un spoke up, his voice laced with a hint of mockery. "That's a nice thought, but are you sure you want to just stand there frozen?" With that said, Hae-un swiftly summoned even more windbirds. The match had only just begun, after all. He maneuvered them around, relentlessly pressuring his opponent. Sa Hyuk found himself in a tight spot once again, cursing under his breath. Damn it, this son of a… He desperately thought of a way to escape. I just need to get out of the wind spear's range and create some distance. He reasoned that both mana and the range of magic had their limits. If I get far enough away, those pesky, unpredictable attacks won't be able to touch me. Ha-Un chuckled, remarking, well now, that's not a bad decision. If that's the case, then… Ha-Un swiftly brought his hands together. Instantly, the windbirds were supercharged, rocketing forward like arrows. This caught Sa-Hyuk completely off guard. What? The lightning-fast windbirds were already upon him, forcing a panicked scream from his lips. Meanwhile, in the spectator stands, Kangen was observing the match, utterly impressed. He turned to the person standing beside him. Whoa, he's not just instant casting. Their trajectories are shifting and even merging in mid-air. What in the world is this magic? The middle-aged man standing next to Kangen had a familiar face. Kangen called out, Lord Shin In Unit was none other than Ha-Un's father. Shin In Un, the patriarch of the Shin family, a formidable 8th Circle mage. His secretary, standing nearby, responded to Kangen. That's correct, sir. Young Master Ha-Un's magic is clearly defying the conventional rules of open-source magic. She elaborated that for an open-source spell, like Reverse Strike for instance, the maximum range is 37.44 meters, the maximum speed is 117 kilometers per hour, and its flight path can only be adjusted once mid-air. For example, with that spell, if a target is more than 30 meters away, the spell won't be able to reach them, and once its trajectory has been altered, it cannot be changed again. In other words, open-source magic is only effective within a predefined range and according to its preset effects. Therefore, modern magical duels are more like a battle of wits, where each side tries to predict the other's moves based on known spells, like a straight-line shot, or a 30-degree curved trajectory. Adapting on the fly, much like a gamer's reflexes, is the key to victory. However, Baneo-style magic completely disregards these rigid rules of modern open-source magic. Another windbird, formed from pure ki, crashed violently into the ground right next to Sa-Hyuk. The impact sent him sprawling, leaving a crater in the arena floor. He was left gasping for air, in utter disbelief. Am I really struggling against First Circle magic? Ha-Un's voice cut in. You're looking down on First Circle magic way too much, Sa-Hyuk. He leaned in, a small bead of water gathering on his fingertip. Even if you exhaust yourself using Third Circle magic, you should remember that sometimes, the simplest things can bring it all to an end. Sa-Hyuk's eyes widened in terror. What do you mean? Ha-Un smirked. This is First Circle water magic. He continued. Magic is all the same, you know. You don't always need a grand incantation to finish a fight. Just as he finished speaking, the stream of water on Ha-Un's hand shot out, pouring directly into Sa-Hyuk's slightly open mouth. The water quickly formed a sphere, completely blocking his airway, causing Sa-Hyuk to choke, his face turning beet red as he coughed in vain. Ha-Un calmly explained. The Academy's combat uniforms have a built-in safety barrier spell, but it looks like it's not doing you much good right now, is it? Ha-Un's expression turned ice-cold. Sa-Hyuk gasped, trying to breathe, but he seemed completely drained of strength. The entire stadium was dead silent, everyone holding their breath, waiting for the match's outcome. Ha-Un just stood there silently. He slowly turned his head toward the referee, the professor, and said, Professor, I think the result is pretty clear. Is there any need to continue? Right on cue, the referee's whistle blew. The official announcement boomed from the speakers. The match is over. The winner is Shin Ha-Un. Sa-Hyuk, barely conscious, was immediately carried away by the medical staff for treatment. Ha-Un also headed back to the waiting area. Ha-Un looked down at his fist, a familiar sense of pride he hadn't felt in a long time welling up inside him. This feeling, a triumphant smirk spread across his face, as he keenly felt that he was, once again, truly a mage. Meanwhile, in the hallway of the administration building, Kangen was walking with his secretary. The moment the match ended, and Ha-Un was declared the victor, Kangen had remarked on the genius's return. How interesting. Kangen's eyes gleamed with an intense curiosity. He narrowed them. I want to know more about this kid. Back in the usual academy atmosphere, Sun-chan waved enthusiastically to welcome Ha-Un. Hey, Shin Ha-Un, you won? That was awesome. Ha-Un barely had time to say his friend's name before Sun-chan's eyes lit up, throwing an arm around his shoulder and bombarding him with questions. How did you train for that? Your magic was insane. He then excitedly recounted the fight. The wind spears came flying, then your magic merged, and then it split apart again. Ha-Un cut straight to the point. You want to know how? Sun-chan immediately beamed. Of course I do. Ha-Un grinned mischievously. Well, that magic is a secret. He decided to keep the address book to himself. Ha-Un held out his phone and asked Sun-chan, Have you seen this? Sun Chan curiously leaned in to see what was on the screen. On the display was a news report with a video of Hyun's post-match interview under a massive headline, "The Return of the Genius." Hyun asked again, "That interview right after the match. Weren't you curious about my magic?" In the video, a reporter asked, "Mr. Hyun, can you tell us exactly what that instant cast magic you just showed us was?" Another chimed in, "How are you able to cast magic instantly like that? Are you asking about how I changed and combined the trajectory of the wind spears?" The Hyun in the video could only offer an awkward laugh. Suddenly, a familiar voice cut in, "I'll answer those questions on his behalf." In the video, Hyun looked surprised. The man himself walked forward and introduced himself. "I am Kim Kangan, Master of the Blue Tower, the Ice Demon King. Hyun, I watched your match. I was very impressed." Kangan walked up next to Hyun, put an arm around his shoulder, and cheerfully told the reporters, "I believe he was using fourth circle magic." "Magic inscription?" Hae-un in the video looked confused. "An inscription, you say?" Just then, Kangan raised his hand, conjuring a small fireball out of thin air. This move left the reporters and everyone else in the room completely stunned. Kangan then began to explain, flexing his extensive knowledge. He described it as a type of magic that lets a user preload and store spell formulas, allowing for instant casting whenever the situation calls for it. Basically, with an inscription in place, casting a spell instantly becomes totally feasible. "So, why isn't such a handy spell more common?" he asked, then immediately answered his own question. It turns out, inscriptions have a critical flaw. They can only hold spells that are at least 3 circles below the caster's current level. Then Kangan turned to Hae-un with a friendly tone. "So, Hae-un, am I hitting the nail on the head here?" The Hae-un in the video just smiled and replied, "Yes sir, that's exactly right." Back then, Hae-un just gave an awkward smile, thinking to himself he had no idea how to explain this bizarre flying type magic anyway. He really showed up to help right when I needed it most. Another reporter, looking amazed, piped up, "So, does this mean Hae-un's actual skill level is already at the 4th magic circle?" Kangan answered for Hae-un with absolute confidence. "That's right, I am certain of it." Hearing this, the reporters immediately went into a frenzy, their cameras flashing non-stop. They knew this was a massive scoop. Reaching the 4th magic circle at his age was a feat comparable to the records set by the Tower Masters themselves. And since the Blue Tower Master himself confirmed it, there was no room for doubt. Flashing back to the present conversation, Sun Chan asked Hae-un, "So you're really a 4th circle mage now? But hey, let's put a pin in that for a second." Sun Chan pressed on. "Looking at that video, how do you explain your magic just ignoring the fundamental rules of open source magic?" Hae-un nodded. "Yep, that's the million-dollar question." In the video, when a reporter had asked about breaking the rules, Kangan looked a little flustered. "Ah, that. I kind of took that as my cue to step in and show off a bit," Hae-un explained to Sun Chan. "In the video, you see me say, if you'll allow me to explain. Bypassing the limits of open source magic is actually incredibly simple." The Hae-un in the video continued, "I've modified the basic magic formula." This statement left the Kangan in the video completely and utterly shocked. Kangan muttered, not believing his own ears. "Modified the magic formula? That's impossible." He thought to himself that such a task was incredibly difficult. It was like trying to add a flight function to a car. It's not something you can just do on a whim. Kangan's thoughts raced. If this kid wasn't incompatible with the AI, just how far could he go in the future? Back in the video, Hae-un then summoned a beautiful blue butterfly from pure mana, announcing the skill's name, Modification Magic. In an instant, countless similar butterflies appeared, fluttering around the reporters. Hae-un then declared, "From this day forward, I will call this new type of modified magic variant magic." Kangan's eyes went wide as he watched the flawless butterflies dance in the air, a storm brewing in his heart. This is a revolution. Starting today, the entire world of magic is going to be turned upside down. As the video flashback ended, Sun Chan frowned. He had a slightly skeptical look on his face. "Variant magic, huh? Sounds a little far-fetched. Am I supposed to just buy that?" Hae-un answered confidently, "Yeah, you should." Sun Chan placed a hand on Hae-un's shoulder. "All right, fine. I'll take your word for it. Anyway, congrats on winning your first match. Well, I'm heading back to the dorms." Hae-un looked surprised. "You're leaving already?" "Yeah," Sun Chan said with a smile as he turned to walk away. "I gotta go get my head in the game. I'm up against a pretty tough opponent tomorrow." Hae-un tilted his head, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. "A tough opponent, huh?" The very next day, at the stadium, the stands were buzzing. Every single seat was taken. Down in the arena, Sun Chan was standing. It was finally his turn to compete, but it looked like he was already in a tight spot. His opponent stood unyielding before him. Watching from his seat in the stands, Hyun looked down. He mused to himself, so times she times was the tough opponent Sonchan had mentioned. The girl currently fighting Sonchan, the one with the long, shimmering golden hair. Her name was Adela Star, and right now, she was raising her hand to cast the spell Moonlight Calamity. She was hailed as the prodigy of two prestigious lineages, the Star family from France and the Hyun Master clan of Korea. Hyun thought to himself that Adela's magic was something else entirely, the reason being her mastery of the moon system Hyun arts, the secret technique of the Hyun Master clan. The moment Adela unleashed her spell, it put immense pressure on Sonchan, forcing him to hastily erect a defensive shield. A brilliant torrent of light from Adela's signature move relentlessly battered against his barrier. It completely shattered Sonchan's defense and slammed directly into him, sending him crashing to the floor. The referee's whistle blew instantly, the signal that the match was over. An announcement immediately followed. The winner is Adela Star. Adela calmly loosened the tie, holding her hair back. All of this unfolded before Hyun's eyes, who now seemed particularly focused on her unique skill set. He began to break it down in his mind, a secret art that fused both light and shadow. It created a brilliant luminescence, powerful enough to pierce the deepest, most silent night, the signature technique of the Hyun Master clan. This kind of secret magic wasn't registered in any open-source database, neither its power level nor its unique properties. He told himself, asterisk, of course facing her is going to be a massive pain, asterisk. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto something, and he let out a soft grunt. Hold on. Down in the arena, Adela was staring straight up, right at his position. Hyun was a bit taken aback. Asterisk, is she looking at me? Asterisk. After the match ended, Sonchan couldn't stop grumbling about his loss. Damn it all. Hyun walked over, handed him a bottle of water, and clapped him on the shoulder. You fought well. Here, get some water. Sonchan was still lamenting his matchup with Adela. Just my luck. But just then, a woman's presence emerged right behind them. Sonchan turned and whispered to Hyun. Hey, did you win your second match? Hyun replied with a slight smile. Of course I did. Sonchan was about to say, then that means your next opponent is. But Adela's voice suddenly cut them off. That was an excellent match just now, a good fight. Turns out, she'd been standing right behind them the whole time without them noticing. Hearing the praise, Sonchan's mood did a complete 180. He beamed, replying enthusiastically, Oh, thank you. I learned a great deal from you. All the while, Adela's gaze remained fixed intently on Hyun, which only added to his confusion. She finally spoke, her voice clear. Shin Hyun, so, you've decided to be a mage again, have you? Then, her eyes sharpened as she stared directly at him, making her purpose crystal clear. I hope you'll help me remember the very reason I came to this academy. Hyun's mind raced, thinking about the connection between the Shin clan and Adela. Her Hyun Master clan and his family had known each other long before either of them ever enrolled at Obelisk Academy. The two families had always maintained a very good relationship. Because of that, he and Adela had crossed paths at countless different events over the years. If he had to describe their relationship in a single word, it would be rivals. Adela even gave up her studies in France to enroll at Obelisk, all with the single goal of surpassing him. But ever since the day he was judged to be incompatible with Mana, the two of them haven't spoken. Being labeled as incompatible was a pivotal moment in his life, and it was also a massive shock to Adela, who had lost the rival that pushed her to strive for greatness. Hyun finally spoke up, offering Adela a slight smile as he said, Adela, I'm not worthy of being your goal. She immediately shot back decisively. That's something that will be decided when we finally face each other in a match. Sonchan, standing beside him, nudged his arm and asked nervously, Hey, Hyun, are you sure you're ready for this? This left him a bit confused. Huh? Ready for what? Sonchan's expression darkened as he asked, You seriously don't know? Your next opponent is none other than Adela Star. The news couldn't help but startle Hyun. Wait, what? That entire evening, Hyun spent a great deal of time deep in thought. The following day, at the Obelisk Arena, Adela stood ready in her combat stance, but her opponent, Hyun, was nowhere to be found. The crowd in the stands immediately erupted in whispers. Where's Hyun? Did that guy get cold feet and run for it? Ha, all those stats must have been fake. In his interview, all he did was talk a big game about his so-called transformed magic, but in the end, it was all just empty talk. You think? He probably realized he stood no chance against Adela and decided to back out early. The referee, standing in the middle of the arena, could only swallow nervously. He then prepared to casually announce the results. Time is up. According to the rules, Adela Star wins by default, but suddenly, from inside the waiting hall, Hyun emerged, looking rather rushed, and called out, Wait a minute. He offered an awkward smile and said, Sorry for being late. The referee looked visibly annoyed. Hey Un, why are you just now arriving? He then pointed toward Hey Un's designated spot in the arena. No, I'll hear your excuses later. I'm not giving you any time to catch your breath. Consider this your penalty for being tardy. Now get to your position. Hey-un walked to his spot across from Adela, lightly rubbing his hands together. Adela interlaced her hands, forming a triangle symbol in front of her chest. As she did, she asked him curiously, "May I ask the reason for your tardiness?" Hey-un simply cracked a smile and replied, "Oh, it was nothing important. Just making a few preparations." As he said this, he immediately summoned a magic circle beneath his feet. Adela repeated his word. "Preparations?" He continued with a grin. "You're quite formidable, Adela, so I had to prepare thoroughly if I wanted to defeat you. This is going to be an interesting fight." Adela was slightly puzzled. "You prepared all that in just one day?" She began to sense a distinct difference in the power radiating from him. She thought to herself, "I can feel it. The Hey-un standing before me is completely different from the one I saw yesterday. Am I finally going to see his true power?" Hey-un then advised Adela confidently, "Let me give you a piece of advice. You'd better come at me with everything you've got from the very beginning." The referee, wasting no time, quickly bellowed, "Let the match begin." The moment the words left his mouth, Adela instantly raised her hand to conjure a ball of fire. She formed her hand into a sign resembling a gun barrel, aimed it straight at him, and shouted the name of her technique, "Six-barrel blaze." Instantly, powerful streams of fire energy shot forth from her fingertips, all from a single cast. She launched 3 consecutive fireballs straight at Hai-un. Seeing this, Hai-un raised his hand and countered with a gale spell, and almost instantly, powerful winds were summoned, rushing forward to effortlessly snuff out the incoming fireballs. Seeing her attack neutralized, Adela clenched her fist, and a sudden light emanated from within her palm. Adela pulled a long, sharp spike from her hand Earth Thorn. The moment she gave the command, the ground beneath Hai-un's feet began to crack. From below, razor-sharp spikes formed from pure energy erupted from the ground, tearing the arena floor apart. They shot towards him and then exploded violently. Hai-un was quick on his feet, leaping out of the blast radius. He executed a stunningly skillful and graceful backflip. Adela saw him suspended in midair, and thought, "There's no way you can dodge this one in the air." But her sharp eyes quickly noticed that Hai-un seemed to have a plan. Adela immediately began weaving hand signs, preparing to use her aerial attack technique, air strike. Hai-un saw Adela's move and thought to himself, an attack designed to target an opponent's defenseless state in the air. Even if you see the attack coming, it's incredibly difficult to evade. A slight smirk appeared on his lips. That's what most people would think. But Hai-un swiftly summoned a defensive shield. The shield materialized right in midair, directly beneath his feet, allowing him to use it as a foothold. Up in the stands, everyone gasped in astonishment. Creating a magic shield in midair? No way. Even Adela couldn't believe it, her eyes widening in shock. What? What is this? He turned the shield sideways and is using it as a platform. Hai-un flashed a triumphant grin from atop his shield. This ignited a fierce urge in Adela to completely dominate her opponent. She thought, so this is Hai-un's unique way of using magic. Moon system magic, the secret art of the Hyunsu clan. To counter that, I'll have to use everything I've got. And to do that, I'll need to bring the sun itself into this fight. A blinding light, like a ray of sunshine, suddenly beamed down onto the arena, shining directly on Adela, forcing her to quickly shield her eyes. Adela was momentarily flustered, stammering. Sunday. Sunlight? An attack is coming. I have to defend. Wasting no time, she immediately focused her energy and summoned an incredibly sturdy barrier in front of her, the Great Shield. At the same time, Hai-un landed back on the ground and shouted, "Air!" A sword formed entirely of wind instantly materialized in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Hai-un swung the wind blade, slashing it straight down onto Adela's Great Shield. Adela thought to herself, using air, a Tier 1 spell, against my Tier 3 defense? He must be testing the waters, being very cautious. Just as she predicted, his attack was immediately deflected by the shield. Hai-un quickly braced himself with one hand on the ground, sliding a long way across the arena to absorb the impact. Seeing her chance, Adela raised her hand to launch a counterattack. She thought, all right, my turn now. But in a completely surprising and unexpected twist, her leg was bound tightly from behind by a mana rope she hadn't even noticed. Adela broke into a cold sweat, shocked and bewildered. It seemed everything was going exactly according to Hai-un's plan. A leg bind? She thought. When did he do that? Adela guessed he must have cast the spell the second he landed. A wave of unease washed over her. He's so fast, I can barely keep up with his movements. In that split second, Hai-un moved in a flash once more. He conjured a new type of magic from his hand. Hyun called out the name of the technique, water arrow. Instantly, a swirling vortex of water materialized in his palm. Seizing the opportunity, Adela used her flames to incinerate the leg-binding spell, breaking free. Hyun then pointed to the sky, forming massive orbs of water. When he pointed his hand at Adela, the orbs of water instantly took the form of dolphins and lunged at her. Adela swiftly conjured a defensive shield. The aquatic dolphins slammed into the barrier and completely dissipated. Adela let out a silent sigh of relief. Looks like he's easier to handle than I expected. She recalled the interview footage of Hyun, where Kangen had stated, "In my opinion, Hyun used 4th grade inscription magic." Adela reasoned with confidence. Inscription can only activate 3rd grade magic or lower. As a supposed 4th grade mage, Hyun can really only use 1st grade spells through his inscriptions. A confident smirk played on her lips. There's no way 1st grade magic can defeat me. But then, a bird of wind suddenly shot down from the sky, right at her. It slammed into the ground, creating a massive impact. Fortunately, Adela managed to evade it just in time. Still, she was stunned, wondering when he'd found the opening to strike. A suspicion formed in her mind. No way. Had he concealed a wind spear spell? Hidden within the blinding glare of the sun, she quickly realized she'd been stunned and disoriented by Hyun's technique. Hyun stood there, calmly watching as Adela staggered and fell to the ground. He asked, "Did you forget who you're facing, Adela Star?" Adela glared up at him, her defiant expression showing she was far from defeated. In the stands, Kangen's secretary had already assessed the situation. She commented, "His combat intuition is much sharper than we gave him credit for." Kangen began to break down Hyun's strategy in detail, starting from the moment he dodged the first attack. Earth Spike. Hyun planned this whole thing from the start. By leaping into the air, he baited Adela into unleashing other attacks, then used the magic shield as a foothold. He kept climbing higher and higher, Kangen explained. He hid himself in the glare of the sun, restricting Adela's line of sight, all from an inscription he'd already prepared. Then he set up multiple layers of wind spears in succession, Kangen went on. While falling, he intentionally used Earth system magic like the leg bind to draw her attention to the ground. It made Adela mistakenly believe this was just an ordinary ground battle, and when he was perfectly aligned with the sun, he finally launched the fatal wind spear he had cast beforehand. Kangen chuckled, turning to look at Shin Hun. "A 1st-grade archmage," he commented. Now I understand why he was once given that title. But Shin Hun still wasn't completely sold. He said, "But in the end, it's still just 1st-grade magic." Shin In-un pointed down to the arena. Look, down on the field, both contestants were back in their starting positions, facing off for the next exchange. Adela's hair was now a little disheveled, with a small, bleeding cut on her cheek, while Hyun, in contrast, was perfectly composed, without a single scratch on him. Shin In-un noted that even after gaining a huge advantage, he still couldn't land the finishing blow. He frowned, thinking, he can't do it. Hyun just stood there silently. Shin In-un then added, "And Adela hasn't even used that times magic of hers yet." But hearing the commentary, Adela immediately placed a hand on her chest and said with sincerity, "I've got to admit, you're truly impressive. You remind me of that one moment." Her eyes suddenly began to blaze with light. "I'll be using my full power as well." Hyun quickly shifted into a defensive stance, thinking to himself, "It's finally time." Suddenly, Adela's entire body began to radiate a powerful, divine white light. Hyun couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, his body tensing as he readied himself to counter at any moment. Adela raised her hand high, summoning a colossal sphere of light above, as she shouted the name of her family's ultimate secret art. Supreme Lunar System, the secret art of the Moonlight Sorcerer clan. Adela summoned a massive magic circle, her power so immense that the entire arena floor began to crack. The tremors threw Hyun off balance, forcing him to shield his eyes. The circle blasted a blinding beam downward, completely blotting out the sky. Seeing this, In-hyuk seemed to lose all hope. He turned to leave, much to Kanan's confusion. "Sir, you're leaving?" he declared. "The match is over. There's no reason to watch any longer." Suddenly, a massive explosion stopped him in his tracks. Kanan whipped his head around in shock. The secretary's eyes went wide. "No way," Kanan stammered. The sight was so shocking that even Sun Chang, who was watching intently, shot up from his seat. Adela was frozen stiff. This can't be happening. Hyun had summoned a magic circle even larger than hers, radiating immense fiery power. He extended his hand toward her and roared, "Volcano!" Adela stared in astonishment. "A 2nd-tier spell?" He just smirked and said, "Like I told you, I was just buying time to prepare to take you down." Adela asked doubtfully, "But the limit of inscription is 1st-tier magic, isn't it? Have you already reached the 5th magic circle?" Hyun just smiled with confidence. The night before, in his dorm at Oberid Academy, Hyun sat on his bed, staring silently at the Book of Idris for a moment. He thought, Adela isn't someone I can beat with just first-tier magic. He picked up the book. My fighting style just isn't compatible with the lunar system's secret arts. Hyun opened it, his thoughts continuing. At first, I figured I'd wait until I had completely mastered it before I tried to overwhelm her. On the newest page of Idris, if I can truly control the nether, he spoke the words aloud. It said to channel energy into the magic circle on the next page. This magic circle will take you to a new level. He was surprised after reading it. Some kind of mechanism? Hyun quickly held out his hand. I have to try. No hesitation. He swiftly pressed his palm against the book, and a brilliant light erupted from his aura. The circle of symbols in the book began to glow, and he couldn't help but gasp. Whoa! But the book just kept shining brighter. Hyun shielded his eyes. Damn it, it's getting even brighter. Hey! The light then enveloped his body, so blinding that Hyun couldn't stop shielding his face, crying out as he began to fade from the room. After a moment, once the book was left with only a few fading sparks, Hyun had been pulled inside completely. He slowly opened his eyes. A golden light filled his vision. Whoa! He was in another world, entirely a space about the size of a library, shrouded in a strange, hazy glow. Hyun glanced up toward the source of the light, wondering where on earth he was. Suddenly, a young woman's voice echoed through the space. Welcome to the first trial page. The woman speaking had dazzling golden eyes and wore a magnificent gown. She introduced herself. My name is Alpha, and I am the guide for this first trial page. Startled, he whipped his head around. Hyun was stunned. The first trial page? Alpha confirmed. That's correct. This is the first trial page inside the Book of Idris. He was completely floored. Inside the book? So he hadn't been teleported to some far-off location. He was literally times inside times the book? A cold sweat broke out on Hyun's brow. This was unbelievable. Alpha continued. In this trial, we will test whether your mastery of Zeeming is truly complete. The instructions for the trial will be provided once we begin. If you pass, pages 18 through 31 will be updated with information on second circle magic. He paused to think it over. So, I have to clear this trial to get the information for the next magic circle, Alpha asked. Now that the explanation is over, shall we begin the trial? He shot back without hesitation. Absolutely. Let's get started. Having received the contestant's consent, she gave a slight bow and then vanished. Understood. Alpha suddenly floated into the air and announced, Very well. Let the first trial begin. Hyun watched her, a bit bewildered by the display. Alpha then began to slowly fade away, dissolving into shimmering golden particles that scattered into the air. Hyun stood frozen as he watched her disappear, thinking to himself, Asterisk. I had a feeling she wasn't human. Asterisk. Asterisk. But I never expected her to be a magical entity. Asterisk. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed. I will now explain the trial. He instantly recognized the voice. It was the professor's. A glittering crystal materialized, hovering between a pair of ethereal hands. It emanated a wondrous, multicolored aura. Bataneo's voice explained. The name of this crystal is the prismatic mana crystal. It is an incomplete gem, containing 4 imbalanced attributes all mixed together. Your task is to purify this crystal completely. His eyes widened in shock. Asterisk. Purify this crystal completely? Asterisk. The prismatic mana crystal is an incredibly fragile gem, one that requires exceptionally delicate mana control. Inside this crystal, 4 different types of mana exist in a chaotic state, and now I'm supposed to purify it? That's like being asked to separate sand, salt, sugar, and pepper after they've all been ground together. This is going to be anything but simple. Normally, only those who have mastered their inner key can even attempt to purify it. But this could be interesting. Hyun's fighting spirit ignited as he prepared for the test. His pupils began to glow with the blue hue of his inner key. Instantly, tiny specks of color appeared, intermingled with a powerful yet graceful flow of mana. He immediately began to channel his magic into the crystal. Hyun's eyes were shut tight with focus, his mana slowly extending, but in the end it failed. The crystal instantly repelled his energy. The backlash threw Hyun violently backwards, slamming his back against a bookshelf. He slowly slumped to the floor. As he did, a book toppled from the shelf and landed squarely on his head. Hyun thought in frustration, Asterisk, if my mana wavers even slightly, it creates a shockwave. He pulled the book off his head and glared at the still glowing crystal. Asterisk, it's like it's sending me a warning signal. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. No matter how hard I try to separate the mana types, they're so thoroughly mixed that it feels impossible to pull them apart. Asterisk. Asterisk. But I think I've got an idea. I'll just keep trying, no matter how long it takes. Asterisk. And so, an unknown amount of time passed. He got back up with a grin on his face. But the result was the same. He was once again blasted by the crystal's mana backlash. He just kept on trying to purify it. Over and over, just one tiny mistake and I was right back at square one. I must have repeated this an infinite number of times, until finally, a sigh of relief escaped Hyun's lips. With his face drenched in sweat, he had at last succeeded. Watching the stone slowly crystallize, he whispered, "Light-based mana." Suddenly, Beneo's voice echoed, "Congratulations on passing the trial, my successor." A smirk played on his lips as he glanced down at his own hands. Beneo continued, "You have mastered the way of the mind. I will now update the book with the level 2 circle, the technique to create a resonance circle." And just like that, having passed the test, Hyun instantly awoke in his bed. It was already the next morning. He looked around, bewildered. "I'm back?" As Hyun flipped open the book, new characters began to etch themselves onto the pages. A grin spread across his face. "All right, I've finally learned how to counter a level 2 magic circle." Hyun mused to himself, "Before the next match begins, I have to completely master this level 2 magic circle." And with that, we return to the Academy's battle arena. Adela summoned a massive magic circle, roaring, "Moonlight!" Hyun instantly threw up his bare arm to shield himself, as the sheer pressure from the immense aura above caused the ground beneath his feet to crater. Adela aimed her hand directly at him, and on her command, the magic circle unleashed a devastating beam of light straight down on Hyun. Watching from the sidelines, Sun Chan's face twisted with anxiety. "Damn it, Hyun's done for." Confident in her victory, Adela turned away, casually sweeping her hair back. "This match is over," she declared. Peering back at Hyun's silhouette in the fading light, she thought, "I never imagined he could get this strong so quickly. Hyun, just who in the world are you? But it's finished now. The genius I once looked up to is gone." But suddenly, a loud, defiant sound erupted from behind her, forcing Adela to freeze in her tracks. She whipped around. "Huh? What was that noise?" At that very moment, Hyun's eyes snapped open, revealing his blazing crimson irises, as he roared with a guttural voice. "Level 2 circle. Activate resonance." He unleashed his technique, Nightfall's Veil, and instantly, a massive circle of fiery power materialized behind him. Two magical flames, one on each side, flared to life in Hyun's hands. His gaze shifted to the violet flame. Combining the two infinite magic circles, Hyun merged the flames with sheer force of will. He slowly spread his hands apart, his palms facing each other, as if pulling something vast into existence, his eyes wide with strain. "Become an extension of my will." The sight left both Inoue and Kangin completely stunned. The jaws of every student watching the match hit the floor. Adela was completely frozen in place. What in the world is happening? A massive, divine hand materialized, deflecting the beam from Adela's magic circle to shield Hyun. He pointed a single finger at her and roared, "Volcano!" Adela was caught completely off guard, and she instinctively scrambled back to cast a defensive spell. First resonance. Hyun summoned a massive, 6-barreled Gatling gun, brimming with raw firepower. Adela's eyes widened in utter disbelief as the weapon unleashed its first volley of fiery bullets. Adela knew this was it. She screamed in her mind, "No, there's no way I can block this." In the end, Adela raised her hands high to cast her spell. She looked at Hyun, deeply moved. "You're back. Once again, you're the goal I'm striving for." Instantly, a relentless storm of bullets hammered her position, an assault so intense it left even the referee gasping for air. After the fiery barrage ceased, Adela was still standing. As Inoue and Kangin watched the outcome with bated breath, she finally succumbed to exhaustion and collapsed. Adela lay on the pockmarked arena floor, surrounded by scorched craters. A moment later, Hyun's own strength gave out, and he dropped to one knee, gasping for air. The referee's voice cut through, "The match is over. The winner is Hyun." Instantly, the entire stadium erupted in a continuous roar. As In Hyuk was also leaving, Kangin made sure to ask, "Are you heading out now, sir?" He claimed to have another meeting, but a smile never left his face. Kangin replied in kind, "I see." He glanced back at the arena. "You're not a very convincing liar, are you, sir?" At that moment, his gaze fell upon Hyun, who was visibly celebrating the outcome of his match. Back in the waiting lounge, Hyun shrugged off his jacket, his body drenched in sweat. "Man, I'm exhausted." The second infinity magic circle resonates in sync with the mind-heart circle to amplify magic, and lunar magic itself is a hybrid type. It works by combining the range of light magic with the latent power of dark magic. By adjusting the intensity of the dark element, I can narrow the attack's range, and I countered the moonlight with advanced dark magic. In any case, Lunar magic is a secret art unique to the Hyun Su clan. Not just anyone can use it, but by observing a summary of its magical structure, I managed to achieve pure mana control. The resonance circle allows me to analyze magic from a more unique perspective, uncovering the very structure of lunar magic. The process of refining light-based mana also honed my mana control abilities. Without all these factors coming together, defeating Adela would have been nearly impossible. He glanced over at a group of students buzzing with chatter over there, when a young man with distinctive white hair, glasses, and a pair of elegant leather shoes stepped into the lounge. He called out cheerfully, "Hey, Haeun," which made him turn in surprise, letting out an unconscious "oh." Haeun stood up, startled. The master of the magic tower? Kangen's lips curved into a slight smile. "I came because I wanted to have a chat with you, Haeun." Haeun was invited into Kangen's office to talk. He smiled and started, "Sorry to bother you when you need to be resting. I watched your match. It was truly magnificent." Haeun simply replied, "Thank you." The master continued, "I'll just ask you directly. Haeun, have you already reached the 5th circle of magic?" He fell silent, completely stunned. "Come to think of it, I did use 2nd circle magic during the match. The master of the blue tower. He must have thought I was using an inscription. If I can use 2nd circle magic, it naturally implies I'm a 3rd circle mage or higher. He's probably assuming I've reached the 5th circle," he thought. He then forced a smile and replied, "No, I haven't reached the 5th circle yet." Kangen's eyes immediately lit up as he pressed on. "I see. Then how were you able to use 2nd circle magic, Haeun?" The difficult questions, coupled with such high expectations, put him in an even tighter spot. "If I told you it was a visual trick, you probably wouldn't believe me, would you?" "A visual trick? You mean that variant magic you mentioned in the previous interview, correct?" Haeun confirmed, "That's right, variant magic. Internally," he calculated. "Let's just go with that for now. Even so, reaching the 5th circle at 18 is just unbelievable. News like that would send shockwaves through the entire world. And later, when I start using 3rd circle magic, it's bound to cause problems. I have to keep this under wraps for now." Kangen asked again. "Visual tricks are certainly impressive. But what about the 2nd circle magic?" A serious glint appeared in his eyes. Haeun clutched his chest and answered, I improved the inscription spell." This surprised Kangen even more. Improved the inscription spell? He suddenly shot to his feet, leaving Haeun stunned. "Haha, that must be it." He walked over to Haeun and declared, "That's truly incredible." Suddenly, Kangen's sharp gaze zeroed in on him as his hand shot out. But contrary to that dangerous vibe, it was just a pat on the shoulder followed by praise. "I'm seriously impressed. I never would have guessed you could even improve on the flaws of inscription magic." Still, that little trick just now scared the living daylights out of Haeun. He gave a brief reply, Thanks." But as Haeun looked closer, he noticed they were red. Kangen's eyes were glowing with a mysterious crimson light. Those eyes radiated danger and control, making beads of sweat form on Haeun's brow. The tension in the room skyrocketed as the two of them were locked in a stare-down. The man's lips slowly curled into a smirk, his red eyes glinting. Yep, no doubt about it. He finally removed his hand from Haeun's shoulder. Kangen chuckled. "Not a single trace of mana from a 5th-level mage. Now I'm sure of it. Just like you said, Haeun, you still haven't reached the 5th level. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go handle the press." The ruby mystic eye. Haeun quickly stood, his suspicion confirmed. As Kangen walked away, he gave a respectful bow. Haeun let out a huge sigh of relief, running a hand through his hair. "Man, thanks. Take care on your way out." He couldn't believe the Tower Master actually used the ruby mystic eye just to verify. The ruby mystic eye of the Green Tower's master. Kim Kangen's mystic eye, capable of seeing the very essence of mana. It's considered the most powerful, clairvoyant eye in the entire world. The more he thought about it, the more he sweated. "I only got away with it because he didn't catch on, huh? My Bei Teneo-style magic is my biggest secret. I can't afford to be reckless and let it slip." The next day, the roar of the arena signaled the end of another match. The winner, Shin Hun, who had just taken down his next opponent. Haeun gave his defeated opponent one last look before heading back to the waiting lounge. But inside, he noticed a girl trailing behind him. "Wait up," she called out. Haeun turned, a bit surprised to see her. It was Adela, all bandaged up but already walking around. Haeun asked with concern, "I thought you were supposed to be out for at least 4 hours. You're back already?" She just nodded. "Yeah, I'm fine now." He raised an eyebrow. "So, what's up?" Adela quickly replied, "Oh, it's not a big deal or anything. I was hoping you could give me some feedback on our match." She stammered a bit, "But the finals are still coming up. So if you're tired or something, we can totally talk later." Hyun just smiled and gestured inside. Nah, it's fine. Let's do it now. A review would be helpful for me too. Come on, follow me to the waiting room. His words made her feel a little warm inside. Adela thought to herself that, just like his previous matches, there wasn't much you could learn from his tactics or magic usage. Someday, I want to be. She thought shyly while following behind Hyun. Someday, I want to be that strong too. Meanwhile, Hyun was thinking to himself, heh, I can feel some seriously intense heat coming from behind me. Elsewhere, inside a towering skyscraper under the bright sky, within a lavish and opulent mansion, a mysterious woman stood before a broadcast image of Hyun, her face twisted in a contemptuous sneer. Shin Hyun, I thought we were done with you. The symbol of a dragon on the building made it clear. This was the headquarters of the Shin Corporation. Inside a spacious office, the woman stood before a massive screen displaying Hyun's face. She grumbled, damn it, I really thought that was the end of it. Behind her, a man stood silently. The woman turned to face him, her brow furrowed. Brother, are you just going to stand by and do nothing about Hyun? After all, he is the great young master of the Shin clan. The man looked puzzled. What else are we supposed to do? He replied. His name was Shin Jihan. Sei immediately raised her voice. What happens if they decide to bring Hyun back to the main house? She asked anxiously. Don't you remember what happened 1 year ago? You know better than anyone what it was like. Do you really want to go through that kind of humiliation all over again? John didn't think it was a big deal. Don't worry about it, see. A year ago, that kid might have been a prodigy, but now he's just a worthless bum who can only use second-level magic in a real fight. Daihan asked with a smirk, You saw his match too, didn't you? Ka's anger didn't subside. But brother, everyone's going absolutely nuts over how great he is. He grabbed her shoulders. Listen to me, see. All of his recent opponents were just third-level trainees. Against them, he could easily take them down. But Hae-un has a fatal weakness. He's incompatible with AI magic. He's only barely managed to compensate for it by using cheap tricks and low-level skills. Ultimately, Hae-un is still miles behind a regular 4th-level mage. His skill ceiling is just too low. Ka stammered, So, is that really it? Is it true? I thought so too. No matter how hard he tries, he's destined to stay groveling in the dirt. An incompatible will always be an incompatible. She started biting her nails, her mind racing with anxiety. What if he somehow threatens the position for the next family head? Seeing her distress, Daihan instantly shattered his cup with a burst of his aura. Daihan said, We can deal with him later. It won't be too late. Drops of coffee trickled onto the floor. Back at the arena on a clear afternoon, the ground was scarred with cracks from the force of the battle as the opponent collapsed to the floor. The referee finally blew the whistle, announcing, The match is over. The champion of the second-year midterm exam is Shin Hyun. He stood tall before the roaring crowd. The students in the stands immediately leaped to their feet, erupting in cheers. Whoa, the genius is back. Awesome, he's so cool. That's the Shin family for you. He was continuously showered with compliments from his admirers. Wow, just incredible. Hae-un smiled and waved to the crowd. With everyone's acknowledgement, it was clear. Forbidden arts had triumphed over magic. Hae-un really is a genius. From a distance, Sun-chan yelled out, Hae-un, you were awesome. He ran over, grabbing Hae-un by the shoulders and shaking him. You actually did it. Everyone acknowledges your skills now. Congratulations. Hae-un could only manage a weary smile. Sun-chan, calm down. Behind him, the jealous glares of the other contestants followed. Shh, what's his deal? Without those forbidden arts, he'd be absolute garbage. His instructor, Trang Su, also came forward, beaming with joy. Congratulations, Shin Hyun. As your homeroom teacher, I'm incredibly proud of you. Sun-chan immediately chimed in. Oh, hey, Professor. Are you going to treat us to a meal to celebrate Hae-un's victory? Hae-un sighed at his friend's antics. Sun-chan, give me a break. Trang Su continued. I was already planning on taking everyone out. You didn't need to ask. Sun-chan cheered excitedly. Awesome. Let's go. You're coming with us. He started pulling Hae-un along, who stammered in response. Hey, hold on. Hae-un said quietly to him. Sorry, I'd really love to go, but I have an important meeting. Then he suddenly slipped out of Sun-chan's grasp. Oh, come on. What kind of party is it without the guest of honor? He just winked and waved goodbye, saying, My apologies, it's truly important. Sorry, Sun-chan. Sun-chan was left standing there with a look of disappointment. The teacher just placed a comforting hand on his shoulder as Hae-un quickly departed from the arena. I have a very important promise to keep. He suddenly stopped in his tracks. Before him stood a long, luxurious black car and a butler who was already waiting. We have been waiting for you, young master. His face grew stern. The man bowed. The master is expecting you, sir. I will escort you to the main residence. That night, the car returned to the Shin estate. Standing before the grand main doors, he thought, it's been a whole year, ever since I was declared incompatible with AI magic. After standing up to my stone-cold father and moving into the academy dorms, I haven't been allowed to set foot back home since. He pushed the door open and went inside. The place was deserted. He murmured, nothing's changed a bit. It's all exactly as I remember. Hyun walked down the corridor until a massive door loomed in front of him. Hyun thought to himself, Father's study. I'm finally back. He walked up to the imposing door and knocked a couple of times. A voice from within, unmistakably, In-hyuk's, answered with a grim tone. Come in. Hyun opened the door and entered. He stood at the entrance to the office of the Madoshin family patriarch, Shin In-hyuk. He hesitated, thinking, so, I'm back in this room again. In-hyuk sat at his desk, setting down a book as his voice echoed, enter. Hyun bowed his head respectfully, his tone deferential. It's been a while. Hyun raised his head to look at him. Father. The older man, book in hand, commanded with a stony expression. Sit. They sat opposite one another at his desk. His voice rang out, sharp and clear. I once considered you a complete and utter failure. Then, he began to circle Hyun's chair. With a casting speed 20 times slower than average, and spells that would fizzle out at the slightest misstep, you couldn't even manage to multicast. He came to a halt directly behind Hyun, hands clasped behind his back. At that time, you were the very definition of a combat-incapable washout. Then, unexpectedly, he rested his hand on the back of Hyun's chair. But people still held out hope that you possessed some kind of special gift, so I had you transferred to the AI magic department to try and draw out whatever potential you had. Naturally, I didn't expect much to come of it. I considered it nothing more than a last-ditch effort born from desperation. Hyun replied quietly, I understand, Father. Online news outlets were buzzing with articles about him, complete with illustrations. A headline read, Is he making a comeback? Shin Hyun, once hailed as a genius, fell from grace due to his AI magic incompatibility. Now, speculation about his return is rampant after his recent performance on the Obelus Academy midterms. He could be on the brink of a spectacular resurgence. The entire nation is now watching him, the youngest son of the prestigious Madoshin family. At age 5, he had already mastered first circle magic. By the time he was 7, he had perfected duel casting. Shin Hyun was once the pride and joy of his family. Hailing from the Shin conglomerate, renowned for its long history and massive magic stone enterprise. He was the heir apparent until he failed, disappointing his father and the public alike. His father continued, What's more, I read that article on the Biza site. I thought it would be a fine opportunity for you to redeem yourself after your last failure. However, you've far exceeded my expectations. To overcome that incompatibility and create something like transformation magic. He said with a chuckle, You've won this round, Hyun. You've finally earned the right to be called a true mage. Hyun's eyes instantly widened with hope. He stammered out his gratitude. Thank you, Father. In-hyuk continued. From this day forward, the family will use all of its resources to support you. Tell me whatever it is you require, and I will officially approve your return to the Madoshin household. As the rightful heir, you are to bring glory to our name. Hearing those powerful words from his father, a brilliant smile spread across his face. But In-hyuk wasn't finished, and there is one thing I must remind you. If I find you delaying or slacking off in your training, I will destroy your magic circle. He immediately pressed his hand against his forehead. Hyun clenched his fists. So this was the overwhelming presence of an 8-circle mage? It was terrifying, but this was his last chance. Hyun answered aloud, Yes, Father. The man sat back in his chair and asked, So, what is your goal? He asked, surprised. You're asking about my goal? In-hyuk replied, That's right. You once wanted to become the head of the Madison clan, did you not? Compared to your siblings, Jeonsi and In-hee Minji, you are currently the weakest. He quickly answered, I've told you before, Father. My one and only goal is to become the head of the family, that's it. First, I will make everyone remember my name. In-hyuk asked seriously, And how will you do that? Hyun placed his hands on the table. By competing in the World Academy Olympics, which takes place in 2 months. Competitors from all over the world will be there, and I will be the one to bring home the gold medal. The Olympic competition for mages is held annually and welcomes any mage under 20 years old. It's also known as the Magic Olympics. It draws as much global attention as the professional leagues. His father finally remarked, But our country's best performer, the master of the Blue Magic Tower, only managed to win a silver medal. You're aiming for gold? That sounds completely unrealistic, don't you think? Hyun replied with confidence. Yes, which is why I want to set a condition. His father was surprised. A condition? Yes, Hyun affirmed. For the next 2 months, stop my siblings, don't let them interfere with me. In Hyuk thought to himself, how bold. Using a near impossible feat to bargain for temporary protection. Normally, I'd refuse such an absurd request. As he thought this, an amused grin spread across his face. But this time is different. The next morning, inside Hyun's apartment, books were scattered all over the floor. Hyun was fast asleep, still clutching a half-read book. As he groggily opened his eyes, he realized, did I fall asleep again? After I got back from my father's place, I started looking over the requirements for the second test. I passed the first one, but to reach the third magic circle, I have to pass the second test. Right now, I have no idea where to even begin. The only thing I know is resonance, which means I have to increase my compatibility with magic, the most difficult stage of the second circle. He turned to another page, muttering to himself, to pass the test, I have to touch this and control my mana according to the principle of resonance. A little trick I know is that I'll need the Ring of Judgment and the Ring of Resonance. He glanced at the page and couldn't help but note the awful handwriting, then returned to the main topic of how to connect them most effectively. Like this? Hyun was manipulating 2 streams of magical energy with his mana. They looked like 2 threads weaving into a 4-leaf clover before pressing onto the page. Hyun waited silently for the result, then finally let out a sigh. I'm going for a walk to clear my head. Outside in the modern city, Hyun walked and thought, that's right. A walk every now and then is really relaxing. He took a deep breath of fresh air. After having breakfast and a relaxing walk, I feel like I have a much better grasp on resonance now. Suddenly, a loud voice shouted, hey, watch out, startling him. By the time Hyun turned his head, something was flying right at his face. A plastic bag suddenly flew straight into his face, making his whole head ache from the impact. He clutched his face and dropped to the ground. Ow, that hurts. Just then, a girl rushed over, asking with concern, are you all right? He looked up, startled. Wait, are you Adela? The girl in front of him was none other than the young lady of House Star. As Hyun walked with her, he had to ask. So, anyway, why exactly did that bag come flying at my face? Adela stammered. Oh that, she explained. I was just so excited about getting some banana milk that I was swinging the bag around, and it just slipped. Adela looked incredibly guilty. It was a complete accident that she'd flung the bag right at him. He replied, a bit awkwardly, oh, I get it. Adela was still bowing low. I'm so sorry. He chuckled. Don't worry about it. Thanks to you, I got some banana milk out of it. But hey, is that still all you drink? She opened her shopping bag, revealing it was stuffed to the brim with cartons of banana milk. She declared, of course. It's the greatest beverage mankind has ever created. He just stared at the mountain of banana milk, completely dumbfounded. That's a lot. After a moment, she spoke up. I heard you came back home. Hyun replied, yeah, I returned to the Magic Tower yesterday. Adela continued. That's a relief. Do you still want to become the Tower Master? He seemed puzzled. Did I say something like that? Adela recalled their childhood and just smiled. Yeah, we used to talk about it. Hyun considered this for a moment and said, no, I don't have a dream like that anymore. Her eyes widened in surprise. What? Did you finally face reality? Well, I guess when you consider the Tower Master has so many brilliant siblings, becoming the head of the house is no easy feat. He looked confused. Huh? What are you talking about? He then clarified. My dream is to become a master magician and stand at the very pinnacle of the entire magic world, not just this magic tower. A determined glint appeared in his eyes. That is my true goal. Adela froze in place. She quickly turned away, unable to believe what she was hearing. The pinnacle of the entire magic world. A goal so grand it was beyond imagination. Adela finally let out a laugh. As your follower, that's incredibly intense. The main house of the Magic Tower. That night, within the Shin family's Magic Tower, C was anxiously biting her nails again. She slammed her hand on the table and called out to Jihan, brother, aren't you the least bit worried? He replied with a completely unfazed expression, father must have his reasons. But then he frowned, thinking to himself, I can't believe he'd impose such a condition. He recalled the moment he and C were summoned to Inhu's office. He had asked, Father, is there a reason you've called for us? Their father had paused for a moment before speaking. I know both of your personalities very well. That is why I am ordering you not to lay a hand on Hyun for the next 2 months. The two of them flinched in unison. C's face went pale as she immediately protested. Father, why would you do that? Jihan quickly raised a hand to stop her. He asked calmly, Father, would you mind telling us your reasoning? Their father spoke slowly. You are both aware that Hyun officially returned to the Magic Tower yesterday. He is still a minor, and has been away from this family for 1 year. Therefore, I believe giving him 2 months to readjust is necessary. Especially you two, who I know will be watching his every move, looking for a way to compete for the family head position. Jihan was silent for a moment. Then he forced a smile and replied, "Yes, I understand. Is there anything else, father?" Their father stood up and turned to face the window, saying, "That is all. You two must be tired. Go and get some rest." Back in the present, C was practically vibrating with anxiety. Still questioning him, "Brother, why didn't you say anything back then?" She suddenly froze. Jihan's expression at that moment had been twisted into an extreme scowl. He looked like he was about to lose his mind. "Damn it, this is unacceptable. In Hyuk and Minji have no interest in fighting for the family head position, so I get why they weren't called to the meeting. But we're just letting Haeun off the hook for being away for 1 year? If it were the father of old, he would have just told us to endure it. He'd say that a 1-year gap makes you unqualified to be the heir, and that the protection for the young only applies until you're 16, right before the A2 imprinting process. That means being 17 is already past that point." He muttered aloud, seething with resentment. "So then why? Why would he say something like that?" Jihan nervously bit his nails. Could it be that father has? He kept denying it. "No, that can't be it. Hae-un still hasn't proven enough to father," Sei asked. "Then what's the reason?" Thinking back on the techniques he used, maybe he saw some kind of potential in him, or maybe father is interested in that mysterious magic system Hae-un commands, or it's possible father and Hae-un made some kind of deal. Hearing the theories he laid out, she immediately panicked. A deal? What kind of deal could it possibly be? Jihan frantically clutched his face, shouting, "That's right, father would never make a decision like that on his own. What a pain in the ass, Shin Hae-un. Should I recall all the agents I sent to watch him?" Jihan simply replied, "Perhaps, unless they're confident they won't be spotted by the Shadow Guard." The Shadow Guard, father's personal intelligence unit, operates as the secret enforcers of the magic world, an elite team specializing in infiltration, intelligence gathering, and escort missions. "There's nothing they can't do," Jihan added. "Just to be clear, I've already pulled all surveillance off Hae-un." She broke into a cold sweat. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" He glanced back at C and announced, "I'm heading out first." Even though C had agreed, sitting around for 2 months just isn't my style. If Hae-un really did make some kind of deal with father, things could get risky. He smirked deviously as he left the room. "I'm going to join the Black Tower." Meanwhile, at Ober Academy, the teacher, Trang Zhu, cheerfully announced, "The midterm exams are over, and you all did great. First off, our class has the honor of having the top-ranked student, so let's give him a round of applause. Shin Hae-un." As he stood up, everyone immediately erupted into thunderous applause. He walked up to the podium, accepting the certificate with both hands. Trang Zhu praised him. "You've achieved the #1 rank in the entire country. Congratulations." He replied, "Thank you, sir." The teacher chuckled. "Since you've taken the top spot, you'll have to defend that position for the next 2 months, and participate in the Academy's Olympics." Hae-un smiled and replied, "Yes, sir, that was my plan." He walked back to his seat as everyone in the class stared and whispered amongst themselves. "He's acting all high and mighty for winning with illusion magic?" They spat out malicious words. "Him? Win? He'll probably drop rank within a week. Haha, totally. That's all you can expect from an outcast." He sat back down in his seat. Despite the backlash from his classmates, he remained unfazed. Sun Chan trudged into the school hallway, his body exhausted. Finally, it's over. He yawned widely. Who schedules 8 theory classes in a row? While he was complaining, Hae-un was there too. He let out a sigh of relief. At least tomorrow is all practical training. Sun Chan started to stammer something, but Hae-un immediately jabbed him in the chest. "See? I told you that you need to start working out." With just that single poke, Sun Chan immediately collapsed, forcing Hae-un to say contemptuously, "You're so weak. Are you even a real magician?" After being thoroughly mocked by his friend, Sun Chan's face darkened, and he scowled fiercely. He ran to catch up, teasing, "Hey, you magic-deficient blockhead. What, now even spells can't mess with you anymore?" Hae-un shot back without breaking stride. "If it bothers you that much, then get strong enough to surpass me." He immediately balled his fists, a look of sheer determination on his face. "All right then, I'm gonna get way stronger than you and punch you right in the face." Hearing that, he just chuckled, totally amused. Then Hae-un spoke up. "Oh, really? If that's the case, meet me in the training room after dinner, and we can go a few rounds." After hearing that, Sun Chan was just speechless. Seeing Sun Chan frozen like a statue, he raised a judgmental eyebrow. What's with that reaction? Sun-chan just started sweating, saying quietly, well, I'd love to, really, but I just can't right now. Hyun cut straight to the chase, crossing his arms sternly. If you're gonna chicken out, just say it. Sun-chan immediately grabbed his shoulders, blurting out, no, no, let me be perfectly clear. It's not that I hate training, it's just, I hate training with times you asterisk, okay? Hyun still looked completely disgusted. What's that supposed to mean? Sun-chan continued. To be honest, it's kinda terrifying, watching you at the Obelisk Academy training hall. The scene shows him bench pressing an insane amount of weight, while the other students are just dripping with sweat watching him. Hyun was repping the weights like they were toys, making everyone else super anxious. Who is that guy? Is it even possible for a human to lift that much? But Hyun was in the middle of chewing someone out. What the heck do you think you're doing? Junho, I told you that your training takes priority. The others recognized him as the top-ranked student and immediately started whispering, is that Shin Hyun, the sophomore who placed first on the midterms? A moment later, Hyun set the massive weights down as if they were nothing. He grabbed a towel to wipe his face, letting out a deep breath as he walked off with his water bottle, thinking to himself, I was so focused on mastering that Tenio-style flight magic that I let my physical training slip. That was almost embarrassing. Hyun took a swig of water. As he drank, he mused. Even Eider's book states it clearly. The infinite magic circle flows throughout the entire body, directly linked to one's physical constitution. A powerful physique and a strong magic circle create a synergy that dramatically improves magical efficiency. I have to master both my magic and my physical training to truly optimize my power. The next morning, on the Academy's training grounds, a strange, three-eyed cheetah-like creature was growling menacingly. Several of them surrounded Hyun on the field, then lunged at him all at once. He instantly jumped back. Hyun's eyes widened as he immediately conjured a magic circle, and from it, needle-sharp crystals rained down from above, impaling the first beast that lunged at him. It dissolved into nothing, leaving two more. Both remaining creatures leaped at him simultaneously, jaws wide open, but Hyun instinctively ducked, making them slam their heads into each other. He threw out his hand, quickly casting a fire spell. Volcano, he yelled. Hyun unleashed the attack while simultaneously backing away, and another beast vanished, leaving just one. Just then, the instructor's voice rang out, announcing that Shin Hyun had completed the monster combat training. The professor looked at his tablet. The results were flawless, a perfect score. Hyun just smiled and replied, Thank you, Professor. After the session, he sat on a long bench, staring down at his hands. With nothing else to do, Hyun's mind began to wander. Thanks to the infinite magic circle, my physical abilities have already improved by 1.5 times. He clenched his fist. If I can just reach the third circle, I'll become even more powerful. I need to strengthen the infinite magic circle, and fast. Hyun closed his eyes, and his aura began to radiate with increasing intensity. Focusing his mind, he began his mental training, thinking, the circle of will, the circle of resonance, circulate both types of mana throughout my entire body. Now, to adjust the vibrational frequency and rotation speed of each circle to 12.25% and 4, respectively, 63%. Now, let's bump the mana purity of the will ring up to 8-9%. Just a little more. I'm so close to getting these two rings to sync up. After a moment, Hyun leaned back, letting out a long sigh. Drenched in sweat, he thought to himself, a 99% synchronization rate. Even if I do this 100,000 times, I just can't seem to nail that last 1%. Still, my proficiency with magic circles, Hyun grinned, clenching his fist. I'm going to master this, no matter what it takes. Later that night, he was just casually strolling down the street. Hyun had his wireless earbuds in, looking like he was out for a jog on the sidewalk. That is, until he approached an alleyway. He spotted a dark figure lurking in the shadows, but it was already too late. A fist flew towards his face, but he managed to duck out of the way just in time. The attacker finally stepped out of the dark, completely decked out in black. Realizing some random dude was trying to jump him, Hyun shouted out a question, but he immediately went silent, his eyes widening in shock. That hair and eye color, they looked way too familiar. He called out a name. Baek Sahyuk? The second the name left his lips, the guy lunged at him again, but his attack missed its mark. Sahyuk spat angrily. You're good at scurrying away, just like a rat. Hyun just knelt down and casually picked up his fallen earbud. What's up? You're not heading home for the weekend? Hyun looked up, a sly grin spreading across his face as he replied. Oh, that's right. It's not that your time's not times going home. It's that you times can't asterisk, isn't it? You're on probation, so you're stuck here even if you wanted to leave, huh? He stood up, facing Sayuk directly. The jab hit its mark, and Sayuk started shaking with rage. "Shut your mouth, before I end you." Hyun just let out a hearty laugh. "Ha ha, so you threw your family's weight around that much, and this is what you got for it? Pathetic. Even if I weren't on probation, I wouldn't be going home either. It'd be way too embarrassing. Is that because you've got nowhere else to go?" Getting constantly dissed by Hyun, he completely lost his cool, thrusting his hand out and beginning to cast a fire spell, screaming, "Shut up, you useless piece of trash." Hyun's eyes went wide as he muttered in disbelief. "Is this moron seriously planning to hit me with that? He's actually using magic out here in the open?" Sahyuk then leaped towards him, a ball of fire blazing in his hand, shouting, "You bastard!" Hyun's eyes narrowed. In one fluid motion, he sidestepped the attack, grabbing Sayuk's wrist with one hand and the back of his collar with the other, leaving Sayuk wide-eyed in astonishment. "Heh." Hyun swiftly swept the kid's legs out from under him. Grabbing Sayuk's hood, he slammed him face first onto the pavement, forcing a pained shout out of him. Hyun scowled down at the arrogant punk. Sayuk just kept screaming, "Let me go, you son of a..." And that's when Hyun realized this was a golden opportunity. A moment later, the Oberate Academy disciplinary squad was on the scene. They surrounded Sayuk, who was still spewing curses even as they restrained both of his arms. "Get off me. I'm going to obliterate that bastard today. Let me go." One of the squad members spoke up, trying to restore order. "Save it for later." Hyun watched Sayuk throw his tantrum and casually mentioned to a nearby guard, "I had to stop him. He attacked me with magic, you know. It's all on the CCTV cameras. I can't believe he'd use magic in a public place like this. What a maniac." The guard then replied, "We'll discuss the details tomorrow at the academy. It's getting late, so you should head back to your dorm for now." Sahyuk was then hauled into the squad's vehicle. Hyun watched him go, thinking with a smirk, "Oh, Bek Sahyuk, please, keep digging your own grave." The next morning, at the academy, a huge crowd of students had gathered around the main bulletin board. The gossip was flying. "Dude, did you hear? Bek Sahyuk used magic out on the street and caused a total scene over the weekend. For real?" And right there on the bulletin board, a brand new notice had been posted. A notice of detention for Bek Sahyuk. 10 points deducted for using magic outside of school grounds. Issued by the Obelisk Academy Administrative Office. Another student couldn't help but ask, "Wait, why did he only get a 10-point deduction?" "Is that it?" the other guy replied. "Seriously, shouldn't that be enough to get him expelled? Or did Hae-un get involved from the start?" He stared at the notice, thinking, Bek Sahyuk caused all that trouble and only lost 10 points? Just as I figured. It had to be the Bitch family's immediate intervention. They're a newly risen family who donated a massive sum to the academy to secure their title. So of course, the academy can't punish him too severely. Hae-un mused as he walked down the hall. He's probably getting a serious chewing out right about now. Meanwhile, on Sahyuk's end, he was indeed taking a verbal lashing from his father. "You absolute moron," Sahyuk quickly answered in a panicked tone. "Father, I'm sorry." But the man just screamed into his ear again. "I told you to lay low until graduation. Was that so difficult?" Sahyuk immediately stammered, "Ah, no, it's not like that." His father continued, "If this family fails to secure its title, it will be entirely your fault. Do you understand me?" The words made him flinch. "Yes, I'm sorry. I'll keep that in mind." The line on the other end suddenly went dead, leaving Sahyuk drenched in a cold sweat. Damn it. He was so enraged he smashed his phone against a hallway pillar. Sahyuk gritted his teeth, Shin Hun. His eyes bulged with fury as he paced, muttering the name again and again. Shin Hun. "Damn it all, Shin Hun," he roared as he stomped on the shattered phone. "That bastard. Everything, every single thing is that bastard's fault." Sahyuk kept grinding the phone under his foot while he seethed. Suddenly, a teacher appeared, wearing an unnervingly gentle expression. "Oh my, it seems you have quite the grudge against Hae-un, don't you?" Sahyuk jumped, startled. He gritted his teeth and glared at the man. So what if he did? This was one of the academy's instructors, Lang Smith. Smith stepped forward with a smile and said, "Of course, it's none of my business. It's your right to like or dislike someone. But tell me, Sahyuk, don't you want to get revenge on Shin Hun?" He leaned in uncomfortably close, making Sahyuk feel even more weirded out. Smith asked again, his voice dangerously low. "Isn't that exactly what you want?" As night fell, we returned to the academy dorms. Inside Hae-un's room, he was sitting at his desk, holding his phone. He mused that after the incident with Bitch, he could have fought back, but, well, he actually profited from the whole thing. A new message appeared on his screen. He opened it. The sender was his father. It read, "Negotiations with the Bitch family are complete. In exchange for our silence, we will receive 3% of the bitch family's development rights. Excellent work. If you want anything as a reward, just let me know. After reading the message, Hei-un broke into a wide, satisfied grin. For the bitch family to obtain their title, they couldn't just focus on the academy. They also had to maintain good relations with the other prestigious families. That being the case, they had to resort to drastic measures. The bitch family made the right move. After all, the victim in this whole affair was none other than myself, the direct heir to the Shin family. The bitch family wanted to bury this scandal at any cost. But these terms really drive home just how critical a title is for a family. A title is the ultimate symbol of a family's status, representing their core identity. Like being a mage from a mage family, or a sorcerer from a sorcerer clan. This title is what defines a family's position, and because of this incident, Bitch Sahyuk has essentially been exiled from his own family. With his level of skill, there's no way he could ever hurt me. I let out a sigh of relief, clutching the book in my hands. Alright, now that that's settled, I can forget about becoming Old Man Noi, and just focus on improving my farming techniques. The next morning, the academy was bustling with students again. Walking through the crowd, I wondered, have they tightened the leash on the instructors because of what happened with Buck? Suddenly, the familiar voice of a middle-aged man cut through the noise. The sound of Instructor Smith calling my name made me cringe. I stopped in my tracks and turned to greet him. He was wearing an overly friendly smile. Yeah. But then Smith went silent, just staring at me with this strange look in his eyes that I couldn't quite figure out. He then broke the silence with a casual laugh. You know, Hei-un, I've noticed for a while now. It seems like you really don't like me, do you? I immediately shot back. Yeah, that's right. I mean, no, that's not it at all. Smith just continued. It's okay, I understand. I know I was harsh with you before, but it was all meant as genuine advice. So please, don't hold it against me. I nodded and said yes, but the whole act just made me wonder, why is this old geezer suddenly acting like this? Smith kept up his friendly facade and asked, so, how about we just start over? He held out his hand, offering a handshake. All I could manage was an awkward reply. No thanks, sir. But the moment I refused, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. My eyes widened as I thought, what is this awful feeling? Meanwhile, the instructor's face twisted into a horrifying smile, and his voice dropped to a heavy, menacing tone. It's a bit late, I know. But congratulations on taking first place in the midterm exam. I sincerely hope you find a path that's right for you. The sheer killing intent pouring off of him had me breaking out in a cold sweat. It was mana, for sure. But I could feel the suffocating pressure of his aura from here. My mind raced. Magic? This ominous, dark mana. It has to be the Black Tower. As soon as the realization hit, I froze. The Black Tower. Unlike the 12 officially recognized towers, this one is an unsanctioned organization that follows a much darker path. A depraved criminal group founded by a sorcerer who calls himself the Dark Magic King. My eyes widened in alarm. Damn it, Instructor Smith is connected to the Black Tower? Does that mean there are other mages from their ranks inside the academy? How long has this been going on? I silently observed him. No, that's not what's important right now. My eyes suddenly reacted, my focus sharpening. First things first, I need to analyze the magic formula to figure out what's happening. I could see right through Langsmith's AI magic. The spell was colossal and overflowing with a dark, shadowy aura. My vision expanded, taking it all in. This magic formula, it looks so familiar. This is a mind control spell. I thought again, wait, mind control? But my brain is resistant to all forms of external interference, which means Instructor Smith's mind control spell is completely useless on me. I closed my eyes for a second. Thank God for that. It's the only thing that's going to get me out of this alive. Everyone else around us was going about their day, completely oblivious. Alright, the next step is to pretend I'm under his spell and try to dig up more information on the Black Tower. I slowly opened my eyes, making them look vacant and soulless. Smith saw the change and immediately dropped his friendly act. Good. He then let the insults fly. A crippled moron who can't even use an AI chip, and yet you still managed to make me apologize. Smith leaned in close. Hei-un, you listen to me and you listen good. He dropped a small cube into my hand and ordered, from now on, you will carry this with you at all times. Don't even think about asking why. That's it, it's just a chip. He gave a robotic reply, yes, wondering to himself, asterisk, is that all? Asterisk, Smith spoke again. And Hei-un, explain your magic variable. Upon hearing the question, Hei-un couldn't help but feel a surge of indignation. This was something he could never reveal. He immediately faked a headache, which startled Smith. He clutched his head and groaned in agony. The man immediately said, It seems the subconscious desire to protect the secret of his art is incredibly strong. All right, that's enough. Hyun smirked inwardly. Asterisk, humph. Asterisk. He began to analyze the mind control magic. It interferes with the target's brain, either amplifying their emotions or controlling them at will, a magic that symbolizes the Black Tower. If a high-level mage were to use this magic, they could even cause a person's mind to completely collapse, making it an incredibly dangerous forbidden art. And as I just witnessed, if the person affected has a strong will tied to specific memories, trying to extract them could shatter their mind. Look how easily he gave up. It seems my magic variable isn't the real prize he's after. Smith suddenly gritted his teeth and clutched his forehead. You possess an art that doesn't match your station, so I tried to sell you short. Tesk. Well, I can't let this mission fail. Smith suddenly snapped his fingers and declared, in that case, once the mission is over, I'll be taking that art of yours. Right after that, Hyun pretended to come to his senses. He stared blankly at Smith, who began to play the part of a model teacher. Hyun, are you all right? You zoned out while we were talking. You must be exhausted. I won't bother you any further. Good luck, he replied. Ah, yes. I understand. And just like that, Smith left, disappearing into the crowd of academy students. Hyun watched him go, his expression turning grim. A short while later, it was lunchtime. Students started heading to the cafeteria in groups. I'm starving. Let's grab something to eat. Meanwhile, Hyun walked alone, making his way to the campus grounds. Hyun sat down on a long wooden bench. He stared at the palm of his hand, raising it for a closer look. This is an illegal AI chip. The Inin is a creative upgrade chip. Giving this to me means their goal is to frame me as a user of illegal AI, and ultimately, I'll be dragged down by scandalous headlines while they're off somewhere wearing a wicked smile. He mulled it over again. Asterisk. They want to ruin my reputation. Professor Smith has no personal reason to harm me. Asterisk. Of course, we've had our issues, but someone must have commissioned the Black Tower for this job. Hyun continued to ponder, which means I can roughly estimate the scale of this situation. He recalled that arrogant fool who kept screaming those 4 words, I will kill you. Hyun thought to himself, asterisk, this whole mess is beyond the capabilities of someone who's been grounded. Asterisk. So, it must be one of my 2 older brothers or 2 older sisters. They want to tarnish my image and completely eliminate me from the succession race. 4 people with a clear motive. First, my eldest sister, Minji, isn't actively involved in the fight for the inheritance, so she's not the type to pull something like this. My oldest brother, In-hyu, is actively competing, but he doesn't have the guts for a move this bold. So, it must be one of the other 2, or perhaps both of them. Hyun clenched the chip in his hand, wondering, asterisk, should I just grab Professor Smith and interrogate him? Asterisk. But he reasoned it out from another angle and came to a conclusion. No, the Black Tower is extremely sensitive about its information. Mr. Smith probably doesn't even know who his master is. If I grab him, my intel gets cut off, and getting on the Black Tower's bad side right now would be a terrible move. Hyun pivoted to a different approach, and a short while later, he arrived at Kangen's Blue Tower. As soon as Hyun stepped onto the floor, Kangen was already in his office to welcome him. Hello, Hyun. He turned, his curiosity piqued. So, what did you want to talk to me about? Kangen's eyes narrowed as he stepped closer, a thought crossing his mind. The Blue Tower Master, Kim Kangen, seemed colder than usual. But just then, Kangen covered his face and said, I already told you, don't think of yourself as a burden. His eyes seemed to dart away, which only spurred Hyun on. It was now or never. He broke into a sweat as he thought, so the rumors were true. What on earth is he researching that has him this on edge? Hyun stepped forward and asked, Are you in the middle of some research? Kangen replied, Yeah, I'm studying a strange magic stone, and it's taking a lot more time than I anticipated. Hyun's gaze drifted to his desk. A magic stone, you say? A glittering stone was set inside an exquisite box. That's an elemental monolith, Hyun thought, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, this is a rare opportunity. Kangen gestured for him to sit on the sofa and started the conversation. Since we're both busy, let's just get right to it. The matter you, Hyun, wanted to discuss must be too important to put off. So, what is it you needed to tell me in person? Kangen's face showed a clear mix of curiosity and anticipation. All the while, Hyun was just breaking out in a cold sweat. He was getting a little too worked up. At this rate, he won't listen to a word I say. All right then, time to negotiate. He quickly spoke up. Before we get to the main topic, there's something I need to tell you. The magic stone the Tower Master is researching is an elemental manalai. This left him utterly stunned. Kangen's eyes widened. How do you know that? That name has never been released to the public, let alone its very existence. With the secret out in the open, the Blue Tower Master's hackles were raised. Hey, you'd better watch what you say. Hyun could only raise his hands to placate him. It's not like I planted a spy in the Blue Tower or stole any information. Kangin grew more curious. Then how could you possibly know? Hyun immediately reached into his bag. The reason was simple. He pulled out another stone, the very one he had painstakingly crafted. It shone even more brilliantly than the raw one, Hyun said. I have one too. This truly made Kangin leap to his feet in utter astonishment. This is? Hyun replied. Exactly. This is a perfectly crafted elemental manalai stone. He stammered. Hyun, don't tell me you crafted this yourself? He answered. That's right, I did. The truth still left Kangin unable to contain his disbelief. Ha ha, that's ridiculous. He thought to himself, the Red Tower's top magic engineer, Jam Pillar, is known as the best magic stone artisan in the world. Even the elite craftsmen of our Blue Tower, whose skills are renowned, and myself, one of the top 3 crafters in the world, couldn't process this gem. And you're telling me a regular high school student did? Kangin stared at the stone, questioning. Hyun, are you just the one who owns this magic stone? Did you just stumble upon it by chance? Hyun replied. That's right. I discovered the Blue Tower is the only place capable of handling a magic stone like this. I just happened to bring it with me. Kangin was sweating, asking, May I ask how you came to possess it? Hyun replied without a hint of hesitation. There's not much of a story to tell. I just happened to find it and was lucky enough to craft it. This just makes Kangin want to snatch you up for the Green Tower even more. See? I told you your luck was off the charts, Hyun. Seeing the guy's eyes practically beaming like high beams, Hyun couldn't help but flash an awkward smile. He said, Fair enough. Mages are entitled to their secrets, so I won't press you any further. Hyun replied with a smile, I appreciate that. Kangin quickly grabbed his eyepiece and specialized tools. Do you mind if I get a closer look? Hyun cheerfully handed over the stone. Be my guest. Kangin took it and began to examine it meticulously. This was the only mana stone in existence to simultaneously possess all 4 elements. Kangin placed the stone back in his hand. So, what did you bring it here for? Hyun replied. Right, I want to use it to craft an artifact. Kangin asked. An artifact, you say? What kind did you have in mind? Apparel, an accessory, or a weapon? Hyun simply nodded and answered, Anything that enhances the performance of elemental magic will do. Kangin hesitated for a moment. I understand, but a high-grade mana stone requires equally high-grade materials. The crafting fee is going to be pretty steep. Is that going to be a problem? Hyun's face went completely blank, prompting Kangin to immediately backtrack. Oh, my apologies. You're the scion of a great magic house, aren't you? So I'm sure your family can foot the bill. Kangin's face lit up, trying to sell the idea, but Hyun immediately shot him down. Nope. He held up a hand to silence him. This entire project needs to be kept completely under wraps, from my family and everyone else. Kangin instantly conjured a glowing magical figure in the air. 645 million. He chuckled. Haha, Hyun, you're a sharp one. So, about that crafting fee, it's going to be somewhere in that ballpark. He then asked, Can you cover that without any help from the family? Hyun replied, No, but I have an alternative payment. I will craft the elemental mana stone right here, right in front of you, and in front of the master of the magic tower. Hyun's words truly struck a chord with Kangin. So you're saying you'll transfer the crafting method to me, right here and now? Hyun nodded, and Kangin was ecstatic. Brilliant. That more than covers the fee. In fact, we'd be making out like bandits on this deal. Hyun said. In that case, could I ask for one more favor? Kangin gave a broad, accepting smile. What is it? Does it have anything to do with today's business? Hyun then presented an object. This is the chip Smith sent you. Kangin picked it up for a closer look. This is a new-gen upgrade chip, a low-cost model. Where'd you get your hands on this? Hyun clenched his fist before answering. A mage from the Black Tower at the Academy gave it to me. He then made his request. There are Black Tower mages who have infiltrated Obelisk Academy. I need you to help me take care of them. Later that night, a white car pulled up to the curb, and Hyun stepped out. He looked back at the driver and said, Get home safe. Now. Take care. The person dropping him off was none other than Kangin's secretary, whose real name was Jongsua. She replied, Yeah, I'll see you around. With that, she drove off, and he stood there watching silently until the car disappeared. He finally headed into the academy dorms. Hyun flopped onto his bed with a sigh of relief. Man, did I get lucky. I never would have guessed Kim Kangin was already researching elemental mana. He chuckled to himself. This way, he could keep the whole thing a secret from his father and still get his artifact made. Then, an image of Sayuk popped into his head. He could just picture him, fuming and yelling, "That little punk, I'm not going to let him get away with this," Hayun mused. "Originally, I was just going to offer up 3% of the shares from BA's mining rights, but now I get to keep them. So sweet." His eyes fluttered shut, thinking about how smoothly everything was going. Meanwhile, back at the Green Tower, Kangen still couldn't shake his disbelief. It's just incredible. I heard security at Obelisk Academy is supposed to be ironclad, yet a Black Tower mage is supposedly hiding out there. And the only piece of evidence is this print chip. Hayun wondered, is it really that difficult? Kangen, with a calculating smile, quickly explained. Normally, we at the Blue Tower wouldn't make a move based solely on a student's suspicion or such unreliable leads. But hey, it's worth a shot. As Hayun navigated the bustling crowd, still holding his device, from the other end of the line, Kangen's voice came through. "You made it, Hayun?" He replied, "Yeah, so I'm counting on you to execute the plan." The elevator doors slid open, and Hayun quickly stepped inside. Kangen added, "Right, you don't need to worry. As long as your intel is accurate, our blue magic tower won't make any mistakes." Hayun replied with confidence, "Yeah, I trust you." Just then, the elevator began its ascent. He instructed, "All right, I'll contact you again later." The moment the elevator doors opened, he strode into the hallway, where a butler was waiting to greet him. Hayun beamed and announced, "I'm here, my dear brothers and sisters." In front of him stretched a long table where all the Shin siblings had already gathered, waiting for Hayun's arrival. The second daughter of the Shin family, Shin Min, was the first to greet him. "Oh my gosh, it's been forever." Hayun laughed. "Long time no see. You haven't changed a bit." Min lit up. "Are you trying to flatter me?" Then she made a comparison. "Hayun, you've gotten so much bigger. Pretty soon, you'll be even taller than Inhyuk, won't you?" The second son of the Shin family, Shin Inhyuk, chimed in with a laugh. "Min, come on, don't say stuff like that." He walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Welcome back, Hayun. To be honest, it's hard to be completely happy about it, but welcome back anyway." Hayun replied in kind. "Yeah, thanks." Hayun thought to himself, still as blunt as ever. Hearing Inhyuk's less than tactful words, Min immediately scolded him. "Bro, why do you always have to say such unnecessary things?" He still didn't see what he'd done wrong. "What? Did I say something wrong?" He fell silent for a moment, then looked to the other side of the table with a completely different smile. "It's been a while, Jihan, Chia." The two of them hadn't bothered to greet him yet. The eldest son of the Shin family, Jihan, spoke up. "Haha, you're not a chubby little kid anymore. You've grown into a man." The eldest daughter, Shin Za, added, "It's been a long time, little brother." Hayun smiled brightly, but his inner thoughts were a different story. "You two are all smiles, but it's obvious you want to eat me alive." "Yep, the culprits are definitely here." Jihan raised his wine glass, saying, "Let's sit, eat, and chat. I'm curious as to why our little brother decided to summon us all here." His eyes held a mysterious glint. Hayun took his seat and replied, "It's nothing special, really. I just wanted to see you all after such a long time, so I arranged this little get-together." Za questioned him. "You called all of us here for something so trivial?" Hayun chuckled. "Well, even if I hadn't, either you or Jihan would have eventually, right?" His words struck a nerve with Za, causing her to fly into a rage and slam the table as she shot to her feet. "What? I can't stand this little brat. All right, spit it out. What's your game plan?" Hayun feigned confusion. What plan do you mean?" She snapped back angrily. "Don't play dumb. Are you planning to join the fight for the inheritance or not?" He shot back instantly. "If I said I wasn't interested, would you believe me?" She screamed. "Like anyone would believe that," he retorted. "Then why bother asking?" Za was furious beyond words, muttering again, You infuriating little brat." Seeing her lose control, Jihan spoke up. "Za, you shouldn't be talking like that about an issue like this. Talk is cheap. You have to prove it with your actions." He then asked with a cunning smile, "Speaking of which, hey I heard you acquired a rather impressive vision art, something called magic transformation? Is that the kind of magic you'd be willing to share with your family?" Hearing this, Hey-un was momentarily stunned, thinking, "Perfect. By offering to share my vision art, I can prove I'm withdrawing from the succession race." But this was no mere bluff. John seemed genuinely excited by the idea. "Brother, that sounds fantastic." Hey-un's lips curled into a subtle smirk, then he put on a pure and delicate act, his eyes shimmering with unshed tears as he spoke softly. "My dear brother and sister, this vision art is my one and only hope. For someone as ill-suited to be a mage as I am, this is my only chance to truly live. I just can't share it. This had absolutely nothing to do with the succession race." Minji, looking deeply moved, teared up as she replied, "It's all right. You don't have to say another word. It's our little brother's only hope, after all." The more John listened, the more confused he became. Even Inhai and C were at a loss for words. As Minji gently wiped his tears, Hae-un replied with a pained expression, "Thank you for understanding, sister." Inhai immediately raised his glass, forcing a laugh to break the suffocating tension. "Haha. Well now, let's put this meaningless succession squabble aside, shall we? Why don't we all just talk and relax for a bit?" Minji replied. "Yes, I'd love to hear more from Hae-un." Meanwhile, John remained dead silent. On the table sat wine, silverware, and a small, elegant cake. John and C were laughing and chatting cheerfully during the meeting. On the other side, Inhai, Minji, and Hae-un were doing the same. They continued their discussion as the clock ticked away. Hae-un glanced at it, thinking, "It's been long enough. I should probably." Suddenly, a breaking news alert flashed across his phone screen. The conversation came to an abrupt halt as everyone stopped talking, picking up their phones in surprise. Minji was confused. "What's going on?" Inhai exclaimed in shock. "This is an emergency alert." John broke out in a cold sweat. "Right now? At a time like this?" John gritted his teeth, his face twisting into a scowl as he read the news. Breaking news. An employee of Oberyd Academy has been identified as a criminal mage with ties to the Black Tower. Lang Smith, the second son of the prestigious Smith family in France, has been taken into custody. The arresting officer was Zhang Shua, a level 6 mage and secretary to Kim Kangen of the Blue Tower. Immediately after, John slipped his phone back into his jacket pocket. Hae-un saw everything. A small smile touched his lips as he thought, "Got you." Seeing the utterly contorted expression on John's face as he read the news, it was easy to guess that John was the culprit. Yet, he continued to hide the truth behind a mask, his expression not betraying a single thing. Hae-un thought to himself, "It was you, wasn't it, John?" That night, on the way home, Hae-un was in contact with Kangen via earpiece. Kangen said, "Well, it seems you were right, Hae-un." Just then, another news alert came through. At 10:31 p.m., from inside a vehicle, a level 6 mage and assistant to Kim Kangen of the Blue Tower discovered the suspicious activities of Lang Smith. In the Oberyd Academy training supply room, Lang Smith was allegedly caught tampering with materials for the upcoming survival test. And if Zhang Shua hadn't happened to stop by the supply room, who knows what kind of disaster might have occurred during Friday's test. The South Korean government, the Korean Mage Association, and the International Mage Association have all declared they will not overlook this infiltration by the Black Tower. Kangen then asked, "But how on earth did you know Lang Smith would tamper with the training supplies?" Hae-un replied coolly, "I simply made a logical deduction based on the intelligence I had at my disposal. Considering Instructor Smith has already infiltrated the academy, there's a high probability he'll make his move on campus. And thinking back to when he used that mind control spell on me, based on this week's schedule, the day he's most likely to act is Friday, the day of the survival test. If he wants to pull something during the test, he'll have to tamper with the training materials. The standard inspection of supplies happens the afternoon before the test, so the only window he'd have to interfere without being noticed is when Instructor Smith cast his spell on the test dummies." Zhang Shua laid in wait, bursting in to catch Lang Smith red-handed. "Tonight is Thursday night, and I already had the Blue Tower monitoring the supply room." He was so startled he just fell right over. He kept thinking, "Now I just need to rally the others to find who's behind the Black Tower." Just as planned, we caught Professor Smith. The news was spread to all clan members, confirming there's a Black Tower spy at Oberyd Academy, Professor Lang Smith. I also suspect a connection between Shin Hun and the Black Tower. I executed the plan perfectly, gathering intel without revealing myself or even cracking a smile. It was a flawless execution. As he continued walking, he thought, "The only regret is the connection between Jihan and Professor Smith. I couldn't get any conclusive evidence, but I'll eventually find it if I keep digging." Over at the Blue Tower, Kang Jin was laughing heartily. "Hey Hae-un, I intended to help you this time, but it looks like I'm the one who ended up getting help. The Blue Tower's reputation has skyrocketed thanks to you cracking this case. I'll definitely repay this favor." Hae-un heard him and replied, "I won't say no to that." Kang Jin let out a big laugh. "Ha ha, I like your honesty. All right, I'll wrap things up here," Hae-un replied before hanging up. "Yes, thank you. Be careful." He took off his earpiece. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted right behind Hae-un. He broke into a cold sweat, gritting his teeth. He wondered, "Beach Sa-hyuk." The guy raised his hand, quickly conjuring a system panel and blasting a fireball straight at him. Hae-un immediately countered with his own magic. He muttered with difficulty, "So fast." He instantly activated his skill, Resonance Boost. Hae-un then cast a water spell, creating a massive shield of ocean waves. He yelled, "Water shield," using all his might to block the attack. He thought to himself, "It's too strong. At this rate, the water shield won't hold." He clutched his wrist, struggling to maintain and adjust the water shield. Hae-un quickly dodged to the side as Sahyuk's fire blast shot past. An explosion immediately erupted. He was thrown back, his back slamming into a nearby pillar. Hae-un stared at his own smoldering palm. He thought, "Just as I figured, I couldn't dodge it completely." Sahyuk, on the other hand, just looked down at his own hand. He said, "This is the difference in our skill levels." He then looked up at Hae-un with those grotesque eyes, drooling as he screamed maniacally, "Keep on struggling, you useless piece of trash. Face reality." Hae-un, still on the ground, furrowed his brow and called out, "Beach, Sa-hyuk." Watching him laugh hysterically, he thought, "Wait a minute, something's very wrong with this guy. His eyes are bloodshot, and his skin is completely flushed. This reaction, it's an illegal stimulant called berserker. The drug's main property is that it forces the user's mana circle to overload, causing blood vessels to rupture and transforming their appearance into that of a madman, a blood-soaked warrior. But more importantly, its wielder will fight to the death." Hae-un screamed, "Are you insane?" But Sahyuk just kept charging at him. "You're the one covered in blood calling times me times crazy? Nah, I'm feeling perfectly normal." Sweat poured down his face as a red, third-circle fire spell materialized. In a flash, Sahyuk was on him, pinning Hae-un down with both hands. Hae-un grimaced, struggling to break free while cursing the lunatic. But Sahyuk's sanity showed no signs of returning. In fact, he was looking more rabid by the second. "I told you, I'm perfectly fine. Actually, I think I've just returned to my senses. Haha, and you're about to kick the bucket." His eyes bulged with glee as Sahyuk pressed one hand, blazing with fire magic, against Hae-un's throat. He then shouted the spell's name, "Fire Strike." Instantly, another explosion rocked the area. After the dust settled, Sahyuk gazed down at Hae-un's body sprawled on the ground. He chuckled. Well, look at this poor bastard." Hae-un's face was scorched from the blast. He dazedly stared up at Sahyuk, who wondered aloud, "You're still breathing?" He then clutched his face, his words spilling out uncontrollably. "You've blocked my magic times twice, asterisk. A piece of trash like you? How could you? Asterisk, how dare you? Asterisk." As Sahyuk raved, Hae-un slowly pushed himself back to his feet. He wiped a trickle of blood from his cheek, breathing heavily. Suddenly, Sahyuk gripped his own hair and let out a piercing scream, as if his head was about to split open. But then he just let go. His expression turned completely normal as he said, "Oh, well, no big deal." Hae-un watched this psycho's little performance. He muttered to himself, "Just as I thought. The mood swings. He's definitely on a berserker potion." Sahyuk stumbled forward. "But something's not right," he thought. "That level of magical power is just absurd." Hae-un recalled how he'd barely managed to dodge the last attack by using a shield and teleporting. He reasoned that no amount of berserker potion could explain this insane power level. Maybe I should run a little test? His suspicion grew. Meanwhile, Sahyuk was glaring at him, his eyes bloodshot with rage. "Hey, where do you think you're looking, you little punk?" Sahyuk snarled. Hae-un slowly began to weave a spell in his palm, then thrust his hand upwards, the magic coalescing but not yet unleashed. Shimmering swallows of pure energy instantly formed, hovering in the air. "Wind sphere," he yelled. At his command, the birds, charged with his own aura, dove straight for Sahyuk. Sahyuk cursed, "You little pest," and furiously threw up a hand, conjuring a massive fireball. "How dare you use such a pathetic little spell on me?" Sahyuk roared. "I was planning on saving this one," Hae-un said calmly, "but I guess I don't have a choice in this situation." Before Sahyuk could launch his attack, Hae-un shot up from below, his own sphere of magic leading the charge. Sahyuk's eyes and skin flushed a deeper crimson, his face contorting with even more rage. "He's right underneath me," he thought frantically. Hae-un thrust the magic sphere upward, unleashing the spell himself. He shouted its name, "Void Strike." A powerful beam of pure energy erupted towards Sahyuk, who was caught completely off guard, his jaw still hanging open and his eyes wide with terror. Hae-un quickly processed the new development. Right, he's just activated his annihilation mode with a single finger. He formed a finger gun, and a pellet of fire energy gathered at the tip. It instantly shot out like a bullet. Hae-un thought grimly, "Fire mana, at this range, a fire gun?" His pupils constricted in shock. Sahyuk shrieked maniacally, "Just die." Immediately, he started unloading a rapid-fire barrage of fire bullets straight at Hae-un, who dodged nimbly. All the while, he analyzed his opponent's technique. The fire gun had immense power at close range, but its effective range was only about 7.74 meters. If I can create some distance, I can dodge it easily. But as Sahyuk finished his volley, he threw his head back and cackled like a maniac, which only made Hae-un more uneasy. Unbelievable. The barrage of fireballs just kept hammering Hae-un. Panting, he wiped at the superficial burns left by the flames. He finally spoke up. "You hate me so much you had to resort to a chip-in?" Sahyuk burst into an uncontrollable fit of laughter, and just kept unleashing more magic, completely ignoring him. "A chip-in? What the hell are you babbling about?" Hae-un could only sigh in exasperation. It made sense he wouldn't remember. Sure enough, on the back of Sahyuk's neck was a chip, pulsing with a terrifying purple light. He went on, "Why would I ever need to use that on a worthless piece of trash like you?" Sahyuk immediately became agitated again, shouting as he launched another attack. "If you're gonna keep talking crap, then shut your mouth and just die." Hae-un effortlessly dodged his dark mana attacks. He continued his explanation. The chip-in's effect is to physically enhance the user, reinforcing their mana structure and altering both the power and the range of their magic. Sahyuk screamed, "So what, you damn bastard?" Watching another magical blast head his way, he remained perfectly calm and continued speaking. "The funny thing is, I've actually been researching the structural transformation of magic circles and mana myself, and the conversion of mana structures, too. Because of that, I'm extremely sensitive to magical fluctuations caused by mana amplification and magic circle breakthroughs." Hae-un thought to himself, "I don't know if this is a blessing or a curse, but I've found a lead thanks to this chip-in and the berserker potion." Sahyuk's face twisted into a scowl, and he roared, "What the hell are you even talking about, you scum?" Hae-un raised his hand and began to channel his magic. "Don't think I'm grateful to you," he said. "It was only a matter of time before I figured this out on my own." He immediately invoked his skill. Resonance. Anyone who reaches this level of mastery can transcend their current limitations. However, for the past few days, I've been thinking about it while reading the Book of Idris. He clutched his forehead. "The problem is the penalty. The penalty increases when you combine different types of magic circles, putting immense strain on both your body and mind. The penalty manifests as a time limit. If you reach the second magic circle and use resonance, the time limit is 3 minutes." Slowly, 2 rings of red and blue mana began to encircle his body. Hae-un continued, "Afterwards, for the next 12 hours, my mana circle is completely immobilized. I really have to think carefully before deciding to use this." Sahyuk watched him monologue and just laughed, his voice dripping with arrogance. "You moron. Are you scared because you're all alone?" Hae-un closed his eyes, muttering, "Resonance time limit is 3 minutes. 3 minutes." After a moment, his eyes snapped open as he dropped into a crouch. "That's more than enough time." Hae-un slammed his palm onto the ground and yelled, "Earthquake!" Instantly, spikes formed from pure mana began to erupt from the floor. They shot out in a wave from Hae-un towards Sahyuk, growing larger as they went. One of them pierced straight through Sahyuk's leg. He looked down, stunned, and screamed in agony. Sahyuk's brow furrowed. "This is a Tier 3 spell. How can a worthless piece of garbage like you cast a Tier 3 spell?" Hae-un just chuckled and scratched his head. You want to know how I can use it?" Sahyuk immediately summoned an attack interface, firing a blast of fire at him in retaliation. He shrieked, "You little punk, die, you son of a..." Hae-un calmly replied, "You know, I've always thought you were a joke of a person, let alone a mage. It's just pathetic." Hae-un's expression turned serious, as he instantly summoned a water shield. A barrier made of churning waves materialized, blocking Sahyuk's fireball. Sahyuk sneered, "Damn you. You couldn't even block it a second ago, and now you're trying that again? Just burn to a crisp." But contrary to Sahyuk's expectations, Hae-un's water shield transformed into a raging vortex of water, forcing an ugly grimace onto his face. All he could manage was a choked, "What?" Hae-un smirked triumphantly, controlling the water with just one hand, while retorting, "You should really think before you run your mouth. If I were you, after that tremor, I would have realized this water shield is on a whole different level than the last one. Your magic is useless against me now." The words made him tremble with pure rage. "Hae-un," he managed to grit out. Sahyuk then lunged forward like a madman, laughing wildly. "Now I get it. I know why you're so strong. You're juicing, aren't you? That's the only way you could be this powerful." In his blind fury, Sahyuk just threw the accusation out there. Hae-un closed his eyes, simply stating, "It's over." His every step glided effortlessly across the surface of the water. "But don't expect any pity from me. You brought all of this on yourself." He created a suffocating, tense silence, as if a tangible darkness was creeping in and filling the space. There was nothing but water beneath their feet. Sahyuk felt a strange sensation, his brow furrowing in confusion. "What is this?" Hae-yun replied. "If you hadn't hesitated when you tried to finish me, maybe things would be different." A pitch-black darkness slowly consumed Sa-hyuk's vision, leaving him utterly alone. "Show yourself. Stop hiding. Hae-yun, come out and fight. Come and get me." Hae-yun calmly chanted the spell's name, Earth's inescapable bind. Instantly, chains began to materialize out of thin air. They ensnared Sa-hyuk, hoisting him up and completely immobilizing him. All he could do was scream helplessly against the binding magic. Shadows coiled around Sa-hyuk's ankles from below. Hae-yun's voice cut through the darkness. "It's too late. The only mercy I can offer is a peaceful end." He thrashed and screamed, "Cut the crap, this isn't over. If you had never shown up, my life would have been completely different." Hae-yun drifted past the suspended Sa-hyuk, completely invisible to him. "You really think your life would be any different? I highly doubt it." Hearing Hae-yun's voice so close felt like a disorienting hallucination. "Where are you? Where are you, you bastard?" Ignoring the desperate question, Hae-yun continued, "You'd just find someone else to blame for your problems. By the way, ever wonder why people avoid illegal AI, aside from the obvious physical side effects?" The question immediately piqued Sa-hyuk's curiosity, even in his panic. Just then, Hae-yun reached out and touched the chip on the back of his neck, channeling his own magic into it and sending an excruciating jolt of pain through Sa-hyuk's body. He let out a blood-curdling scream. Hae-yun finally pulled his hand away, a faint aura of mana still crackling around his fingertips. He chuckled and said, "I just pumped a little mana directly into your brain chip's frequency. How'd that feel? Even with the berserker mode engaged, it still hurts like hell, doesn't it?" Looking like he'd just endured unspeakable torture, Sa-hyuk was drooling, his bloodshot eyes wide with terror as he mumbled incoherently, "Please. Stop." Hae-yun continued, "The AI has pushed your body far beyond its natural limits. You're so fragile right now, you could shatter from the slightest touch." Hae-yun then gave the chip a little nudge, causing Sa-hyuk to groan in agony as tears and saliva streamed down his face. Hae-yun said coolly, "Oh, and one last thing. I should thank you. Because of this little stunt of yours, do you really think your backers will get anything good out of BA now? The scale of this incident is way beyond anything before. 30% of the magic stone mining rights. No, wait, maybe I can push for 40%. Hearing Hae-yun's taunting words, Sa-hyuk began to tremble and sob uncontrollably. Hae-yun then began to channel his magic once more. He brought his hand close to the chip again, a bright smile spreading across his face as he said his farewells. "Goodbye now, Beak Sa-hyuk, and thanks for being so generous." He then pressed his power into the chip, flooding it with a massive surge of magic. The chip slowly oozed a jet-black fluid. In the next instant, an excruciating pain completely overwhelmed his body. Sa-hyuk's neck was ripped wide open. The chip unleashed all the capacity and energy it had absorbed. He let out one final, agonizing scream. Afterward, Sa-hyuk's body lay still on the ground, smoke billowing from the nape of his neck. Hae-yun bent down, picked up his phone, and immediately called his father, In-hyuk. The moment the line connected, he spoke first. "Dad, it's Hae-yun." His father questioned, "Yes, why are you calling at this hour?" He began to recount the events in detail, then concluded, "I figured it all out. No matter how late it is, the fact that not a single student or police officer showed up while something this major was going down at the dorms is just too strange." In-hyuk retorted, "The students must have been evacuated. You can't just jump to the conclusion that it was me, simply because I have the influence to keep the police away." Hae-yun chuckled in response. "Plenty of people could have stopped the police, but only you would have watched the entire fight to the very end. If it were anyone else, they would have interfered halfway through, or maybe even tried to backstab me. And because of the guardianship terms, my siblings couldn't have been monitoring me either." Hearing his son's solid line of reasoning, In-hyuk conceded, "You've got a point there." As Hae-yun stood there on the phone, a nearby bush rustled unnaturally, the sound immediately catching his attention. A pair of feet slowly stepped into view. It was one of the shadow guards, clad in black tactical gear from head to toe, his eyes glowing with a menacing red. The figure bowed respectfully before Hae-yun. At the same time, In-hyuk's voice came through the phone, saying he'd sent Sok Hae-yun to follow him. After confidently entrusting Sa-hyuk's body to the shadow guard, Shin Hae-yun quickly moved to a quiet corner to continue his call. His father's irritated voice came through the line. "Ha, so you knew I was watching. Why in the world didn't you ask for my help?" Shin Hae-yun feigned hesitation before landing on a lie. "I wanted to show you my third circle magic." Shin In-hyuk let out a weary sigh. "I never imagined you could master it so quickly. This means you've been hiding your ability to use third circle magic all along." Shin Hae-yun affirmed with a confident tone, "Yes, that's correct." But inwardly, he thought, "Of course, that's a complete lie. The truth is, I just used a resonance effect from a second circle spell. He then voiced his real reasoning aloud. I'm not strong enough yet. If my siblings found out I could use third circle magic, the level of interference from them would be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Shin Hun was casting soundproofing and illusion spells to conceal their surroundings. Shin Hun glanced over at the masked figure kneeling patiently nearby as he spoke. Satisfied that his son had handled the situation well, Shin and Hyuk nodded. Not bad at all. I'm sending a car for you. Come home and stay the night. Shin Hun didn't refuse, replying, Yes, thank you, father. I'll see you when I get there. With that, he ended the call. On the other end, Shin and Hyuk stared at his phone screen and smiled, satisfied. He let out a hearty laugh, saying, I don't know what you've been up to for the past year, but that confidence of yours is truly something else. Back with Shin Hun, he looked at the man kneeling on the ground and said with a smile, It's been a while, Sek-Hyun. The man gently removed his mask. Kim Sek-Hyun greeted him formally. It has been too long, young Master Hyun, if you'll permit me. Kim Sek-Hyun raised a hand, using healing magic on the wound on Hyun's cheek. His eyes filled with concern, he said, This is a nasty wound, sir. I'll perform some basic first aid, and the rest can be treated by the family doctor. Shin Hyun gave a sincere smile and replied, All right, thank you. The moment the words left his mouth, his expression flipped like a switch. With a serious look, he commanded, Then I'm leaving it in your hands. Kim Sok-Hyun put his mask back on. Confidently, I won't let this get out. Cut to Shin Ji-han's place, where he barges through the door, already spitting curses. Damn it, my plan's a total bust. He was racking his brain, wondering how it all went wrong. And that's when a figure lounging in his living room spoke up. About time. I was starting to think I'd be waiting an eternity. By the way, I really dig this sofa. Shin Ji-han eyed the stranger cautiously. You from the Black Tower? The mysterious figure just smirked, a playful glint in their eyes. Let's not get bogged down in details. You've got some seriously bad luck, pal. Who would have thought some guy from the Blue Tower would screw everything up? Not much left to say, really, since you got nabbed before you could even make a move. Those words hit a nerve with Shin Ji-han. He roared, Is this really the time for jokes? Didn't you go on and on about how you times never times fail? So what the hell do you want from me now? Shin Ji-han snarled, his eyes burning with rage. The stranger just held up their hands in mock surrender, offering a disarming smile. My bad. My bad. I just have a tendency to laugh. Anyway, since the mission was a bust, I'll be refunding your fee, and of course, I'll take care of the cleanup. You're a VIP client, no need to worry about your info getting out. As for Lan Smith, he won't see tomorrow's sunrise. The stranger's voice was chillingly certain, their tone as final as a death sentence. Shin Ji-han brushed that aside. I don't give a damn about his life. That other bastard, Bai Hyuk, used the chip-in and went berserker on Hyun. What's your plan for times that asterisk? The stranger just went, ah, and then offered a reassuring little chuckle. Oh, don't you worry your pretty little head about it. That kid is already brain dead. Shin Ji-han froze, completely stunned. Brain dead? What the hell do you mean? The stranger explained. Looks like he only managed to go after Hyun. Now he's on his deathbed, thanks to the side effects. To really sell it, the stranger even mimed being fast asleep. Shin Ji-han covered his face, his voice laced with anxiety. I don't care about him. What about Hyun? The stranger replied instantly. He got banged up a bit, but he walked away. Faced with such a vague answer, Shin Ji-han snapped, Are you playing word games with me? The stranger quickly explained. Whoa, of course not. I'm just telling you what I saw, that's all. Shin Ji-han ground his teeth, the gears in his head turning furiously. So you're telling me Hyun defeated Bai Hyuk while he was jacked up on the chip-in and in a berserker state? The stranger clapped their hands together theatrically. Bingo, that's the one. Well, not times exactly asterisk, the stranger corrected themselves. See, when Bai Hyuk made his move, Seo Hyun was there. Can't say if he was protecting Hyun or just watching him, but he was there. Dude was quick. Two threw up soundproofing and anti-magic barriers in a flash. I couldn't stick around to see how it ended, but man, it was getting good. The moment he heard that name, a jolt went through Shin Ji-han. The Shadow Guard? You can't be serious. Since when has Seo Hyun been tailing Hyun? The stranger just shrugged. Beats me. I only spotted him after Hyun parted ways with our VIP client, so I can't give you an exact timeline. A memory of his father's formidable Shadow Guard surfaced, and Shin Ji-han finally grasped the full gravity of the situation. His face went pale as he muttered to himself, Kim Seo Hyun, the leader of the Shadow Guard, takes orders directly from my father, so why in the world was times he times there? Why? He realized, if the Shadow Guard is in play, I have to be way more careful. Looks like I'll have to lay off Hyun for a while. Then, a thought struck Shin Han and he asked, what about the chip-in Hyun took? What's the plan for that? The stranger waved a dismissive hand. You can stop worrying about that, too. The chip-in I gave him has a standalone self-destruct code. It'll wipe itself clean and vanish into thin air soon enough. Any other questions? Shin Han looked away, annoyed, and shot back. Hard pass. Now if you'll excuse me, I need to go handle Lang Smith. With that, the mysterious man zipped over to the window. He leaped from the skyscraper with a cheerful wave. Well, my dear client, I'm out of here. Shin Han stared at the empty window for a long moment, thinking hard. He had to make absolutely sure Seo Hyun couldn't dig up a single trace. I'll erase anything that even smells like evidence. And for that, cracking my own home's magical security system will be a piece of cake. Gotta move fast. A few days later, at Shin Han's place, he had just finished reading a book. He let out a long, satisfying stretch to loosen up his muscles. Shin Han recalled the Blue Magic Tower Master, mentioning that Lang Smith had suddenly clutched his chest and kicked the bucket while being transported. Shin Han pouted, lost in thought. He furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, man, I was actually looking forward to some drama, but it ended up being so anticlimactic. Oh well, nothing to be done about it. Seo Hyun already took care of the Big Sat case anyway. Suddenly, the phone on his desk started blowing up. Turns out, it was a text bomb from his dad about the completed negotiations with BA. In exchange for keeping our mouths shut on this, I secured 43% of the magic stone mining rights. You did good, son. Thanks to this, we won't be facing any financial shortages for our overseas projects. If there's anything you want, think it over carefully. Shin Han skimmed the messages, a satisfied smirk on his face. Dad sent all that in one go. He must be absolutely thrilled. Gazing at the clear blue sky outside, he murmured to himself, all right, I'm just glad everything went off without a hitch. Now then, as for what's left. Shin Han glanced down at his phone's screen. Displayed on it was information about the grand tournament where all the top-tier mages gather. The competition was set to start in 53 days. The Academy Olympiad, an event that had the entire world buzzing with excitement. It's a prestigious throwdown where the strongest students from magic academies all over the globe gather to compete. This year's brutal competition was about to kick off. After reading all that, an excited grin spread across Shin Han's face. But just as he was getting hyped for the Olympiad, a brilliant blue light enveloped him. Shin Han instantly knew what was happening. The 12-hour resonance penalty was finally over. He closed his eyes, feeling the power surging through his body. All right, now I need the third circle magic. Shin Han immediately summoned his book. He quickly flipped it open. A torrent of power erupted from within. Shin Han thought, time to turn the page and start the test. And just like that, he was violently sucked into the book. Shin Han struggled to open his eyes, the blinding light from outside overwhelming his senses. He looked around at the scenery, completely baffled. What the heck? Is this endless white void another world inside the book? Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, making him jump. It was a stunningly beautiful girl with snow-white hair and sparkling amber eyes. Welcome to test number 2. The girl smiled as she introduced herself. My name is Beta, and I will be the proctor for this test. The moment Shin Han heard that, he swallowed nervously, hoping this second test wasn't anything like the last one. Shin Han remembered the absurd requirement from the previous test, to flawlessly craft an elemental manalai stone. Beta didn't keep him waiting, and quickly explained, in this test, the successor will be evaluated based on their ability to manipulate magic circles at will. The details will be provided when the test begins. If you pass, pages 32 through 81, containing information on third circle magic, will be unlocked. In response, all Shin Han could do was cry out in shock. That's insane! He clenched his fist in excitement, thinking, an update from page 31 all the way to 81. I thought I'd only get another 10 pages this time. This is awesome. Shin Han thought to himself nervously. But this means a third-tier magic circle is on a whole different plane of existence, doesn't it? It's probably even more advanced than the rings of accord and resonance. I'm feeling a mix of excitement and dread. Seeing that he had made up his mind, Beta spoke, all right, we'll begin the test immediately. With those words, she vanished into thin air, and at the same moment, a familiar voice echoed around him. My student, I will now announce the details of the second trial. Shin Han recognized that voice the instant he heard it. Master. The voice wasted no time laying out the test's requirements. From this moment, 100 magic circles will appear one after another. You are to activate every single one of them. Shin Han immediately manifested his own magic circle, getting into position as it flared to life. His master calmly instructed, once your circle merges with the target circles, they will activate on their own. Just as he was about to activate it, the circle suddenly shifted, startling Shin Han. Huh? Why'd it change all of a sudden? That's when his master added a warning. You have 3 seconds to activate each magic circle. If you fail within that time, you'll be sent back to the very beginning, so be careful. A sly grin spread across Shin Hun's face as he thought, heh. So all I have to do is memorize the pattern, right? As if reading his mind, the voice chimed in again. Additionally, the sequence of the magic circles will be randomized with every attempt. Don't even think about using cheap tricks like rote memorization. Shin Hun wasn't surprised, figuring as much. Yeah, of course it wouldn't be that simple. He closed his eyes, slowly gathering and controlling the energy within his body. All right, let's do this. Full of fighting spirit, Shin Hun began activating the circles. Time flew by. Back in the familiar comfort of his home, Shin Hun stared at the book lying on his desk. Shin Hun's face was pale, his breathing ragged and heavy with exhaustion. He let out a desperate sigh. 8 hours. 8 whole hours, and the best I could do was activate 10 of them. Shin Hun sighed, trying to console himself. Well, the good news is I'm slowly starting to get it. But I'll never finish this just by relying on cheap tricks. I must be missing a clue somewhere. So, Shin Hun buried himself in his books once more. Suddenly, something caught his eye, and he did a double take. The book read, "And this is not the only book I have authored. Should you face an obstacle, seek out my other writings. They will surely be of use to you." Shin Hun exclaimed in astonishment. So this isn't my idol's only book. That means there have to be others out there for me to find. But then a problem hit him. He had no idea what they were called or where to even start looking. The scene shifts to the bustling city streets outside. Shin Hun popped into a convenience store, thinking he just needed to get out for some fresh air and a change of pace. The second he opened the door, he bumped right into a girl who was calling out, "Excuse me, I'd like to check out." Shin Hun immediately recognized her. Adela? She looked up in surprise. Hyun. The two of them made their way to a nearby park to sit and chat. Shin Hun started things off with a smile. "We keep running into each other, don't we?" Adela chuckled in response. "Yeah, we do." Shin Hun gave her a once-over and teased, "You look like you pulled an all-nighter." Embarrassed, Adela covered her face and shot back, "Takes one to know one." Then, she suddenly perked up. "Hey, I'm reading this really fascinating thesis. You want to check it out? It's called The Feasibility of Spatial Translocation Magic." Shin Hun took the papers from her. Looking at the way the thesis was formatted, he couldn't help but joke, "Oh, this thing? Haha, it kinda looks like some bootleg document, doesn't it?" Adela's eyes lit up with excitement as she replied, "I know, right? But just give it a read, you'll see." Shin Hun felt a little wary. Why is she so intense about this all of a sudden? But he still agreed. Sure, okay." Shin Hun was completely absorbed in the thesis, and while he was lost in thought, Adela was happily sipping on her favorite drink. By the time Adela had finished all 3 of her banana milks, Shin Hun finally looked up and handed the paper back to her with a word of praise. "Hey, this is pretty good, right?" Adela said cheerfully. He nodded. "Yeah, it really is." Then, they both spoke at the exact same time. "But there's no conclusion." Startled, Shin Hun looked closer at the paper, thinking to himself, "This thesis is based on a book by J. Bell Bittner, and it's my own analysis." The moment that thought crossed his mind, a jolt went through him. J. Bell Bittner? Shin Hun quickly scanned the thesis again. "I knew the structure felt a bit off, but it definitely has Bittner's signature style. Many sections echo his fundamental theories, though they feel shallow and uninspired." He quickly turned to Adela and asked, "Who's the author of this book?" Startled by his sudden question, Adela jumped slightly. Go, Sang Run." Back in his room, Shin Hun immediately started searching for information on the author. Finding nothing of substance, he thought in frustration, Go Sang Run, a magic researcher with no affiliation to any organization. Both their age and gender are a complete mystery. The only paper they ever published is the one I just read. They probably faced heavy criticism and just vanished. He sighed, staring at the thesis. Is this really the limit for what a regular student can find out? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and Shin Hun picked up his phone. He quickly greeted the person on the other end. "Ah, hello, Master of the Green Tower." A smirk played on his lips as he thought, but then again, I'm no regular student. Turns out, Shin Hun was calling the Master of the Green Tower for assistance. Over at the Green Magic Tower, the phone was ringing off the hook, leaving the person on the other end no choice but to answer. A voice came through the line. "Hello, this is Shin Hun." Kim Kang-jin, exhausted from pulling an all-nighter for his research, asked wearily, "What do you want?" Shin Hun said enthusiastically, "I've got a proposition that's mutually beneficial." Kim Kang-jin froze, instantly realizing this was serious. All he heard next was, Shin Hun-'s request, "Can you help me find someone?" The scene then cuts to Ober Academy. Inside the training hall, countless students were pushing themselves to their limits. In the middle of it all, Shin Hun was casting spells from a magic circle. John Chan desperately threw up a shield to block the attack, but it was too late. Shin Hun's spell shot forward with overwhelming power, barreling straight for him. Panicked, John Chan screamed, "Hey! You jerk, Heiyun! That's cheating!" Shin Hun replied calmly, "Cheating? How? It's just a tier 1 spell. You got a problem with that?" John Chan scrambled to dodge the barrage of attacks, cursing, "You heartless punk. How is this fair? It's just a tier 1 spell." Suddenly, a particularly sharp blast shot toward him. John Chan's face went pale as he gritted his teeth and braced for impact. Seeing the outcome, Shin Hun let out a small, "Oh?" He saw that John Chan had managed to deploy a full-body shield just in the nick of time, saving his skin. Shin Hun, still not taking it seriously, taunted, "See? You blocked it just fine." John Chan roared back, "I almost bought the farm." Refusing to go down that easily, John Chan got to his feet and issued a challenge. "All right then, let's go hand to hand. What do you say?" Without a second thought, Shin Hun agreed. "You're on. But you really think you can beat me in close quarters?" Seeing that he was distracted for a moment, John Chan seized the opportunity and lunged forward with a punch. "Gotcha." But to his shock, Shin Hun reacted instantly, grabbing him by the collar in a flash. What followed was a clean, picture-perfect shoulder throw that slammed John Chan flat on his back. The other students just stared, completely shocked. Shin Hun just grinned and went, "What's up?" Even with that smile, the fist he was holding up was all kinds of threatening. Glancing down at Jason Chan whining on the floor, he remarked, "You know, that wasn't a half-bad idea. It was the perfect backhanded compliment to rub salt in the wound. In a straight-up brawl, all the fancy magic variables go out the window. It just comes down to a second circle mage's raw power against a third circle's. Smart strategy," he added. Jason Chan shot back angrily, "Are you complimenting me or dissing me right now? This is totally unfair." Jason Chan peeled off his shirt to slap a pain patch on his back, grumbling, "Your mana is basically a cheat code, and on top of that, you're a beast in close combat." He pouted, "What a cheap shot artist." Without missing a beat, Shin Hun slapped a huge patch right onto his back and said, "Well, if you don't like it, maybe you should train harder." Jason Chan suddenly asked, "So, what's your plan now?" Shin Hun just looked at him blankly. "Huh?" Jason Chan chuckled, "Isn't your goal to win the Academy Olympics?" Shin Hun was so stunned he could only blurt out, "How did you know?" Jason Chan just shrugged. "Dude, I know you. You can't hide that kind of thing from me. You just went absolutely nuts on that stone shield test, didn't you? A normal student blocks maybe 27 projectiles. You blocked 74. Pushing yourself that hard in tests and training. You've got to be aiming to top every single category. And if you're looking to take on the upperclassmen, it's probably because that's the best shot you've got. Let's be real. With your body's current condition, you probably figure winning the whole Olympics is a long shot." Jason Chan's analysis hit so close to home that Shin Hun was just left speechless. Seeing him stay quiet, Jason Chan pressed, "Am I wrong?" All Shin Hun could do was shrug and let out a small sigh, which was all the confirmation Jason Chan needed. He said cheerfully, "I knew it." Then, his tone turned serious. "Besides, you know the top contender this year is a 5th circle mage, right? Against that, your 2nd circle magic is, well, it's basically impossible." Of course, Shin Hun had already considered this. He thought to himself, Jason Chan's right. To win the Olympics. Sure, with resonance I can pull off 3rd circle magic, but that doesn't really change the game much. To even stand a chance against them, I need to reach the 4th circle, at least. And to do that, I have to find Go Sang-jun. As the sun began to set, Shin Hun followed the address on his phone, trying to navigate the streets. He stopped in the middle of the road, looking around completely lost. "Okay, where am I?" On the other end of the line, Kim Kangin was explaining, "First off, sorry this took a while. I seriously didn't expect it would take a whole week just to find one person. This is a first for me, too. Anyway, to get to the point, Go Sang-jun's current location is." Just then, Shin Hun finally found the address. Staring at the familiar building in front of him, he thought in utter shock, "Wait a second. Isn't this the old bookstore I always come to? He's been here? Right under my nose this whole time? Who would have ever guessed he'd be in a shop this close to the academy?" After figuring out that AI magic wasn't my thing, I've been constantly digging for magical knowledge in spellbooks and old tomes. I was always so curious about where the Eater's cipher came from. But could it really have originated from this very place? Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Shin Hun pushed the door open. He called out hesitantly, "Excuse me?" Hearing his voice, the shopkeeper, who was organizing some items, looked up. He smiled warmly and called out, "Hey long time no see." Shin Ha-un returned the greeting politely. "It's good to see you, sir. Have you been well?" The owner replied cheerfully. "Of course I have. I hear you're a magic user now. You're looking much healthier too." Shin Ha-un gave a modest smile. "It's all thanks to you, sir." The shopkeeper let out a hearty laugh, teasing him. "What did I do? All I did was sell you some books," Shin Ha-un insisted. "But those books helped me so much." "Thank you, sir." The owner, thoroughly charmed by the compliment, let out a hearty laugh. "Well, you had me fooled for a second there." Then, his expression shifted. "So, what brings you by today?" Shin Ha-un didn't beat around the bush. "Sir, I was hoping I could meet your son, Go Sang-jun. Is he available?" The shop owner looked taken aback by the request. "Why are you looking for Sang-jun?" "No, wait, how do you even know his name?" Shin Ha-un quickly explained. "I came across a thesis he wrote. There were some things I wanted to ask him, so I did a little digging. Word on the street was that he was here. I apologize if I'm being too forward." There was a genuine sincerity in his voice. Hearing this, the shop owner didn't press the issue. Instead, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. "A thesis, you say?" "Ah, yes, I remember that now." He nodded, agreeing to Shin Ha-un's request. "Very well, I'll let you meet him." Just as a wave of relief washed over Shin Ha-un, "Thank you, sir." The shop owner added a somber warning. "But even if you meet him, you won't find the answers you're looking for." That brought Shin Ha-un up short. "Sir?" he stammered, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach. "What exactly do you mean by that?" The shop owner gestured for him to follow, leading him toward a closed door. "Come with me. Sang-jun is in here." Without a hint of suspicion, Shin Ha-un followed him. When they reached the door, the owner simply said, "Go on in. This is his room." But the sight that greeted him was a far cry from anything he could have imagined, leaving him utterly speechless. "Go Sang-jun!" As the door swung open, the first thing that struck Shin Ha-un was the sight of a frail man, lying motionless in a medical bed. An oxygen mask was fitted over his face, and an IV line was taped to his thin, pallid arm. The man on the bed was perfectly still, his hold on life appearing incredibly fragile. His ashen face, however, seemed to be in a deep and peaceful slumber. Shin Ha-un was still reeling, about to ask the obvious question. But as if reading his mind, the shop owner confirmed his fears. "Yes, that's my son, Sang-jun." They both took a seat by the bedside, their gazes fixed on Go Sang-jun. Shin Ha-un finally broke the silence, his voice low with apprehension. "May I ask, what happened to him?" The shop owner's reply was calm, almost detached. "You can." He stared at his son's still form as he began to tell the story. Sang-jun broke the single greatest taboo for a mage. The owner's face was grim as he spoke. Shin Ha-un was confused. "The greatest taboo? What is it?" The shop owner elaborated. "While circulating mana, he violated the ultimate prohibition for any practitioner. He circulated mana directly into his own brain." The moment those words were spoken, a jolt went through Shin Ha-un. He remembered with a chilling sense of dread. "What? Circulating mana into the brain? But that's exactly what I did." Shin Ha-un's hands clenched into tight fists as he demanded, "Why? Why would he do something so reckless?" The shop owner could only let out a long, weary sigh. He said it was necessary, a required step to prove the theory in that thesis of his, the very same one that fell apart halfway through. He claimed there was no other way, that he had to circulate mana into his brain to make it work. He looked at his son, his eyes filled with regret. "I should have stopped him, no matter what it took." Shin Ha-un's gaze drifted back to Go Sang-jun, and he couldn't help but think, this man, just how close did he get to reaching that higher plane of magic? The shop owner's voice cut through his thoughts. "In any case, I do apologize. I'm afraid I can't satisfy your curiosity. I'm sure Sang-jun would have loved to speak with you about it." A pang of guilt hit Shin Ha-un as he replied, "No, it's all right. I'm the one who should be sorry for dredging all this up. I've brought back painful memories for you." The owner placed a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Don't you worry about it, son. I can tell you're a diligent student, someone who genuinely cares about these books." His tone brightened a little as he continued. "You're always in here, searching for books on magic. It reminds me of Sang-jun, and that actually brings me a bit of joy." Outside, the sun began to set, painting the sky in shades of crimson. Sensing an opening, Shin Ha-un asked hesitantly, "Sir, if it wouldn't be too much trouble, would it be possible for me to see the books your son used for his research?" The owner stroked his chin deep in thought. "You mean Sang-jun's personal collection? All right, I suppose so. Better they go to someone who needs them than just rot away. But I have two conditions. Hearing that, Shin Hun nervously gulped. The shopkeeper stated his request. If you happen to read his books and write a paper on spatial magic, could you mention Songjun's name in it? Even just once. Thinking that was an easy ask, Shin Hun immediately agreed. Of course, sir, I'll definitely do that. The shopkeeper nodded, satisfied. Good. Second, under no circumstances are you to recklessly channel mana into your brain. This made Shin Hun sweat, and he stammered out a lie. Yes, sir, I promise I will. Satisfied, the shopkeeper led Shin Hun to a back room. All right. These are the books Songjun studied, and the one you need is in here somewhere. While the old man searched, Shin Hun suddenly spotted something. He stared at a book on the shelf, deep in thought. There was something about it. And then, the book slid off the shelf all by itself. It fluttered down right at Shin Hun's feet, making him jump. Looking at its design, he thought it looked just like the Idris book. Shin Hun quickly snatched the book up and asked, Sir, this book. What is it? The shopkeeper thought for a moment before answering. That one. Ah, that's the book Songjun always carried around, like it was his most prized possession. You should read it. Whatever you're curious about is probably all in there. Hearing that, Shin Hun carefully took the book, saying aloud, Yes, sir. But when he opened it, Shin Hun cringed. Man, this handwriting is atrocious. But after a moment of disgust, he realized something far more important. It was his master's handwriting. Shin Hun asked earnestly, Sir, would it be okay if I took this book home to read? I'd like to borrow this one. The shopkeeper generously agreed. Go on, take it. If you need any others, feel free to take those too. Shin Hun beamed. Thank you so much, sir. Then he quickly asked, Are there any other books written in this same script? The shopkeeper thought for a second, then replied, I'm not really sure. Still hopeful, Shin Hun pressed on. Well, have you ever seen a book with a red cover? One that looked really expensive? The shopkeeper shook his head. I can't say I remember seeing anything like that. My humble little bookstore rarely gets volumes that fancy. Hearing that reply, Shin Hun's suspicion grew. Then how in the world did Go Sangun get that book? Though he was a bit disappointed, Shin Hun remained polite. I understand. Thank you, sir. On the way home, Shin Hun's mind was racing. If that's true, then what the heck happened? How did the Idris book end up in my bag? He sat on his bed, studying the book. I've looked through all of Songjun's research, but this is the only one that resembles the Idris book. Holding up the two books, Shin Hun smiled to himself. Still, this is way better than finding nothing at all. Suddenly, both books began to glow in unison. Shin Hun panicked, thinking, What's going on? Both books are glowing. A powerful force began pulling him into the book, as a voice echoed, I leave this book to the worthy successor of the Book of Idris. The familiar sensation made Shin Hun cry out, Oh, come on, I'm getting pulled in again. The voice continued its introduction. This tome is called the Book of Mimia. May you enjoy the blessing of knowledge from the bottom of your heart. At that moment, Shin Hun recognized his master's voice. I'm getting sucked into another book. The light from the book faded as Shin Hun was pulled in completely, with no chance to resist. The room was now empty, save for the two books resting side by side. Meanwhile, Shin Hun awoke in a cozily decorated room, simple, yet undeniably elegant. He glanced around, completely bewildered, wondering where on earth he was. All of a sudden, something emerged from behind him, a pair of long, slender, pale hands poking him in the neck. A startled Shin Hun whipped his head around, only to find a beautiful girl, who greeted him with a brilliant smile. Found you. Welcome to the Book of Mia. Completely taken aback by the girl who appeared out of nowhere, Shin Hun yelped, Huh? Who are you? The girl cheerfully replied, Oh, I'm Mimia. Her introduction was short and sweet, getting right to the point. Mimia stood up and announced with a flourish, I'm the manager of this place, me as well. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Successor. She offered a warm smile, holding out her hand to him. Shin Hun repeated blankly, Me as well? Mimia quickly clarified that it was the name of this library. She proudly explained that this was the library J. Bell Beaton had prepared for the future successor, a private archive exclusively for the one inheriting the Beaton legacy. Shin Hun looked around in awe once more. It's a little small for a library. Mimia replied cryptically, That's because your accomplishments are still few and far between. Here in me as well. The scale of the library changes depending on the successor's level. And judging by its current size, it looks like you haven't passed the second trial yet, am I right? Shin Hun was shocked she knew that. Yeah, you're right. Suddenly, Mimia's expression turned serious. Hey, can I ask you something? Can we drop the formalities now? Shin Hun just stared, completely lost. Mimia quickly explained. time to get you up to speed. Since we're going to be seeing a lot of each other, it'll get real awkward if we keep up this whole formal act. Let's just be casual, okay? Thinking it was something serious, Shin Hun readily agreed. Oh, sure, let's do that. Then, out of the blue, Mia started praising him. You know, Successor, you're pretty talented. You've already reached the second circle and managed to find me this fast. Shin Hun replied, at a loss. I still don't get why finding you is supposed to be a good thing. Mia said with a mischievous grin. Because it means you'll have a smooth ride all the way to the fifth circle, no problems whatsoever. Shin Hun exclaimed in disbelief. The fifth circle? How is that even possible? Knowing he wouldn't be convinced, Mia decided to give him a little demonstration. She closed her eyes, channeling the energy within her, and a book immediately flew toward her, riding a beam of light. Mia caught the book with confidence, then held it out to him and said, "Read this, and you'll understand." Shin Hun quickly scanned the page and realized it contained detailed theories on resonance. Seeing that he'd caught on, Mia continued enthusiastically, "This place is filled with information that couldn't be included in the Idris Codex, just like the book you're holding now." Shin Hun asked, "So why isn't all of this information in the Idris Codex?" Mia praised him without missing a beat. "Excellent question," she explained. "It's to prevent information overload from the trial pages. There's just too much content to sift through while verifying the successor. For various reasons, only the most essential information was stored in the main codex, which is why this supplement, me as well, was created." Hearing this, it all started to click for Shin Hun. "So, you're saying Master recorded the more detailed content here? In me as well?" Mia confirmed with a cheerful nod. "Exactly. If the Idris Codex is the instruction manual, you can think of this place as the full textbook and reference library." Shin Hun nodded. "Got it." He glanced around the room again before asking, "So all the books here are filled with this kind of in-depth information? And as I accomplish more, the number of books will increase?" Mia confirmed excitedly. "You got it. So, how about it? See how you can reach the fifth circle now?" Clutching the book, Shin Han declared with total confidence. "Naturally. With this little gem, the second trial is going to be a walk in the park." And so, Shin Han followed the book's instructions to the letter, finding himself lying in a boundless, empty space, drifting through a surreal, magical landscape. A grin spread across Shin Han's face as he thought, 79 gold for this. Synchronizing 100 magic circles for the second trial used to take a solid 8 hours. But ever since I found Mia as well, I can knock out 79 circles in a single go. Shin Han sat up, slowly recalling his recent struggles. "Man, everything has been such an uphill battle lately. But now, I'm positive I can finish all 100 circles. Tonight at the earliest, tomorrow at the latest." With that thought, his determination surged. Thinking of Mia, Shin Han mused. Getting my hands on Mia's book before the Olympiad was a serious stroke of luck. The scene shifts to a starry night. At the Shin family villa, Shin Han nervously followed a maid down the hall. He wondered anxiously, why would father summon me now? Could it be a reward for the incident with Buck? An image of Buck lying motionless on the ground flashed through his mind. The walk was taking forever, and Shin Han thought with annoyance. I was planning to spend the whole day in Mia as well after class. Why did it have to be right now? Still, this is probably important. The maid led him to a room and announced his arrival. "My lord, Han has arrived." Shin Iniuk's voice called from within. "Come in." Shin Han entered and greeted him. "Father." Shin Iniuk looked weary, his brow furrowed as he said sternly, "Sit down. I'll get straight to the point." He cut right to the chase. "Unlike last time, your contribution wasn't 100%, but it's undeniable that you were responsible for more than half. Combined with your previous contribution, your stake in the Mana Stone mining rights is now 26%. Shin Han nodded in understanding. "Yes." Shin Iniuk continued. "You've brought us a significant profit, which means you deserve a reward." He asked, seriously, "Is there anything you want?" Shin Han seized the opportunity immediately. "Yes, there is." He stated his desire. "I want the ancient relic stored deep within the family vault." Shin Iniuk's eyebrow twitched slightly at the request, but he didn't refuse, merely asking, "An ancient relic? Very well. You don't actually believe those fanciful, nonsensical stories about hidden secrets within them, do you? They're just antiques." Shin Han stated firmly, "No, I don't see it that way. I'm not interested in the legends of the relic. I believe that even legends hold a kernel of truth." Shin Iniuk sighed in exasperation. "You're still young enough to believe in such fairy tales. But if that is your choice, I will respect it. However, you may only take one item," Shin Iniuk stipulated. Shin Han replied joyfully, "Yes, thank you, father." Shin Iniuk pressed on. So, which ancient relic do you want? Shin Hun answered politely. Yes, the one located in the family's treasure vault. Down there, a magnificent cloak is stored, one with 2 ethereal shades of white and purple. It is the cloak of Jbel B10N. Inside the family's treasure vault, the divine sorcerer Shin Hun stood by and watched as his father, Shin Uk, was handed a rectangular box, its surface precious with gold-inlaid patterns. He gently placed the box on a table and spoke softly, "Please, I hope you won't come to regret this choice." He accepted the box and replied, "I won't. Thank you, father." The moment the words left his mouth, his father glanced at him, his expression a mixture of annoyance and a hint of concern as he spoke. "To believe in such a silly thing. You truly are still just a child. Dedicate yourself to your training so you won't have any regrets later on, if you ever want it back." He replied with a gentle smile and a slight tilt of his head, "Don't worry about it." With the box secured, he got into his car and drove off. Inside the car, he sat with his legs crossed and arms folded, the box resting beside him. He began to speak. "Most of the ancient relics our family owns are the real deal." He then glanced over at the box, his thoughts taking over where his words left off. Asterisk Roy Ubol Bittner's cloak. If this is truly my master's cloak, asterisk, asterisk, then a 30% stake in the magic stone mining rights is a small price to pay. But hold on, is this really his cloak? Asterisk, deciding to act on his thought, he reached over to open the box, murmuring to himself, "What if it's a forgery?" The moment he saw what was inside, his eyes shot wide open in disbelief. A silent scream of astonishment echoed in his mind. His hand trembled slightly as he gently lifted the ethereally shimmering cloak from the box, his jaw agape as he asked himself in utter disbelief, Is this made of pure mana thread? Mana thread, a master-level technique, where magic stones are refined and spun into threads using advanced crafting technology. Across the entire world, fewer than 30 artisans possess the skill to handle mana thread. And this wasn't just some item with a few mana threads woven in. The entire cloak was crafted from it. What's more, how could such advanced technology even exist back in that era? Compared to this piece, even the most recently crafted artifacts made from mana thread don't even come close, do they? I've never seen anything like it. Hai-Un could scarcely believe he was holding an authentic cloak made entirely of pure mana thread. He had returned to his own home. Now, changed into comfortable clothes, he sat on his bed, the cloak still in his hands. But then, his eyes caught something on the fabric, and he let out a curious, "Huh?" He had spotted a line of text woven into the cloak. Leaning in for a closer look, he spoke aloud. "The signature's right here. Asterisk. And this atrocious handwriting. It's definitely my master's. I saw it every day, I'd know it anywhere. Asterisk." He held the cloak up, staring at it intently, and said in amazement, "But what is this? The structure. Are the inner and outer layers reversed?" One of the reasons mana thread is so difficult to work with is that the inner and outer layers require completely different constructions. The inner layer is designed to enhance mana conductivity and improve the efficiency of its use. The outer layer is meant to block mana conduction, thereby minimizing external damage. But this cloak structure is the complete opposite. That means the outer layer actually enhances the efficiency of mana operation, making it more vulnerable to damage. Meanwhile, the inner layer blocks mana from escaping, reducing the wearer's mana loss. My master would never make a mistake like this. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Then, as if a brilliant idea had just struck him, he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, so it was designed to be worn inside out?" With that thought, he laid the cloak down on the bed. He pressed his hand against the fabric, noting, "Even when you reverse it, the structure of the outer and inner layers remains identical." As he examined the cloak, he thought, "Asterisk, so this was intentional. But for what purpose? Is this really an ancient relic? Asterisk. Asterisk. Now I get why father just let it rot in the warehouse. Asterisk. He then took out a magical grimoire. The moment he opened it, a teddy bear and 2 cakes materialized. The scene then shifts to Mia's room. Mia was just kicking back on the sofa with a book, when he suddenly materialized in her room, calling out, "Mia! Mia!" She glanced up and said, "Oh, Successor, what brings you here?" He pulled out the cloak and held it out to her. The moment she laid eyes on it, she gasped and stammered, What is that? Isn't that the vine cloak?" she exclaimed, rushing right over to him. With her eyes sparkling, she looked up at him and said excitedly, "Whoa, Successor, you actually found it? Your luck is just unbelievable." He just nodded and said, "Yeah, but there's something off about this cloak." She took it from him, examining it. What do you mean?" she asked. Then, out of nowhere, she let out a piercing shriek that made him jump, and he just stared at her, completely baffled. Then she held up 2 fingers and asked, "Successor, you're still on the second circle, aren't you?" He was a little confused by the question but answered anyway. Yeah, that's right." Hearing his answer, she replied, "Well, that explains why you wouldn't know then." He cut in, "All right, enough with the cryptic act. How do you use this thing?" She immediately crossed her fingers into an X, squeezed her eyes shut, and said, "Sorry, Successor, I'm so sorry, but I can't explain a single thing about this cloak." He stared, bewildered. "What? Why not?" She tried to hand the cloak back to him, saying, "Nope, I'm giving it back." Then she crossed her arms, closed her eyes, and let out a little huff before saying, "Banner-style magic has a special incantation." Suddenly, she remembered something, and her eyes shot wide open. Seeing her reaction, he immediately pressed, "A special incantation?" But she just clutched her head and groaned. "Ah, come to think of it, I'm not even allowed to say the name of that spell. Ugh, just forget it." Banner-style magic has a unique incantation, a form of spellcasting known as true magic. He looked at her, stunned. "True magic?" She nodded. "That's right, it's completely different from the magic you're using now. This is the real deal." He immediately shot back. "What are you talking about? Are you saying the magic I've been using isn't real?" She sighed. "Well, unfortunately, that's the most accurate way to put it. As for this true magic, I can't reveal anything more until you, the successor, reach a certain level." He rubbed his chin, thinking. "So it's some kind of restriction?" he asked. She simply replied, "Yep, this cloak is a relic that exists solely to support the use of true magic." Hearing that, he let out a long sigh and said, "So you can't tell me anything about this cloak. That's all there is to it." She broke into a wide grin. "Awesome, exactly. You catch on so fast. My successor." Hearing that, he asked, "So what level do I have to reach before I can get an explanation about this thing?" She paused for dramatic effect before saying, "That would be the 5th circle." As she spoke, she held up 5 fingers. He stared at her in utter disbelief. She continued, "You have to master the 5th circle and pass numerous trials. Real Banner-style magic truly begins once you've mastered the 5th circle." A spellbook opened, and 761 words of power swirled out from its pages. With a look of pure determination, Shin waved his hands, casting spells and counting, 98, 99, 100. The moment he said 100, a brilliant firework display erupted. His face was covered in sweat, but he wore a grin of pure satisfaction. "I finally did it," he panted. Suddenly, a voice echoed from out of nowhere. "Congratulations." Shin looked around, bewildered, trying to find the source of the voice. That voice. "Master?" The voice replied, "You struggled hard to pass this second test. You've done well. Now, I shall teach you how to cast spells of the 3rd circle." Shin rubbed his tired wrist and repeated, "The 3rd circle?" The voice began to explain. "The 3rd stage of the 3rd infinity circle. Interference." His eyes shot wide at the words, and he stammered, "The interference circle?" He let out a sharp huff. Heading back to his bed, he clutched the book, staring at it intently, thinking, "Asterisk. All right, I've cleared the 2nd test. Time to start training on the interference circle. Asterisk." He got to his feet with a book in each hand and said cheerfully, "Man, without Mia's cloak and book, this test would have taken way, way longer." His mind flashed back to the previous night at the well, remembering what Mia had told him. You can only use it once you've mastered the 5th level circle and passed the 5th test. In Bino-style magic, true magic doesn't even begin until you've mastered the 5th level circle. At the time, he'd rubbed his chin, dejected, and mused with his eyes closed. Well, I guess that settles it. I'll have to just stash this cloak away until I reach level 5. Mia, standing beside him, pointed an accusing finger. "Hold on a second. Successor, what are you talking about? You're just gonna let something this valuable collect dust in storage?" He shot back. "Well, what else am I supposed to do with it? The inner and outer layers of the mana fabric are inverted, so it's useless now." At that, she snatched the cloak right out of his hands, saying indignantly, "Oh, in that case, just give it to me." She then draped it over herself, a grin spreading across her face. This cloak is designed to trap mana inside, preventing it from leaking out, which helps you reach a state of mana saturation. He was completely floored by what she was saying. She continued, "When your mana is saturated, the infinity circle spins faster than usual. That means the mana flowing through your brain increases too, right? In other words, your brain gets to soak up all that excess mana, which speeds up your mental recovery, just like it does for physical fatigue." He took the cloak back, his jaw dropping as he let out a loud, "Ah, I get it. So if I wear this cloak, I can cut down on the time I need to sleep, right?" She immediately shot back. And you call that getting it? She gave him a sly wink and said mysteriously, with this cloak on, you don't need to sleep at all. He was absolutely flabbergasted. It sounded way too good to be true. He let out a huge, disbelieving, huh? Staring at the cloak in his hands. No sleep at all? She replied with total confidence. That's right. Just wear it for about 5 hours a day, and you'll stay in peak condition. Besides, that's just one of its side effects. And I might as well tell you. Successor, that's not even the cloak's real power. He was practically buzzing with excitement, eager to test out this so-called side effect of the cloak. A huge, anticipatory grin spread across his face as he said, I can't wait to master the 4th level circle now. But then she asked, you do realize this thing only works on you, don't you? To anyone else, it's basically poison. So don't go lending it to anyone, okay? She warned. He just laughed in response. Of course. With an item like this, the next test is going to be a piece of cake. 2 days later, Ha-Yun was wearing that very cloak, his eyes shut tight in concentration. Suddenly, they snapped open, his gaze sharp and thoughtful. He flipped through the pages of the book, thinking to himself, Asterisk, I've tried this countless times, but something's still missing. I feel like I'm right on the verge of understanding the interference circle, but according to the book, the 3rd level interference circle in Beano-style magic grants the power to manipulate someone else's mana. To pull that off, you need to be 100% in sync with their mana. After he read that explanation, he immediately asked himself, so, this is the definition of an interference circle? It can actually affect another person's mana? Realizing this, a grin spread across his face as he said, now this sounds interesting. He thought back to his previous training sessions. He mused, honestly, I wasn't expecting this. I never thought the second test was just a stepping stone to practice the interference circle. Shaking off the thought, he focused back on the book. To achieve the 3rd level magic circle, one must resonate the circles, and then resonate and synchronize with the surrounding mana. His eyes lit up as he found the solution, a triumphant thought echoing in his mind. If he just keeps up the resonance, the 3rd level circle will gradually take shape. With that thought, he shot to his feet, clenching his fist with determination and declaring, all right, this time, I'm going to nail it. With that, he immediately began his practice. Closing his eyes, he focused and began to contemplate. He started to interweave the abundant mana in the atmosphere with the mana that had saturated his own body. The sensation was like building a new house from the ground up. The tiny water spirits born from his spellwork hovered in the air above him. 2 streams of light, one fiery red, the other an icy blue, erupted from his chest, enveloping his body. The moment those 2 lights vanished, the water spirits immediately swarmed toward him, constructing a new foundation right within his very core. The mana was being absorbed. As he trained, he could feel everything changing. The spirits suddenly began to call out to him, come play with us. We're over here. Hearing their call, he realized, I can hear the voice of mana itself. He reached out to play with the tiny spirits, a gentle smile on his face as he thought, ah, this is incredible, so warm. I never want this feeling to end. If I've made it this far, I'll master it soon. I just need to maintain this resonance. Just then, the spirits circling him began to speak again. Ooh, this is new. Let's play a new game. What should we play? They wanted to create a playground. Let's hold hands in a circle, sing and dance, and become one. As they spoke, the spirits joined hands, forming a great, shimmering ring. Suddenly, sweat beaded on his forehead and he grimaced, thinking, it's too hot. Even if the mana amplification rate was off by just 1%, his body wouldn't be able to absorb it. By controlling that single percent, I stabilized the mana inside my body. I gradually refined the amplification rate down to 0.01%. The mana began to form the circle, quietly, almost imperceptibly. He trained for so long that the sky began to brighten, heralding the start of a new day. He was now slumped on the floor, completely spent. He was still wrapped in his cloak. Suddenly, his head snapped up, his eyes wide, his face drenched in sweat. He scrambled to his feet, a look of pure astonishment on his face as he gasped, it's done! Without a second's hesitation, he tested it, thrusting his hand forward. 1st level circle. Tranquility. A stream of blue light shot from his palm. He pressed on. 2nd level circle. Resonance. And now, a brilliant red light joined the blue stream. He clenched his fist, raising it high into the air with a triumphant laugh. The 3rd infinite circle. Ha-Yun threw his hand to the sky, his face alight with pure joy. This is it. The 3rd infinite circle. Interference. His face was flushed, his eyes sparkling with the thrill of success. A deep sense of satisfaction washed over him. I've finally done it. I've completed the 3rd circle. The circle of interference. I have to get stronger as fast as possible to reach the level of a 5-circle master. The scene shifts to a lush forest, vibrant with countless shades of green. A figure can be seen resting on a thick tree branch. Small birds, completely unafraid, land gently on his stomach. It is, of course, Hei Un. I was just lounging on a thick tree branch with my eyes closed, my mind racing. A survival combat test, huh? It's a massive test set in the sprawling training grounds of the Gangwon Province Mountains. The duration of the test is 32 hours. All students are equipped with a special artifact. I lifted the watch on my wrist to check it out. A location appeared on its display, along with the test's simple requirement: just survive. For as long as possible, within a steadily shrinking area, for 32 hours. After reading the rules, I spoke aloud. Time to get a move on. If there was a catch, it was that you not only had to survive monster attacks, but you also had to deal with the other students. And of course, you have to stay alive while racking up points. The birds perched on my body seemed to know I was about to leave, taking flight all at once. Suddenly, Kang Dihak appeared out of nowhere behind me. He cockily threw his hand up, launching a bolt of fire right at me. His face a mask of arrogance as he bellowed, "I got the drop on you. Time to die, Shin Hun." I swiftly leaped off the branch, easily dodging the fire spell. I landed right in front of him, but the guy seemed way too full of himself, still not scared as he yelled, "Nice dodge, pretty boy, but I've already got your rhythm down." I didn't bother responding to his pointless trash talk. I just clenched my fist and charged straight at him. He immediately threw up a barrier, a sneer on his face as he taunted, "You idiot. What's a meathead with nothing but his fists gonna do?" My gaze sharpened. I instantly activated the disruption spell I just acquired and laid a hand on his shield. And just like that, his precious shield spiderwebbed with cracks. He could hardly believe what he was seeing, his jaw dropping as he screamed, "What the hell?" The barrier instantly shattered into a million pieces. The force sent him flying backward, slamming his entire body hard onto the ground. He gritted his teeth in utter confusion, wondering how his barrier lost to a pathetic little earth needle. I stood over him, looking down with an expression of pure pity as I asked, "You moron, what's so proud about a sneak attack? And you even announced it by shouting at the top of your lungs." I seriously couldn't believe someone this dumb existed, rubbing the back of my neck in exasperation. Then I clenched the hand that had just shattered the barrier, a satisfied grin spreading across my face as I thought to myself, so this is the power of disruption, huh? It weakens the core of a 2-circle barrier spell and lets a 1-circle earth needle punch right through it. I replayed the image of his shield shattering in my head, while the real deal was already on the ground, foaming at the mouth. His eyes had rolled back into his head. The system announced, "Student Kang Dihak has been eliminated." I turned and walked away. Tapping my watch, I figured it worked so perfectly because he was so careless and let his guard down. The system on my watch immediately chimed with a notification. Shin Hun receives 10 points. Seeing the points pop up, I looked up at the sky and said cheerfully, "Off to a pretty good start, huh?" I kept moving, not stopping for a moment as my mind raced. I think I'm really starting to get the hang of disruption. At this rate, disruption might not just be effective against 2-circle spells, but maybe even 3-circle ones. Just then, a black shadow zipped past me from behind. I sensed it instantly and whipped my head around to look. A massive fireball materialized right in front of my face. I was stunned, my mind screaming, "A fireball?" I just stared at the damn thing in shock. All of a sudden, wolves appeared all around me. They had me surrounded from every angle, and I yelled in my head, unable to believe my eyes. "Bloodclaw wolves? I'm surrounded." Looks like the sound of that last fight drew them in. He thought to himself, then twisted his body and closed his eyes for a moment, speaking without a trace of fear. "Well, if I were a normal student, I'd be complaining about having to fight back to back. But for someone who needs to absolutely dominate the #1 spot on the leaderboard, I'm incredibly grateful for this situation." As he spoke, he opened his eyes and stared down the wolves, a sinister smirk spreading across his face. Just then, one of the wolves let out a long, piercing howl. He stood his ground, unafraid, and shouted, "Come on, bring it on, you mangy mutts." His image flickered onto someone's monitor. In a room filled with surveillance screens, a man and a woman sat watching. The woman spoke up, "Kim Kanggu and Maya Ha. These students are truly outstanding. If things continue like this, they'll easily make it into the top 10. It turned out there weren't just 2 of them, but 2 others as well. A red-haired man laughed and replied, "Haha, but isn't it incredibly difficult to last until the very end?" The woman from before then said, "By the way, it seems there's no one else left." One person remained silent, holding a small monitor that showed the image of him fighting the pack of wolves. He said, "Still doubting Shin Hun's skills, are we?" Suddenly, someone else spoke up, addressing instructor Go Jang Soo. Hearing this, he just smiled faintly and replied, "Yes, That's right. The red-haired man sitting next to him immediately chimed in loudly. He clearly doesn't look like someone who could be written off as uncompetitive. The woman, hearing this, questioned him. Written off? He's dominated the top spot in all the previous training exercises. And even right now, he's leading with an overwhelming point gap. As she spoke, the woman glanced at the ranking list on the screen, where his name sat at number 1 with a score of 5,341. What's even more astonishing is how he knew the habits of the Bloodclaw wolves and intentionally held off on killing it until it called the entire pack. That's just extraordinary. When one Bloodclaw wolf howls, the whole pack will rush over, even from 5 kilometers away. He used that habit to farm kill points. At this rate, we might actually have a shot at winning the Olympiad. Those were the words of the red-haired man. He spoke with a very cheerful demeanor. Meanwhile, Jiang Su sat beside him, smiling proudly with his eyes closed. The scene shifts back to the forest where he was fighting the wolf pack. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his face and said, "With this many, all around him lay the bodies of wolves." He looked at them and wondered, "I probably scored about 60 points, right?" Suddenly, a powerful tremor shook his entire body. He gasped in shock. "What is this? An earthquake? No, that's impossible." The ground was moving, and countless sharp ice spikes erupted from beneath his feet. He gritted his teeth in alarm, staring straight ahead and saying, "What in the world is this?" In his mind, he screamed, picturing a body as massive as an elephant with an emerald on its back. It turned out to be an emerald turtle. His look of alarm quickly shifted to one of intense interest as he thought, "What is a rare monster like this doing all the way out here?" Shin Hun immediately dropped to the ground, landing right next to the turtle. He smirked as he stared it down, thinking, "This is the first time I've ever seen one up close." The turtle suddenly opened its massive maw and let out a roar. Seeing this, he grew even more excited, thinking to himself, "All right, let's dance." The scene then cuts to Obelisk Academy, at the evaluation tower in the outdoor training grounds. Inside the observation room, 5 figures were present. One of them finally spoke up. Shin Hun and the Emerald Turtle, commented the young man with platinum blonde hair. The initial objective is to escape immediate danger, which serves to broaden the spectrum of available options. For instance, forcing the trainees to team up. That's a rare type monster they've released into the main training grounds. The blue-haired woman with glasses replied, "It doesn't matter how much of a genius Shin Hun is, there's no way he can face that thing on his own." Back on the field, he was still locked in a confrontation with the turtle. The Emerald Turtle is a C-rank, Class 4 reptilian beast, characterized by its formidable defensive capabilities. It is the natural predator of mages. The Emerald Turtle suddenly let out a roar, swinging its leg toward him and stomping down with immense force right where he was standing. But he had already dodged, narrowly escaping its claws. A cocky smirk played on his lips as he thought to himself, "If I can capture this monster, I'll rack up a huge number of elimination points." But suddenly, its tail whipped around, lashing out right at his side. He flinched, his eyes darting to the threat as he quickly threw up a hand to create a barrier. A blue barrier materialized at his feet, but a single swipe of its tail was enough to shatter it completely. Back in the monitoring room, the blue-haired woman spoke. He used the shield as a springboard to evade the attack. The black-haired man, staring intently at the screen, added, "But that shield wasn't nearly strong enough. The Emerald Turtle is no easy opponent, not even for a 6th-level mage." Back in the arena, he immediately unleashed his mountain fire technique. A massive inferno erupted in front of him. He smirked, staring into the flames, wondering to himself, "Will this even work?" But the fire was instantly snuffed out by the icy aura emanating from the beast's body. He couldn't believe it, his jaw dropping as he yelled, "No way!" His confidence shattered, he immediately turned and fled, his face slick with sweat. As he ran, he thought, "This is no joke. Even a 5th-level mage couldn't take this monster down by themselves." He kept running, the turtle relentlessly pursuing him from behind. He wondered to himself, "It must be using mana. That's why it's faster than I thought." Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he thought, "Wait a second, it's using mana?" He spun around instantly, an excited grin on his face. "Oh, I think I've got something to try." He lowered a hand toward his feet, and a stream of light shot from his palm, enveloping his legs. Leg reinforcement, he thought. Just as the turtle's massive jaws snapped down on his position, he zipped out of the way with a surprised whoa. It was clear the burst of light had significantly boosted his speed. He thought, "That thing has enough raw power to topple a giant tree with a single charge. If I take a direct hit even once, there won't be a single bone left to recover." He kept running, and the turtle continued its relentless chase. Every time it snapped, he barely managed to dodge. His face was a mask of anxiety and fatigue as he grunted with the effort of evading its attacks. His mind raced. "If I just keep running like this, I'll never win. I have to fight back again." At that moment, he suddenly appeared directly beneath the creature. He instantly conjured a much larger shield to block the emerald turtle's attack. His arms strained to support the barrier as he thought, "What is this insane strength? I completely underestimated it. I can't even block this one attack." Resonance. He quickly summoned streams of red and blue light to reinforce his defense against the crushing blow. Gritting his teeth, he stared it down with razor-sharp eyes, knowing this was a head-on clash. Right after it attacks, it'll be paralyzed until it regains its strength. This is my chance. He immediately threw his hand high and yelled, "Wind!" The barrier in front of him vanished, revealing him right in the creature's face. He recalled something from his childhood, a memory from a picture book he'd read long ago. An emerald turtle's dual strike puts immense strain on its joints. Right now, after its attack, while it's immobilized and waiting for its joints to recover, this is the perfect opening. He suddenly leaped high into the air, glaring down at the turtle. He quickly conjured a weapon of ice, his eyes gleaming with deadly intent, thinking this was his shot. Ice lance! The observers in the monitoring room stared at the screen, their jaws hanging open in disbelief. On the monitor, they saw him with the razor-sharp ice lance, unleashing a powerful spell that slammed into the turtle. The creature roared in agony, spewing green blood from its mouth. The blood just kept pouring out. Its eyes slowly went vacant before it collapsed onto its back, a gaping, gory hole torn into its underside. He stood there, clutching the front of his shirt, face flushed and sweat pouring down as he panted for breath, but his eyes were filled with exhilaration. He spoke in disbelief. I actually won." The watch on his wrist updated instantly, notifying him that 1,000 points had been added to his score. A system voice announced, "Hae-un has received 1,000 points." A smirk spread across his face as he let out a sharp, "Sweet." The sky was a clear, brilliant blue, though the sun made the air a bit muggy. At the residence of the magic god, inside a large room, his image was displayed on a massive television screen. Two figures watched, one standing and the other seated in a chair. The man in the chair had a smirk of pure satisfaction and pride. It was none other than Hui, Hae-un's father. He glanced at the scarred man standing beside him. "Even though the emerald turtle is weak against the ice element, I still don't understand how he pulled that off with only third-tier magic. Do you have any idea?" The other man replied, "My apologies, sir. I do not. It seems so, and of course, there will be resistance. A food source is critical in these survival tests." On the screen, Hae-un's face was a mask of hunger as he began carving up the turtle's carcass with a knife. Hui chuckled and nodded. "I certainly didn't raise him to be weak." True enough." The screen continued to display Hae-un's actions. Hae-un was now gleefully running off, holding a massive bone skewered with two huge chunks of meat. The scarred man spoke up again. "Ah, master, may I ask you something?" Hui replied, "What is it?" The man continued, "Why is young master Hae-un acting so brazenly? Surely, if you consider the surveillance from Dai Han and CA, you'd realize their actions are quite malicious." Hui simply replied, "Every one of his actions has a purpose." The man responded, "Yes, sir." Hui began to explain. In the past, when his magic was still severely limited, Hae-un was naturally excluded from the family's power struggles, and as a result, his standing within the clan has been pathetic. But now, things are different. Hae-un has, somehow I don't know how he's obtained a formidable power. His progress in magic has also been remarkable. In the 2 months leading up to the Olympics, he requested protection from the harassment of his siblings, so that he could make the most prominent showing possible. To achieve something extraordinary, if they have the ability. The plan was to capture the world's attention, elevate its status within the clan, and build up power as quickly as possible. And after those 2 months of protection, it was probably convinced that John and C's watchful eyes were no longer a threat. Such a decisive person. Back at his camp, he was grilling 2 steaks from an emerald turtle, his eyes twinkling with joy at the thought of the meal. He sprinkled some seasoning on top, saying, "A little seasoning." It was a night filled with stars, and the bright moon cut through the darkness, while the air around him was pleasantly cool. Shin Hun sat on a log, wrapped in his cloak, watching his meal cook over a crackling fire. He recalled the competition's announcement. On the first day of survival training, from 11 at night until 1 in the morning, all confrontations were strictly forbidden. He held a piece of meat, his gaze turning thoughtful as he considered the rule. "I get that this rule is for safety, but if we keep making things this easy for the trainees, it's a far cry from the original rules, and their skills won't improve much. In some countries, the outdoor training academies have way stricter rules than we do. That needs to change. Then again, we were allowed to bring magic tools this time, so it's great that I can recover my stamina with Master's cloak." His thoughts concluded, he relaxed and took a bite, saying, "All right, enough of that. After finishing the piece, he grinned, rubbing his stomach in satisfaction. Man, I'm stuffed. Suddenly, a noise from behind put him on alert, and he whipped his head around. Turns out, there were two people standing behind him. Suncha called out his name, Shin Hun, and next to him was Adela. He thought in shock. Suncha and Adela? Yup. The two of them walked over and sat down by the fire with him. He asked them, "So, how did you two end up coming out of the forest together?" Adela was the one who answered. "We fought until well after 11 o'clock. Suncha added, "It wasn't even a fight, really. I got completely crushed." Hearing that, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "So the fight stopped at 11. I bet you just followed the delicious smell over here." Suncha snapped his fingers with a wide grin. "You got it." Then, the two of them stared at the large slab of meat, their eyes sparkling with hunger and their mouths practically watering. Suncha spoke up. "Man, that smells incredible. So when are you going to give us some?" He looked at them, a little horrified, and asked, "You're not leaving, are you?" "Adela, that's my food." At that, they both gave him the most pathetic puppy dog eyes. Suncha whined. "Hey, what do you mean times yours asterisk? It's times ours asterisk, isn't it?" Adela chimed in. "Right?" Hearing their pathetic whining, he closed his eyes in resignation, unable to take it anymore. "Fine. I was just going to toss it anyway. I guess you guys can have some." That was exactly what they were waiting to hear, and they cheered in delight. Suncha grabbed a piece of meat, closing his eyes, and said with an ecstatic smile, "It smells so good." Adela, holding a smaller piece, her eyes sparkling and cheeks flushed, said, "Thanks for the food." Suncha joyfully took a huge bite, and Adela chomped down with a satisfied look on her face. There's nothing better than eating when you're starving. They couldn't stop praising it. "Isn't this amazing?" "Yeah, it's seriously delicious." The praise was music to his ears. He could practically see himself as a world-renowned chef, nodding along and soaking it all in. Adela, after taking a bite of the meat, stared at the piece she was holding and spoke up. "Wait a minute. This is honey bear meat, isn't it? The bear-like monster from the forest that's incredible when you roast it." He looked at her, confused. "Huh?" She shook her head. "No, I mean. There are only two types of monsters in this entire training zone that are even edible. The honey bear and the emerald turtle. Every other monster out here is either poisonous or completely flavorless, making them impossible to eat." Then it suddenly clicked. She stared at him, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Don't tell me. You actually hunted an emerald turtle?" He just gave her a calm look and said, "Yeah. In the western sector, during the day." Meanwhile, Sancha, with his mouth stuffed full of meat, shouted in amazement, "For real? I've only ever seen an emerald turtle in videos. How in the world did you take one down?" He shoved him away, disgusted. "Dude, don't talk with your mouth full." But Sancha just kept chewing and mumbled, "Just what I'd expect. You're awesome, man." Adela, on the other hand, was just stunned into silence by his claim. After a moment, she finally spoke. "I've never even heard of a mage with fewer than 5 circles successfully hunting an emerald turtle." Her gaze was dead serious as she said it. He just gave a nonchalant reply, then decided to show them exactly how he'd beaten the turtle. He threw his hand up and yelled, "Fire blast." A scorching pillar of flame erupted, shooting high into the air. Sancha, already sweating from the intense heat, could only stare at the inferno with wide eyes. Adela's eyes were just as wide as she thought to herself in utter shock. 3 magic circles? He stood with his back to them, his hand still holding the column of fire steady. Adela cried out in disbelief. "No way. Is that a 6-circle class transformation spell?" He dissipated the pillar of fire and shot a casual glance back at them. The two of them were staring at him, their eyes practically sparkling with a mix of awe and admiration. Sancha was the first to speak. "Whoa, that was incredible." Adela just added, "And the meat is actually edible." He felt a bit exasperated by their reactions, thinking, this is what Master's magic can do, even with just 3 circles. But Sancha broke his train of thought, asking, "So, what choice do we have but to keep this on the down low?" "Wow, so how did you do it? Did you aim for the emerald turtle's head?" He replied, "Nah, I just pierced right through the top of its shell." Hearing that, Sancha yelled out in disbelief. "What?" he shouted. "How is that even possible?" He just crossed his arms with a smirk. "Well, it happened." Sancha then said, "You know, an academy drone was live streaming the whole thing. That means you can watch the footage after this is all over." He smirked back. "Oh, no. I think he'll be the one watching it first, don't you?" Sancha just gave him a confused look, but Adela seemed to get it, letting out a small, knowing smile. He then declared, his eyes filled with confidence, "Tomorrow, we fight fair and square." Sancha threw his hands in the air, practically cheering. "Oh man, there's no way we can beat you." Adela, however, just closed her eyes for a moment and replied with a faint smile. Is that so? Well then, good luck. I have something I'd like to show you too. As she spoke, she placed a hand lightly over her chest, her eyes snapping open to lock with his. Tiny shards of ice began to materialize around her. On the second day of the survival test, the staff in the monitoring room were still glued to their seats. Their eyes were fixed on the massive screen before them, not daring to look away for a second. The man in the center spoke up. There are 2 hours remaining. The survival zone has shrunk, and now, only 4 contestants are left. Who will emerge victorious in this battle for survival? At that moment, Shin Hun was just strolling casually through the forest, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Staring straight ahead, I didn't break my stride, but then something just popped into existence. I felt it instantly and whipped my head around, unleashing my wind spears. Gusts of wind solidified into razor-sharp lances at my command. Those spears shot out, slamming into whatever had just shown up. A smirk crept across my face. So, we're back in the big leagues, are we? Just then, someone landed heavily on a thick branch overhead. It was the figure of a young man built like a tank, with muscles on top of muscles, and he was perched right over my head. Without a second's hesitation, he threw a heavy punch straight down at me. I clenched my jaw and barely managed to dive out of the way. But he didn't let up, coming at me again. He's too fast, I screamed in my head. Another kick came flying my way. I dropped low, dodging the blow. Planting my hands on the ground to steady myself, I looked up and stared my attacker down. Gritting my teeth, I thought, this is just the warm-up, and hand-to-hand combat is exactly what I was afraid of. A roundhouse kick blurred towards me, impossibly fast and powerful. The guy who jumped me was another mage. He just laughed and said, Shin Hun, running into me here is the worst luck you could have. I instantly recognized him as one of those freakish close combat mages. I wasn't about to let that taunt slide. Sorry to disappoint you, I shot back, but I'd say this is my lucky day. Cut to morning at Obalis Academy. The infamous Jang Guk strolls away, leaving some poor kid beaten to a pulp on the ground. Eyes rolled back in his head. The female students, of course, were all watching and blushing. Jang Guk is so cool, his body-strengthening magic is the absolute strongest, and I, Hyun, was taking it all in. Then, his eyes flicked over to me. I thought to myself, for the past 2 years, he's been one of the top 2 fighters in this entire academy. It was inevitable, really. A master of body-strengthening magic. It was only a matter of time before Jang Guk and I would have to face off. My face didn't show a hint of fear. He, on the other hand, was practically vibrating with excitement for a fight. I knew this guy wouldn't be a pushover. I balled my hands into fists, slowly channeling my magic. All right, I thought, if that's how he wants to play it, I'll meet him head-on with close combat. I raised a fist, activated my own body-strengthening spell, and charged. Jang Guk watched me charge straight at him, a look of pure contempt on his face. A straight-up, honorable fight, huh? How cute. Meanwhile, at the Obalis Academy's outdoor training grounds, the evaluation room's big screen was live-streaming the showdown between me and Jang Guk. He threw a punch, and I weaved out of the way. In front of the monitor, the judges were already buzzing. Looks like both Shin Hun and Jang Guk are opting to fight using body-strengthening magic, one of them commented. This fight is clearly in Jang Guk's favor, right? I mean, for the past 2 years, his combat prowess has been undeniably at the top of the class. He even won the International Junior Reinforcement Magic Tournament. Then, my father decided to chime in. However, if we consider yesterday's Emerald Turtle match, Shin Hun's potential is completely off the charts. Back in the arena, I kept dodging his flurry of punches. My eyes widened as I activated my magic. Demon Eye. With it, I could clearly perceive every single move he was about to make. There it is. I can see the flow of his mana. The mana is concentrating in his fist for reinforcement. But then I looked lower, and saw the mana begin to glow around Jang Guk's knee joint. No, wait, it's shifting to his knee. The thought had barely formed before I instinctively summoned a shield and threw out a counter kick, completely neutralizing Jang Guk's surprise knee strike. He looked confident, but his shield was already cracking apart. Asterisk. Just as I thought, asterisk, Hyun mused. Asterisk, that kick packs a punch. But with a proper magic barrier, I can totally repel him. Then, in a flash, Hyun shattered his own shield, leaving his opponent completely stunned. Sanguk was floored. Asterisk, he destroyed his own barrier? I've never seen magic like that before. Could this really be the return of the so-called genius mage? Asterisk. A grin spread across Sanguk's face as he got hyped. Asterisk. So the rumors were true after all. Now this is getting fun. Asterisk. Without missing a beat, Hyun launched another attack. But Sanguk deftly dodged it again. He smirked, thinking, asterisk, but hey, I've got my own pride on the line. There's no way I'm losing a close quarters fight. Asterisk. Hyun raised his fist, thinking, asterisk, this is my chance. Asterisk, mana began to swirl and condense around his knuckles. He then unleashed a punch straight at Sang-guk, who grimaced and instinctively threw up a solid cross block with both forearms. Hyun broke a sweat, staring at the outcome. Asterisk, what the? Asterisk, the crowd in the evaluation room gasped in astonishment. He actually blocked that punch. Only In-hyuk seemed unfazed by the display. Sang-guk immediately countered, launching a kick right at Hyun's gut. Hyun quickly backflipped out of the way, landing perfectly and staying on the offensive. He thought, asterisk. He saw that coming? Not bad. His combat instincts are sharp. Asterisk. Asterisk. Actually, they're pretty incredible. If I feint with a fire-type spell, even if he throws up a defensive barrier. Asterisk. Asterisk. There's no way his hands will come out unscathed. Asterisk. No sooner had the thought crossed his mind, he blasted a fireball, forcing Sang-guk to grit his teeth. Both of Sang-guk's hands were severely burned. They hung limply at his sides, smoking. Seizing the opportunity, Hyun rushed in and cocked back his fist. It was all happening too fast for Sang-guk to react. Asterisk, so quick. Asterisk. He fell back on his old habit, raising his forearms in that same cross block, a move Hyun was now all too familiar with. A smirk played on Hyun's lips. Oh? Going on the defensive again, are we? He instantly unleashed another fire blast, forcing Sang-guk to brace for the frontal assault. But in a flash, Hyun had already zipped to his opponent's other side, right into his exposed flank. Sang-guk's eyes widened in disbelief as he thought, asterisk, crap, the mana enhancement on his fist was a feint. Asterisk. Asterisk. It was all a setup for a kick. Asterisk. Just then, Hyun's leg shot up, a triumphant grin spreading across his face, leaving Sang-guk to wonder, asterisk, when the hell did he have time to cast an enhancement spell on his leg so fast? Asterisk. After taking the full force of the blow, Sang-guk cried out, clutching his throbbing side. He muttered under his breath, I think he actually broke one of my ribs. But instead of stopping him, the pain just fueled his fighting spirit. But I'm a warrior. I can take a little pain like this. Time to let my instincts take over. Attack. That's what a warrior's instincts are for. The thought had barely formed before he reared back his fist, aiming a powerful blow at Hyun. Seeing his opponent's reckless determination, Hyun warned, if you rely on brute force like that, your body is going to shatter. Ignoring the warning, Sang-guk leaped at him, bringing his leg down for an axe kick. But Hyun was faster, snatching his ankle out of the air, yanking Sang-guk right out of the sky. Getting a little carried away, aren't we? Hyun quipped. With his leg caught and his balance gone, Sang-guk was helpless as Hyun pulled him down. He tried to land safely on his other foot, but it wasn't that simple. The moment Sang-guk was off balance and distracted was all the opening Hyun needed. He countered with a vicious uppercut. Sang-guk let out a strangled cry as he was sent flying backward. Hyun watched him land in a heap, dazed, foaming at the mouth. Eyes rolled back and let out a quiet sigh of relief. Hyun slowly began to analyze his last attack. In that split second, he concentrated all his mana under his chin to mitigate the damage. Looking over at Sang-guk, he now looked just like all the opponents who had come before him, sprawled on the ground, groaning senselessly. Hyun smirked, wiping the sweat from his brow with his sleeve. Just as he'd expected, the guy's combat instincts were outstanding. It wasn't just his offense, but his defense too. He was definitely no pushover. He then activated his holographic watch, which chimed with a notification, 100 points added, along with a congratulatory message. Night fell quickly, as the glowing ring constricting the forest zone began to shrink. Hyun checked his watch again, only 3 people remained. He frowned, a knot of tension forming. No, now there are only 2. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged to pay him a visit. Good evening. It's a beautiful night, isn't it? The other survivor was none other than Adela. Hyun was about to fight Adela, just like history repeating itself. Meanwhile, inside a skyscraper, a massive screen replayed the footage of Hyun's battle with San. Si and Jihan sat at a table, watching intently. She fumed. This is impossible. In a nationally televised academic exam, a nobody like him ends up being the final survivor. We can't lay a finger on him, and he's clearly getting way out of our control. She chewed on her nails nervously. At this rate, Hyun is going to become a candidate for the succession again. No, this is unforgivable. Absolutely not. It can't be allowed to happen. Right, brother? Jihan just stared at Si in silence. She scowled and pressed him. Say something. He took down that emerald turtle all by himself. How? How in the world did he manage to defeat the emerald turtle? It was a live broadcast test, so it wasn't just all over the internet. Father definitely saw it too. Our entire family saw it. She slammed her hands on the table and shot to her feet. Jihan could only sigh. Si, please, just try to calm down. Okay. Beads of sweat formed on C's forehead. No, 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 how am I supposed to stay calm in a situation like this? Her eyes shot wide with shock. Jihan's expression turned icy. He wasn't the type to repeat himself. As he raised his hand, the motion alone was enough to make C flinch back, stammering and trembling uncontrollably. I'm sorry, brother. I'll be quiet. Please don't punish me. Jihan scoffed. Punish me? Then, his expression shifted to a gentle smile as he used that same hand to pat C's head, feigning kindness as he asked, What are you talking about, C? Why would I ever punish you? C slowly looked up, and her brother's face was no longer just smiling, it was terrifying, chilling her to the bone. We're family, after all. With that, he removed his hand from her head and cupped his own face. C dropped to her knees, her voice shaking. Thank you, brother. Jihan began. Hyun, that kid has always been so damn cunning, snatching every good opportunity for himself. We may be family, but if he keeps stirring the pot like this, we can't just let him be. A cruel smile spread across his face. Back in the forest where the battle was unfolding, the area was instantly incinerated by a fiery explosion. Adela attacked at the same moment, conjuring a magic circle, and shouted, Moonlight Blast, she declared. I won't fall into your trap this time. I've watched your last battle dozens of times today, maybe even hundreds of times. Her mind raced with analysis. In that fight, you used the sun to your advantage, didn't you? But tonight's battle will be different. The night sky began to glow. Adela channeled mana through her hands, preparing her next attack. She thought to herself, I won't give you a single opening to counter. Instantly, orbs of pure energy shot forward, swarming toward Hyun like homing missiles. This demanded some slick maneuvering. Hyun immediately caught a graze on his arm from one of the projectiles. He scowled. That's the continuous white moonlight shot. Adela kept unleashing her magic, and he instantly recognized the technique. The sheer number of shots was nothing like the midterm evaluation. Dodging all of them was impossible. Adela then spoke up. A magic user focused on control and skill is weak against a simple, long-range barrage. Her eyes glowed as Adela pointed right at him, yelling, This is your weakness. I'll surpass you in skill, in effort, in everything. Immediately after, a hail of bullets from her small magic circles rained down on Hyun. So numerous they created a massive explosion. Hyun let out a sharp breath. Through the thick smoke and dust of the attack, more shots came flying from the other side, and he raised his shield again to block them. Weakness, huh? He thought to himself. This is just a brute force attempt to overwhelm me where I'm supposedly vulnerable. What kind of analysis even led you to that conclusion? Meanwhile, Adela was reveling in her own perceived triumph. He deployed multiple shields to cover various angles, thinking, of course, even going all out and using every resource you have in a fight is something not just anyone can do. The heir to the prestigious CBQ family is really something else. Huh? Hyun cracked a smile. Then, he spoke up. Adela, since when did you reach the fourth circle? She continued to channel her magic, while Hyun maintained a calm expression, but he was already secretly preparing a spell behind his back. Adela finally stopped, saying, As expected, you noticed right away. He thought to himself that he needed to conceal his counterattack with a smokescreen. A magical snowflake he formed began to drift towards her. Meanwhile, Adela continued, I reached the fourth circle 4 days ago. And that wasn't all. She closed her eyes, slowly summoning her trump card. The bright moon in the sky suddenly began to shine erratically, as an arrow descended from above, as if sent by the moon itself. Adela declared, I won't fall for such an obvious trick this time. She quickly reached behind her, and a bolt of lightning instantly struck down from a crystal, granting Adela a surge of power. A four-pointed star now appeared in her eyes. Hyun's eyes widened in shock. That was Mind's Eye. He uttered, not just the fourth circle, but mastery of Mind's Eye too. Isn't this a bit overkill? To explain a little about Mind's Eye, it's a secret magic passed down by the prestigious Star family, Adela's maternal relatives in France. It's a perception-type mystic eye. It's similar to the ruby eyes of Kim Kengan, the master of the Blue Tower. The current Adela combines the power and flexibility of the CBQ family with the explosive potential of the Star family, making her incredibly formidable. He muttered to himself, This is what you'd call a monster in human form. Now I'll have to fight with everything I've got. Her eyes lit up as she said, I'm not foolish enough to hold back against you. Adela then thrust her hand forward, instantly creating 4 magic circles. Each one blasted a massive amount of energy toward him. Adela asked, That magic you used to take down the Emerald Turtle, when are you planning to use it? The 4 beams of energy looked just like 4 pointed stars, growing larger as they closed in on him. At the last second, Hyun smiled and said calmly, Oh, I was just about to. His pupils immediately dilated, and a flash of light appeared. He yelled, "Mystic Eye!" A massive stream of information flooded his vision. Adela's moonlight shot. Light attribute mana, 27, 74. Dark attribute mana, 71, 33. Water attribute mana, 0. 93 consecutive casts executed 12 times using the sine P-line formula, focused through the spiral of the disrupted Fidania equation. Instantly, it redirected the initial trajectory of all 4 aura beams, sending them crashing effortlessly into the ground. This only deepened Adela's disbelief. The lunar bullet veered off course, missing just moments before impact. "Ugh, what in the world did you just do?" "How?" He chuckled in response. "Well, from your perspective, what do you think I did? Were you able to see it with your mind's eye?" That evening at the Mage's Council residence, a man raised his wine glass. In Hyuk glanced over, and the man began to stammer. "In Hyuk, what kind of magic was that? What on earth is that spell interference magic that seems to defy all logic?" He was incredibly anxious. This was Wee Sang-chon, the head of the Mage's Council, also known as Adela's father. On the large screen, a broadcast was playing, the entire fight between their children, with the two fathers as the audience. In Hyuk simply replied, "Well, I don't know. Either." The other man asked curiously, "Didn't Haeun tell you anything?" He replied, "Nope, not a word." Sang-chon sat down, remarking, "That's a surprise. I never thought Haeun would keep secrets from you." In Hyuk just chuckled and said, "For over a year now, he's pretty much become fearless. He's keeping a lot of secrets from me these days." Sang-chon replied, "I understand. After so many years away from home, Haeun was bound to change significantly." He agreed, adding that the boy had changed a great deal. Sang-chon then asked, "Doesn't that just prove the old saying that a man must travel to truly grow up?" He stroked his chin and said earnestly, "I thought he just got lucky during the last midterm evaluation." "Ah, it's a little embarrassing to admit this in front of you. In Hyuk, I honestly thought that kid, Haeun, would just be a flash in the pan." Instead of arguing, the man actually agreed, "You're not wrong. I understand. After all, Haeun is still an outcast." As Sang-chon continued his analysis, previously, when the boy defeated my Adela, it wasn't because his magical power was superior. He won because of his strategic mind and his own unique techniques. Soon enough, people will start picking apart every bit of information on Haeun. And once they do, the boy's weaknesses will be laid bare. He'll lose his advantage soon enough. Hearing this, In Hyuk responded, "Yes. Especially since Adela is a master at analyzing information." Hearing this praise for his daughter, Sang-chon quickly added, "Absolutely. My daughter's analytical skills are second to none." Then, bowing his head slightly, he admitted, "However, it seems I've completely underestimated that boy." In Hyuk. Hearing his name, he turned to face Sang-chon, who continued, "I'll always be grateful to Haeun. When my daughter first lost her sense of purpose, her eyes were completely empty and soulless. But now, her eyes are shining brighter than ever." He continued with a warm smile, "I'm truly grateful that Haeun came back. Adela has begun to find her drive again, too." In Hyuk kept his eyes glued to the screen, watching his son's ongoing battle. He smiled in agreement. "Yes, that is something to be treasured." At that moment, an announcement blared from the speakers. "The survival battle has concluded. All survivors are to cease combat immediately." At that, Haeun stood amidst the thick fog generated by their intense battle. He shielded his eyes with his hand, trying to peer through the haze. He and Adela both lowered their guards, the ground beneath them still scarred from the fight. Adela wiped the sweat from her brow, letting out a breath of relief. Haeun spoke up, "What a shame. If we'd had more time, I think I would have won." Adela, not to be outdone, retorted. She shot back, "No way in hell. Any way you slice it, I was clearly the one winning." Neither of them would back down an inch, as the two of them were locked in a staring contest. Trangshu quickly stepped in to mediate. "All right, that's enough. Both of you calm down, let's all head back." And so, the match ended in a draw. The next day at the academy, Adela sought out Haeun just to declare, "I was the one who won yesterday." He scowled in response. "In your dreams. As usual, *I times was the victor." His cockiness got under her skin. "Since when is it as usual?" she said, articulating every single word. "I've finally figured out your mana-based trajectory shifting tactic. 5 minutes is all I'd need." He didn't mince words in his reply, either. "You? 5 minutes is all it would take to completely drain your spirit, and you'd lose." Listening to the two of them bicker endlessly, Sun Chan, who was in the background, could only sit and watch. He finally spoke up. "Are you guys for real? Hey, if you want to argue, go do it in your own rooms. Do you have any idea how annoying it is to have you causing us? The moment he dared to complain, he was immediately hit with a unified wave of indignation from both of them. What do you know about it? Butt out, Mr. Eliminated at rank 26. The comment left Sun Chan utterly speechless. All he could do was whine, turning on the TV as he complained. But this is my room. I just wanted us to peacefully watch the survival match recording together. On the table, he had laid out a whole mini-party with snacks and drinks, from banana milk and soda to pizza. He said, "It's a party. How could we not have banana milk? I even got pizza, chips, and more drinks." Sun Chan quickly played the victim. "All for you guys. Of course. Asterisk sniffle, sniffle, asterisk." Seeing how thoughtful he'd been, Adela immediately sat down properly, transforming into the perfect, model young lady. Hyun also quickly sat neatly on the edge of the bed, adding, "Sun Chan, you're blocking the screen." Watching them do a complete 180 like professional actors only made him feel more wronged. Hyun then urged him on. "Come on, hurry up. We absolutely have to watch it from the very beginning." This made Sun Chan shout, "What? The recording is a full 14 hours long. That's just insane." And finally, they reached the end of the recording, 14 hours later, late into the night. Hyun and Adela were still glued to the TV, while Sun Chan had long since passed out. In his sleep, he was even sleep-talking, monsters. Analyze the data. Hearing this, Adela let out a quiet laugh. Hyun asked, "What are you laughing at?" She quickly pulled a blanket over Sun Chan so he could sleep more comfortably. She replied, "I'm laughing because this is just too ridiculous." After tucking him in, she sat back on the bed and said, "Making someone watch a 14-hour analysis video." He chuckled. "It's pretty unbelievable, right?" She continued. "Honestly, I thought he'd give up halfway through and just bolt." Adela gave a warm smile. "You have a really good friend." He rested his chin on his hand and said to her, "He's the best friend in the world, a super, super good friend." Adela's expression suddenly turned regretful. "I'm sorry." He was surprised. "What's with you all of a sudden?" Adela replied, "For a whole year, I pretended I didn't know you. I was trying to keep my distance while also wanting to pull you closer, but now, I realize all my decisions back then were wrong. I'm sorry." He chuckled in response. "What do you have to be sorry for? I'm the one who ignored the signals you were sending. I was the one who chose to keep a distance. Don't worry about it." "Oh, well, in the beginning, I chose to keep my distance from him, too," he said, glancing over at Sun Chan. This made Adela incredibly surprised, and the shocking confession even jolted Sun Chan awake. He shot up, asking awkwardly, "What? Is what you just said for real?" Adela was startled out of her wits. "Ah, you're awake. How long have you been up?" He let out a sigh. "He's been conscious for a little while now. It's fine, everything's fine." Hyun spoke up again. "I'm not the same person I was a year ago. I have a new power now." Both Adela and Sun Chan were taken aback. He continued, "Plus, I have trustworthy allies. There's something I want to show you both." Immediately after, he pulled his hands apart, and a sphere of energy materialized between them. This made Adela's eyes widen in shock. That was it. Sun Chan's jaw dropped in absolute awe. Impossible. In Hyun's hand was a sphere of pure energy, known as the Moonlight Bullet. Hyun replied with a smirk, "That's right. This is my magic." They stared, dumbfounded, at the orb in his hand. Sun Chan stammered, "You mean, your alteration magic can target an opponent's actual magic formula?" Hyun confirmed, "Exactly. And I also have a divine eye that can see the magic formulas themselves." Adela was stunned. "A divine eye. So that's how you knew. My secret?" He explained. "Yep. Normally, secret techniques aren't supposed to be shared outside the clan. This is something I analyzed and developed on my own. Of course, I had to observe it up close multiple times to see if I could make it work." Adela then asked, "So how did you manage to pierce the emerald turtle's shell?" Hyun replied, "That was also with alteration magic. I interfered with its shell's composition and lowered its durability. That shell is actually created from magic." Sun Chan threw both his hands up in the air, exclaiming in admiration, "You really are a complete monster." Then Hyun asked, "I don't need to re-explain how to bend the Moonlight Bullet's trajectory, do I?" Adela chimed in, "If the condition for using interference magic is to completely understand the opponent's spell, then it wasn't that you didn't use interference magic from the start, but that you couldn't asterisk?" He chuckled and nodded. "Exactly. You catch on fast. During our match, you focused entirely on using the Moonlight Bullet, which allowed me to analyze its mana. Of course, if you had mixed in other spells, I would have been in real trouble." She sighed, not realizing that relying on the Moonlight Bullet had been a fatal mistake. She then wondered aloud, "Does that magic of yours have any other weaknesses?" Hyun answered. Well, the calculations for mana analysis are pretty complex, he added. So I can only interfere with spells that are right in front of me. In a real battle, there's not enough time for the calculations, so I can only make slight changes to the trajectory. He demonstrated, casting a spell in his hand as he spoke. She drew a magical line in the air to illustrate her point and asked, so what about rotating an opponent's spell 180 degrees and firing it back at them? He simply replied, there's not enough time for that, so it's impossible. Hearing that, she looked disappointed. Really? That's a shame. If you could actually reflect spells back, the effect would be absolutely incredible. Ah, well, it's still an insanely powerful magic as it is. Suddenly, Sun Chan cut in. Hold on a minute. He fumed, getting right in Hyun's face and shouting, you just sit there and listen to me, and dial it back a notch. Why? Why are you so casually spilling all the secrets to this ridiculously powerful magic? Hyun just looked at him, confused. You don't get it? Even Adela turned to him and asked, you really don't know? This just made Sun Chan break out in a sweat. Huh? What are you two talking about? I don't understand a single thing. Hyun and Adela said in unison, the Olympics. Just then, it finally clicked for Sun Chan. Hyun then said, I'm going to get us to the Olympics. I'll need your help. Instantly, Sun Chan's eyes went wide as he called out to Hyun. He shot his hand up, but Hyun immediately said, oh, Sun Chan, what is it? The guy looked down, a little shy. Well, I can understand Adela joining, but me? I don't have the skills for a tournament that big, especially when even the third years are competing. Heh. I mean, the second years might have a shot, but with 7 whole classes of third years, grabbing a spot for the academy is a long shot for me. He just nodded and told him not to worry, that it was no big deal. But then Hyun's vibe shifted, becoming seriously intimidating as he warned him, no matter what, I'll guarantee you get to participate. Understanding the unspoken threat behind those words, Sun Chan immediately flinched, scrambling backward in a panic. Adela just laughed and said, there are a lot of restrictions, but intervention magic is basically a trump card. If it's a match where you can use this spell, a winner takes all battle, you're defending your own magic stone, while bombarding the enemies with cannons, attacking their base, and capturing their flag. A siege battle. After hearing her out, he immediately replied, that's right, in winner-take-all matches and siege battles, that spell is practically a cheat code. Hearing that, Adela looked surprised. She wondered, is it really that special? In that case, do you have any other tricks up your sleeve? When asked, Hyun just smirked, then answered confidently, you know it. Later that night, back in his room, Hyun donned Beneo's cloak and held the book of Idris. He flipped through the pages and said, all set. Hyun then pressed his palm against the page and muttered, time to go. In the next instant, a vibrant light burst from within the book as a magic circle symbol began to glow. A moment later, Hyun was transported to Mia as well. She looked at him in surprise and called out, oh, Successor. Hyun pulled back his hood and replied, there you are. Mia immediately pointed at him with a grin. You're later than I expected. Don't tell me you didn't snag first place. He held his head high with confidence. Of course I got first place. The points from the Emerald Turtle fight sealed the deal. Do you remember when I told you I had to win a gold medal in some competition? Mia replied. Oh yeah, I remember. The Olympics, right? He chuckled. That's the one. I also told my friends about it. And about the intervention spell, too. Mia chimed in. Really? But didn't you say it would be better to master the intervention spell before telling them? You told them a little early. Hyun just smiled and said, nope, my timing was perfect. Hearing this, Mia froze. No way. You've already mastered the intervention spell? Mia's eyes lit up. Successor, you're incredible. Hyun simply nodded. Yep, which is why I need you to find me some books on the field of destruction. He held out his hand, making his request. Third Circle Master of Destruction Magic. It's time for me to step into that realm. He grinned, clenching his fist. A moment later, back in the real world, a call from Kangen came through. He answered the phone. Yes, Tower Master. On the other end, Kangen said to Hyun, I saw the footage from your evaluation, and I have to say, I'm impressed. I never expected you to take down the Emerald Turtle all by yourself. He laughed it off in response. Haha, I just got lucky. But the man continued, think about it. You went toe-to-toe with Adela, and she's already reached the 4th level. How in the world did you manage to shatter the Emerald Turtle's shell? Kangen added with another smile. Oh, and another thing. I also saw Adela's moonlight shot veer off its trajectory. At first, I thought it was some kind of mana distortion field, but that wasn't it. Hyun sounded a bit uncomfortable as he said, Tower Master, I'm truly sorry, but I can't share the specifics of my magic. The man replied, "Ha, I just got a little carried away. My bad, my bad. You don't have to answer. A mage is entitled to his secrets. But I gotta say, Hyun, that magic of yours is seriously slick. I'll just have to figure it out for myself." Kangin then remembered something. "Oh, by the way, I'm calling about that elemental magic item you requested a while back." Hyun wondered if this was good news or bad news. He broke into a grin and replied, "Good news. Everything's ready right now, so it's time to get serious." Kangin was currently in his lab, where the stone was placed in the center of a test basin. Hyun was surprised. "Really? Aren't you guys overdoing it? You could have just taken your time." Kangin immediately started a video call, panning across the lab and winking at the camera as he spoke. "No way. The artisans here are total fanatics. They can't resist a brand new mana stone." Seeing the result, just as he'd expected, Hyun chuckled to himself. Asterisk. "Just as I thought, they're probably working themselves to the bone." Asterisk. Kangin spoke again. "Anyway, you don't need to worry about the artifact's creation." Hyun replied, "Thank you. I'm really looking forward to it." Kangin continued. "All right then. Until next time." Hyun suddenly cut in. "Ah, wait a second." He proposed, "I have a request." This made Kangin think of Master Smith, and he wondered, "A request? Is this about compensation for the Langsmith incident?" Hyun answered seriously, "No. That matter depends entirely on the Tower Master's judgment." Kangin's voice perked up. "Is that so? How interesting. I wonder what kind of proposal you've cooked up this time." "Go on, I'm all ears." Hyun explained. For this year's Olympics, I need the artifact craftsmen from the Blue Tower to be dispatched as engineers for the national team." Upon hearing about the competition, Mia immediately broke into a sweat. "What? You're going up against a level 5 mage?" he replied, still holding the magic book in his hand. Asterisk, sigh, asterisk, that's the Tower Master's condition. Hyun grit his teeth, wondering, asterisk, did I take this too lightly? Asterisk. Kangin clarified. "You want our artisans to become the official engineers for the Olympics?" He answered with a simple, "Yes." But Kangin replied with a smile, "But the answer is no." This put Hyun in an even more awkward position. He thought to himself, asterisk, of course, it wasn't going to be an easy request to grant. Asterisk, Kangin suddenly spoke again. "That's what I'd times like, times to say, but if you, Hyun, can win a one-on-one duel against a level 5 mage, then we can talk." This made him break out in a cold sweat. He had no choice but to accept. Kangin said, "You know there are 2 level 5 mages among the students competing in the Olympics this year, right? It's not that I doubt your abilities, Hyun, not at all, but deploying our artisans requires a colossal amount of money. It's a bit much to shoulder such a huge commitment just for the sake of honor. Show us some solid proof that you can actually win a gold medal at the Olympics." Hyun fell silent after hearing his words. Mia, who was beside him, spoke up. "So, do you have a plan? No matter how you slice it, as the current successor, beating a level 5 mage is impossible, Hyun, which is why I've been given a grace period of about 10 days. She was stunned. "You're planning to master a countermeasure and win the duel within that time?" He replied, "Yeah, if I can come up with a countermeasure, it should be manageable somehow." Mia said, "But mastering it in just 10 days won't be easy. Do you really need to go this far just to get the Blue Tower to send their engineers?" Sitting on the other side of a stack of books, he said, "Absolutely. Otherwise, there's no point. The only ones in the entire country who can tune and customize the artifacts approved for the Olympics belong to the Blue Tower." Hearing that, Mia's eyes widened in awe. "Wow, that place sounds incredible," she added. "Artifacts made by regular artisans and the ones crafted by the Blue Tower's masters have at least a 10% difference in performance. On top of that, the only people right now who can even tune light element magical artifacts are from the Blue Tower. Since that difference in an artifact's performance can decide the outcome of a tournament match, we absolutely need their help." Hyun nodded. "Yeah, we have to get them on board." He then started picking out magic books. "Ah, this one. And this one too," Mia asked. "So, when are we heading to the 3rd trial room? Shouldn't we get a move on?" He just smiled, holding the stack of books he'd selected. "I'm planning to finish every single book you prepared for me before we leave." Mia looked impressed. "For real? Wow, that's some serious dedication. Okay then. When you get to the 3rd training room, give them my regards and tell them I'm doing well." Hyun raised an eyebrow. "Your regards? You know someone in there?" She sat down and fiddled with a stuffed bunny, saying, "That's a secret." Mia hugged the rabbit to her chest, grinning. Spoilers would ruin the fun, you know. That night, at the Sin family's corporate tower, the MC's voice rang out, "Good evening. to all our esteemed guests attending the anniversary celebration of the Madosa Group. We hope you enjoy this spectacular event. Inside, the building was buzzing with excited chatter. That's our chairman for you. Elsewhere, Dai-Han was soaking in praise from a guest. At this rate, it's pretty much a given that you'll be the next head of the Madosin family. He chuckled, replying, "You're far too kind. I've just been fortunate. Ha ha." Dai-Han maintained his charming smile and added, "Everything I've achieved is thanks to the support of people like you." The group immediately agreed. The future of the Madosin family is certainly in good hands. Then, suddenly, another voice cut in. Absolutely. And on top of that, the younger master is really starting to build his own reputation. As soon as Hyun's name was mentioned, Dai-Han's expression soured instantly, and he turned to look at the guest who spoke. The man continued, "You all saw it, didn't you? Who would have guessed he could take down an emerald turtle all on his own? I guess once a prodigy, always a prodigy, right?" Hearing this, the hand Dai-Han was using to swirl his drink froze. The man kept talking. "And did you see him fight Adela, who's already reached the 4th circle? Going up against the lunar mystic arts, the secret technique of the Saint Guard family. And he actually held his own. It was astounding. After seeing that, who can still say he's a nobody? If you couldn't see his face, you'd swear it was a real duel between 2 seasoned mages." As the man went on and on about Hyun, Dai-Han felt himself being completely overshadowed. The conversation started to shift entirely to the younger Sin Master. "I can't wait to see what Hyun does at the Olympics." "Same here. I heard the family head was also incredibly pleased with Hyun's performance." Dai-Han just stood there, frozen, as their voices buzzed in his ears. "Hyun, Hyun, always Hyun." His expression grew dark. The final nail in the coffin for Dai-Han's moment of glory was the next comment. "At this rate, it looks like his younger brother might just snatch the heir's position right out from under him. Damn them all," he thought. What a racket." A flood of unpleasant childhood memories rushed back. Dai-Han had always viewed his younger brother with eyes full of envy. That guy. Him, they all just run their mouths however they please, and I can't stand it. But the one I despise most of all is you. Hyun, I really thought I'd finally knocked you down for good, but here you are, crawling your way back up." After their conversation ended, the guests finally noticed. "Huh? Where did the chairman go? When did he disappear?" On the table lay a completely shattered wine glass. John stormed out of the party he'd just ruined, heading up to the rooftop and yanking at his tie in frustration. Standing at the railing, John muttered to himself, "This is bad. Unacceptable. That bastard. That guy has to die." The thought of his own brother's demise filled him with a twisted sense of excitement. Meanwhile, Hyun sat on a sofa, engrossed in a book, silently turning each page. Books were piled high all around where Hyun sat. After finishing the very last one, he snapped it shut. "Done." Mia, who was sitting at the table sketching, looked up and asked, "You finished already?" He gave a short reply. "Yeah. If this is everything you have, then I guess I'm done," she asked cheerfully. "So you've read all the books on the spell of destruction, then? So, Successor, do you have a better understanding of the spell of destruction now?" Hyun shot back. "Not at all. Not even a little bit. Of course I don't get it." She pressed on. "But you've at least moved past having just a vague idea, right?" He answered, "I can sort of grasp the basic structure." Mia held up her sketchbook to illustrate her point, saying, "It's perfectly normal that you don't understand. If you tell someone without wings to just flap them and fly, they wouldn't have a clue how, right? Right now, since you don't meet the necessary conditions, there's absolutely no way you can comprehend the spell of destruction." He chuckled and replied, "The drawing is a little messy, but I get the idea." The sketch was an illustration for what Mia had just said. She quickly got indignant. It's a masterpiece, thank you very much." Hyun pondered. "The conditions. So, in order to meet those conditions, do I have no other choice but to enter the 3rd trial page?" She replied, "That's right. All the answers lie within the 3rd page." He was a bit curious, though. "That person you asked me to say hello to, are they the one who teaches the spell of destruction?" Mia crossed her arms, breaking into a slight sweat as she said, "Well, if you're that curious, why don't you go see for yourself? You've already read all the books, haven't you?" He immediately pressed on. "Then at least tell me this. Is there some kind of restriction that's stopping you from talking about the 3rd trial?" She smiled. "It's not a restriction." Mia's thoughts drifted to someone very special. She said, "A promise. We made a private promise to each other." The book suddenly began to glow, and chive blossoms burst from it once again. Hyun found himself back in the real world, wondering what kind of promise she'd made that she couldn't breathe a word about the 3rd trial. He set Mia's book down and picked up the one from Idris, saying, "Ah, so that's the reason." Hyun opened the pages of Idris's book, and it began to glow softly. He pressed his palm against the magic circle drawn upon it. Instantly, the effect of sprouting plants began to take hold. Dozens of branches suddenly burst forth from the page. They were massive and dense, wrapping tightly around his body. Though it was uncomfortable, Hei-un remained resolute. If I can just hear it, I'll understand. He closed his eyes, letting himself become one with the foliage. After a moment, Hei-un was transported to a forest. He was stunned. This place. It's a forest. He stood in a grove of enormous, ancient trees, with a field of thick grass before him. He looked up, deep in thought, and this is no ordinary forest. All the trees are absurdly huge. Where in the world am I? He slowly began to analyze the situation. I thought I'd end up in some strange dimension like last time, but there's no guide, and I can't hear my master's voice. No way. Hei-un started to venture into the forest. As he walked, he muttered to himself, could this entire forest be the trial grounds? Standing on a mountain ridge, he gazed down at the vast, magnificent landscape. Hei-un couldn't help but laugh, scarcely believing his own eyes. This is just absurd. He turned his head, his gaze sweeping back over the woods, thinking to himself that his master's magic was truly beyond comprehension. The deeper he went, the more the forest stretched on, making him feel like there was no end in sight. Hei-un approached a stream. The entire scene was breathtakingly beautiful. He wondered aloud, so what kind of test is this, anyway? Suddenly, a strange light flickered down through the canopy, and the entire forest began to tremble. Hei-un's eyes widened in alarm. An earthquake? No, this was his intuition screaming that something was terribly wrong, that something was staring right at him. With eyes full of dread, Hei-un slowly turned his head. There it was, a massive, prehistoric beast. It was staring him down. Its body was covered in a layer of tough scales, glowing with a reddish hue like superheated steel. Its tail resembled a scorpion's, and its limbs ended in long, sharp claws. Hei-un's face darkened as he thought, this is completely insane. It got this close and I didn't sense a thing. The monster let out a thunderous roar, and the sheer force of the air blasting from its mouth sent him flying backward. Hei-un was thrown into the stream with a sharp cry. He emerged completely drenched, looking up at the beast in terror as he slowly analyzed it. Juvenile eyes, reptilian features, armor-like scales as tough as a crocodile's hide, claws and fangs as sharp as swords. There's no doubt about it. That's an unclassified, disaster-level creature, a drake. Hei-un's entire body went rigid. I thought those were just myths. And defeating this is the test? Take that thing down? That's impossible. His face was drenched in a cold sweat. Hei-un could only think. He couldn't speak or even twitch a muscle. I can't move. Even the slightest breath would cause the mana in the air to ripple. This thing is on a completely different level from any monster I've ever faced. Hei-un frowned. To it, I'm nothing more than a walking bundle of mana, the perfect meal. Is there any way I can escape? As his forearm began to twitch, the drake noticed the disturbance in the water's surface, its eyes locking onto the movement, its focus sharpening like a predator. Hei-un weighed his options carefully before making a move. No use. Even at my top speed, I could never outrun a drake. But the bigger problem is that I'm completely paralyzed. If that thing lunges now, I'm a dead man. Hei-un's eyes widened as he noticed something. Wait a second. That drake, why isn't it getting any closer? He wondered, locked in a tense stare-down with the beast. Then he voiced the thought. Is something holding it back? Suddenly, a woman's voice echoed through the clearing. Most impressive. Hei-un snapped his head in its direction. And indeed, a woman dressed in forest green was approaching. She spoke. Even when facing a creature far beyond your capabilities, you didn't surrender to despair. Your will is like iron. Even under such immense pressure, you remained calm and composed. The woman had long, shimmering green hair, and her attire was incredibly elegant. She had the long, pointed ears of an elf. You have passed the test. You can move now. Hei-un was completely stunned. He stammered, Who are you? She gave him a gentle smile and introduced herself. My name is Elena Greenwood. I was once known as the guardian of this forest, an archmage, and an old friend of your master. Hei-un was floored, thinking to himself, No way. Is she some kind of deity? He stared, bewildered, at the tall woman behind him. She glanced at the massive beast. Now then, allow me to handle this. Elena stepped forward to face the monster. Hei-un, sweating and utterly bewildered, got to his feet as she spoke in a clear voice, addressing the beast. Even while being lured, you did not trespass into my domain. That is commendable. Since I see you bear no malice, I will forgive you, even though you have damaged my garden. And with that, Elena began to weave a spell between her hands. She commanded, Return quietly to where you belong. You remnant of a fallen clan. A wind from her spell surged through the forest, touching every corner. Hei-un was frozen in place. As the fields of grass and trees seemed to dance and sing, he wondered, is the entire forest resonating with her? A light began to emanate from Elena's chest, releasing an endless, abundant well of power, as if to declare that she was the true sovereign of this place. She raised a hand and continued, "If you cannot understand my words, then simply return to dust." Her eyes suddenly gleamed, her pupils glowing brighter. In that instant, an unseen force materialized, slicing deep into the monster and sending blood arcing through the air. The beast let out a roar of agony. Hei-un watched, completely stunned, as the massive creature was effortlessly torn apart. He wondered again, where are those gashes even coming from? He realized, it's Elena's magic. She just has to raise her hand to cast a spell, and her aura does the rest. He thought to himself, there wasn't even a sound, just blurs and afterimages. What in the world did she just do? Hei-un couldn't believe his eyes. The open wounds on the monster's body smoldered where the aura had sliced through. But then, in just a moment, the wounds began to slowly close, as if some restorative power was being applied. The flesh knitted itself back together until it was completely unblemished. The monster was restored to perfect health, without a single scratch. Elena was the one who had inflicted the wounds, and she was also the one who had healed it. She warned, "This is your final warning. Now go." The beast instantly became docile, turning its back and departing. Hei-un broke out in a cold sweat after witnessing everything that had just happened. He thought to himself, the wounds, they healed in an instant. That was a disaster-level entity, and this woman could handle it like it was nothing. Just who in the world was she? Elena glanced over at him with a gentle smile. She asked kindly, "Are you all right?" He quickly replied, "Yes, I'm fine. Thank you." Elena gestured and said, "I can see you're a bit taken aback. Please, follow me now." Following her was like following the radiant spirit of the forest itself. After a short walk, Elena led him to a solitary log cabin, nestled deep within the woods. A special kind of magic seemed to protect the area. She personally brewed a warm cup of green tea for Hei-un. Elena spoke, "Go on, try it. It's an herbal tea that I'm quite fond of. It will help calm your nerves." He took the cup and replied, "Thank you." He slowly raised it to his lips and took a sip. The unique flavor made his eyes widen in surprise. Hei-un felt as if he'd been enlightened from within. Just one sip left him wondering in astonishment. "What is this? This tea?" It cleared my head instantly. Hei-un raised the cup again, which seemed to please Elena, and finished the rest of the tea in one go. He placed the empty cup back on its saucer. She asked, "So, how was it? Was it to your liking?" His eyes lit up as he immediately replied, "Yes, it was. That's the most delicious tea I have ever tasted." Elena smiled. "I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Are you feeling calmer now?" He stammered. "I'm sorry for being so aggressive back there." She replied kindly, "Oh, there's nothing to be ashamed of. The fact that you didn't back down from a dragon is impressive enough." Hei-un thought to himself, "So it really was a dragon. Not that you could have escaped from it anyway." Elena explained, "Even though it's the most powerful creature in this garden, it wouldn't dare approach my domain. But I suppose it was tempted a moment ago." Hei-un, slightly curious, asked, "Huh? Tempted by what?" Elena gestured with her hand. "The dense, pure mana in your body is like a delicious morsel for that dragon." She sighed and continued, "In its eyes, you're like a rare delicacy. The hunger and the craving simply overpowered its fear of me." Hearing her describe it in such graphic detail made him break out in a cold sweat. Elena asked with a gentle smile, her eyes crinkling, "Do you have any other questions?" He hesitated before answering, "Is this place really inside the Book of Idris? It all feels so real, not like being inside a book at all. It took a full 15 minutes to walk from where that dragon was to your house, Elena. This forest is enormous. The scale is on a completely different level from the previous training grounds. Where exactly are we?" Elena answered calmly, "This place spans from page 214 to page 232 of Eater's book. This is the third training ground." Hearing this, Hei-un's eyes widened in shock. Then, was that dragon just an illusion created by magic? He shot to his feet, getting to the heart of the matter. She seemed to ponder the question casually. Who can say? It's not real, but it's not exactly fake, either." Ha-un looked puzzled. "Huh? What's that supposed to mean?" Elena explained. "This space is manifested by recreating events from the past. The world inside Eider's book is a recreation of the Greenwood Forest as it once existed." Elena gestured with her hand. "You can think of it as a perfect copy of the original world, so it's not quite real. But it isn't fake, either." He looked a little stunned. So, they built this entire world based on the past and then just stuffed it inside a book? But how is that even possible? Hearing all his questions, she wasn't bothered in the slightest. I don't have a clue, either. The only ones who understood it and could pull it off were Day and his successor. That means you. Once you reach Day's level of skill, you'll finally get how it works. As soon as she answered that, he immediately shot back with another question. So, why did the master create this world in the first place? She replied, to pass a certain kind of magic onto you. Hei-un's curiosity was piqued. What kind of magic are we talking about? Elena smiled with her eyes closed, then slowly opened them to reveal glowing green irises. Ha-un felt himself being captivated by the power in her gaze. She answered, it's the third-tier magic of Benio, a destructive type. The eye that can perceive the true essence of magic, the holy eye, and the eye that seems to see through all of creation, the golden eye. He stammered, you mean, the Benner-style evil eye, the holy eye? She chuckled, playfully pulling at the corner of her eye. That's the one. But my holy eye is still incomplete. The only ones who can ever achieve full control over the holy eye are Day and you, his successor. Day entrusted me with the mission of awakening that magic within you, and for that purpose, I exist, even if only as an inherited memory. The scene cuts back to the modern city. A black four-door sedan cruised down the street. Inside was In-hyu. He broke the silence. Give me the report. Seo Hyun, sitting with him in the car, responded immediately. I will now report on the matter you brought up earlier. He then began a meticulous account of the situation. Young Master, In-hyu and Lady Minji couldn't have cared less about young Master Hyun. And what was truly surprising was that even Lady C seemed completely uninterested. It appears your orders have had a considerable effect, he began to contemplate. He then added, she has indeed become a bit more subdued, but I doubt she would simply abandon Hei-un. She's likely just being cautious, knowing your shadows are keeping an eye on Hei-un. In-hyuk then inquired, and what of John? Gok Hyun replied. Young Master John also seems a little wary, but that's as far as it goes. Even the party held previously showed no suspicious activity. In-hyuk fell deeper into thought. Is that so? His gaze softened. It seems both have learned to separate their personal feelings from the greater good. In any case, do not lower your guard until the protection period ends. Maintain a tight watch. Gok Hyun replied, yes, I understand. He then swiped his hand, casting a silencing spell. Instantly, a barrier materialized. He explained, I have top-secret information, so I'm soundproofing the area first. In-hyuk consented. Very well. He began. This is the report on whether anyone within the clan is colluding with the Black Tower. First, from the group of elders displeased with young Master Hei-un's return, along with the high-ranking officials of each branch, we conducted an investigation on a total of 32 individuals. In-hyuk remained silent, continuing to listen. Gok Hyun continued. Regarding the Black Tower, they're clean. He seemed displeased, implying that being cleared of Black Tower involvement didn't necessarily mean they were innocent. He produced a document and handed it over. Correct. Among the 32 people, 5 are extremely suspicious. If things were to get messy, the hyenas would have already caught the scent. In-hyuk slowly reviewed the individuals. His face turned grim as he declared, I will handle them personally. Back at Elena's residence, she announced, all right, from now on, we will begin the training to master the sacred eye. She stood behind Hei-un. He promptly replied, yes, please proceed with what you believe is best. Elena smiled, saying, just as expected from Dane's successor. You are exactly like him in this regard. She covered his eyes, continuing, now, close your eyes. Are you wondering why? She answered, yes, that's right. From this moment, I will channel my mana into you, successor. Elena's voice softened. Slowly and deliberately, her hand pressed against his back as she began casting the spell. She continued, and I will explain the sacred eye. Normally, information about the sacred eye is only accessible after one reaches the 4th circle. You can find it in another book. He was astonished. From the 4th circle? He thought to himself. Even after reading the books of destruction in the archives of Eder and the archives of Mimia, there was no information about the sacred eye at all. He wondered, does that mean you can't see any information about the sacred eye unless you reach the 4th circle? With his eyes still closed, he mused. The other book, Lady Elena mentioned. Could she be referring to the archives of Mimia? She seemed a bit surprised. Oh my, you know of the archives of Mimia? Hei-un chuckled. Ah, yes, of course. I also have a message from Mimia. He then relayed it. If you go to the 3rd trial page, he asked me to tell you, I am still well. It must be a private promise between you two. Suddenly, Elena's energy flared unstably, causing him to call out, Lady Elena. She immediately snapped out of her daze. Ah, my apologies. Haeun broke into a sweat, wondering. Lady Elena's mana fluctuated for a moment. Did I say something I shouldn't have? Energy continued to pour into Haeun. Elena chuckled. Oh, my apologies. So, you've already met Mimia, have you? Excellent. We can discuss Mimia at a more opportune moment. For now, let's return to the matter of the Sacred Eye. She explained that the reason the Sacred Eye is revealed at the fourth circle isn't actually all that significant. It's also why I'm here. On the third trial page of the Grimoire of Idris, he questioned, Lady Elena? She affirmed, precisely, because Idris left me behind in this place, he saddled me with the job of explaining everything. Of course, there was also the problem of how much information could even be recorded in the book. Honestly, that man really knows how to work someone to the bone. Hearing this, he thought to himself, asterisk, the amount of information that can be recorded. Mimia said the same thing. Asterisk, asterisk. Just adding the trial pages and the magical formulas to verify the successor would require a colossal amount of mana, far exceeding the capacity of any ordinary grimoire. Asterisk. That's why the Grimoire of Idris contains only the most essential information. The rest was compiled into a separate volume, the Grimoire of Mimia. Elena's eyes began to glow. The energy she was channeling had finally reached its peak. Elena held out both her hands, declaring, now, everything is prepared. Open your eyes, successor. The moment he did, Haeun's pupils flared with an astonishing light. Lady Elena's mana was perfectly synchronized with his own endless circle. Asterisk. I can't even distinguish my own mana from hers. Asterisk. He touched his own glowing eyes, his voice trembling. Lady Elena, something. This feeling is incredibly strange. She chuckled. It is. A little unsettling, isn't it? I've sealed your optic nerves with mana. Haeun stammered. You sealed my optic nerves? A small smile played on her lips. It's far too early to be surprised. The Sacred Eye is a sixth sense, completely separate from the 5 common senses. And in order to train that sixth sense, your other senses are nothing but needless distractions. A tremor ran through Haeun's body. Elena's hand came to rest on his shoulder as she spoke softly. Your sense of touch, your sense of smell, and your sense of taste. One by one, they began to fade away, until finally, even his hearing started to vanish. Haeun's eyes shot wide, trembling. Asterisk, it's true. I can't feel anything anymore. Asterisk, his body crumpled. Elena spread her arms, her magic flaring with immense power. Her voice rang out, Successor, I now invite you to enter the realm of death.